All right, cool. Yeah, I think we're good. Hold on, let me just do a little cropping on the video. I know, it's fine. It'll be okay. All right. So yeah, how's the weather where you're at? You're over in the UK, right?
I'm in the UK. That's not a question you ask me in the UK because the answer is always going to be the same. It's raining, it's miserable, it's not nice.
People think the same thing about Seattle, but we've been having some good sunshine. It's finally cloudy again, and I like the cloudy weather, so you know.
And I'm only joking, to be fair. I mean, look, the air conditioning units out behind me, so it has been warm up until the last couple of days. So,
Yep.
yeah, no, not too bad. It has been a bit rainy today, though, but you get used to it in the UK. You know, if it's not like cats and dogs, that's a nice day.
Yeah.
You go out for a stroll in the rain.
Sure. Yeah, like just a little drizzle. Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, I won't shrink. It's fine.
Right. So yeah, we don't really have much of an agenda, but maybe give like a quick spiel about who you are and what we'll be talking about today.
Yeah, so hey Rob, I'm Kaya. I ran my own business 15 years. I specialise in performance and accessibility. So I worked for pretty much retailers in Scotland, whether either ones who went to the big store or shall we say boutiques, and slowly became a man that people call me as a site manager. Then shut that business about 3 years ago. Spent a couple of years working on a project that never got the MVP finished. It was a lot bigger than I thought it was. Worked at Daily and Deaf for a year, and then short sabbatical, and now I'm on the job hunt. So I'm actually unemployed at this moment in time, looking actively, and yeah, I would talk, to be honest with you, because I really want to go into DevRel because I think it suits my personality, skills, background, and everything. But at the same time, Appride had your dream job thing up, and so you put chief accessibility officer in, and now I'm in this horrible position where I'm sat there going, do I go bully a few companies and make myself a role as a chief accessibility officer within DevRel? It's risky because I need to get the job first sorted, but that's where I'm at. So let's sit
Okay.
down and chat about whatever. But as long as we're somewhere around accessibility or like I said, Lighthouse. Like I love being a lighthouse. It was a bit out of date now, but it was a very amazing brand. So anything around that. But whatever, you can teach me something new.
Sure. Yeah, no worries. All right. You're a big fan of Supa Bass as well, right? I know I remember hearing that a few times.
Super bass thing's become a bit of a joke.
Okay.
I do like super bass, but I've hardly used it. In fact, the only project I have on super bass was me doing. We were talking about it on the last stream in the chat. Conway's Game of Life in Postgres.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the only experience I have there. I've not even turned that into an API yet, so I don't even know how that will work. But I just
Okay.
know people there, and the second Yuri joined, Yuri and I jumped up, and so the second Yuri was there, I was waving the flag for him. But I'll wave the flag for anybody who, does good stuff.
Exactly. Yeah. And yeah, stream.
I feel
Feel.
like
Oh.
people have called me out on saying super bass too often, so I'm
Oh
excited.
no, I'm just memeing on the same joke that he was talking about. So that's all. I was just having fun. But yeah, anyone in stream, if you have any questions during the process as we're going over this, feel free, ask, and yeah, we'll totally respond. Um,
I'm obviously tough with no pressure, Tom, but I want some tough accessibility questions from you.
yeah, there you go. All right, so when you talk about accessibility, what's like your most important part of accessibility? What's like the easiest, lowest hanging fruit of it?
Alt text.
Alt text on images?
Because
Okay.
it doesn't just impact the website, it impacts socials, it's everywhere, and it's such a big difference to include people in a conversation with 20 to 30 seconds more once you learn how to write a good alt
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I think that's the low hanging fruit, and then focusing the kids to see because
Yeah.
honestly, the amount of
Don't remove the outline is a big one, right? Like so many people, oh, the outline's ruining our design. It's like, too bad. Just deal with it, right?
yeah, it's an old trope yet again. I'm overhanged from years gone by.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, such is life. In fact, I was sat there trying to think of the CSS notation users head, and I'm having a complete blank. What's the one for that doesn't show up on mobile? Because that's where the argument always came.
Oh, I don't remember.
Yeah, I knew I was going to have a blank. I'll think of that while we're chatting.
Todd's asking, are you as tired as Todd is?
I saw that question. Oh, no, I'm not as tired because I've had a break from it all. But you know what? You do get sick of saying the same things and seeing the same problems. And I even posted the other day. I saw a living if Hadouken Insider tweet that I was checking out, and it's like they had a div for a label, and it's 2023. I can't believe that we can't get to a point that you can't do the simple basic stuff yet. And I don't blame devs. I blame the damn courses that teach them.
Right.
They've still not caught up to date. So yeah, we can have a good rant about that. Focus
Sure.
Display, by the way. Sorry, it took me a minute to find it.
Oh, okay, cool.
Reusable selector gets rid of all the problems that we used to complain about. Of, oh, I got rid of it because on mobile with the button you get a focus indicator, it looks crap.
Okay.
This doesn't fix that. So that's an old problem that still lives for no reason.
Right. We have a solution. Now we just need to like actually use it. Cool. I saw another interesting tweet earlier today too, kind of like going on about more like images, but it pointed out that like ASCII text is terrible for screen readers. So if you're doing like like a ASCII images as like text, so instead if you're going to tweet one of those, take a screenshot of it and then just label it with alt text, right?
Yeah, and then I said you can even go a step further if you really, really, really want the beauty of ASCII text, which is it can be editable for other people to copy paste. Just use GitHub Gist. Take 3 seconds, copy paste it into there, and then just link it in the next tweet, and
There you
boom.
go. Yeah.
But then again, we should be given the tools on social media to be able to do more than just right. But they're designed for layman, not for developers, so I understand.
Exactly. Make is asking, how important is accessibility in apps, web apps? Never heard that people do that stuff. It's very important, Make. So basically, even like 10 years ago and earlier, Target was sued for more than $1 million because their site was not accessible, right? And it's been happening just more and more as like big companies fail to do it.
Yep. I like that side. I like the stick, but you will very rarely hear me talking about the legal side of accessibility, and it's deliberate. I've learned over the years that it's not the way that you get proper buy-in in a company, unfortunately, the legal side, because
Really?
it puts you in the wrong frame of mind about, oh, let's consult the lawyers. What do they say? Oh, you're at low risk because you're a small company. Oh, we'll do the bare minimum, and then you've lost the battle and you're at QA stage. And
Right.
what's really hard to do is bring it right forward in the conversation and keep it in the conversation throughout, so that way you make decisions based on how to make something accessible. It doesn't cost a fortune.
Mm-hmm.
You're using a content editor div, you can use a text area and do a little bit fanning that way.
Sure.
So that's why I go that way. But there's bigger reasons. I'm sorry. You stop me if I start ranting.
Oh, go for it. That's the whole point of this. Yeah.
Yeah, again, Todd's going to be sat there going, I've heard Greg say this about 10 times. You must be bored of it by now, Todd. But for me, it's profit for the companies. The companies are sleeping on the fact that there's 1 in 6 people, 1 in 7 people, probably 1 in 10 online, because disability is a more effective online experience, who care about accessibility and have money to spend. And if your website's crap and inaccessible, they'll go spend the money elsewhere. And then when you consider their extended family, and if someone suddenly starts singing the praises, hey, by the way, did you know everything comes off website's amazing, it's really accessible. Word of mouth factor, there's billions and billions of dollars being left on the table, and we just need a few brave companies to just lean into it and make accessibility part of the foundation of their company.
right?
That's actually a lofty goal. We'll see how far I get with that. But, you know, I didn't do too bad with Gil. We got a few points.
Nice. Colton, I'll get to your questions here in a sec. I saw the one before. I just want to make sure I get to that. But I want to make sure that we respond to Make as well. So don't like, as Graham was just saying, don't worry too much about the legal. It is definitely like a thing. But instead, think about it like he was just saying. There's a percentage of your users that want to spend money on your website or whatever, right? So think if you're Shopify, if you're turning away even 1% of users, that's a big slice of the pie that they could be making money off of, right? And instead it's like a positive like money effect rather than the negative of getting sued.
But in order to make that happen, you need to build it into the process, because otherwise it is a big drain. And this is where the problem comes from with 30 years of the accessibility element of websites is so crap.
Mm-hmm.
Because of the fact that it's done at the QA stage. Nobody likes QAs. You know, they're nice people. Nobody likes them because they come in, tell you your code sucks, and you have to do extra work, and oh, it's horrible. Well, if you bung accessibility at that end, then it becomes, what's the minimum we can do? Can I get away with it? Oh, that ticket can, you know, issue can go further down the pile, it's not an essential. And so, when you eventually get to fix these things, you've already made 10 decisions that cost thousands upon thousands to update. Whereas if you make that decision early, as I said, it might cost you $50 worth of extra time, not just to have a conversation with the team. Hey, what should we use for this? How should we structure it? Fantastic. Or the design department doesn't think, you know, light grey text on a grey background or something like that. So it can save a load of time. So that's it. I'm on a mission to sort of say, hey, who's feeling great? We can stick accessibility further in the process and actually make it part of that process.
Yeah. Colton has a question. So what is the future for hearing impaired? We have a lot of input and visual accessibility, but what about like for video and audio and stuff like that? Chrome has auto subtitles built in, but how far have browsers and OS-based subtitles actually come?
So normally when I'm on someone else's stream, I will have open captions. And very quickly, open captions are the ones that are baked into a video. Closed captions are the ones that you can enable and switch on.
Oh, okay.
I've not done that today because I was running really late. I was literally stuffing tea while I was trying to join the stream.
Okay.
Said that, I didn't know why. I've lost my train of thought. What was I saying? Yes. There's not much from a web dev side that's really changing lately, because we already have all of the tools, and we have had for a long time. If anything, AI's been reasonably strong in the area, actually, for 8-10 years, maybe a little longer. Obviously, unless someone's had a very thick accent, where it's getting better now.
Mm-hmm.
But the only other thing I can see happening is more or less what you said, which is built into the browser, it will live transcribe anything that hasn't got transcriptions, and you can switch it on as a browser feature. I can see that being the last step. I haven't seen, but I'm sure someone will correct me, but I haven't seen anyone who's doing that. I think that'd be a killer feature.
Mm-hmm.
Take the browser audio, run it through, and if it's not music, and works out whether it's music, it then does speech to text.
So I think Chrome has that built in because someone built a subtitling tool for Twitch years ago that actually was routing to like a headless Chrome to like get that subtitling feature, which was interesting. I don't know. Chrome native. Yeah, so I've never messed with it. I don't know, but I at least like was a bit aware of it because someone had been building a tool.
I know that was built into Chrome, but I've just switched it on myself, and actually it's not too bad. It's a little bit distracting because of the fact that the text is quite small.
Okay.
Well, there you go. So I don't think we're going to go much further, to be honest, until we get to the point that, you know, someone else other than Elon Musk, who actually knows what they're doing, creates a chip that goes into your brain and translates it into actual speech.
Right.
Sorry, actually.
And yeah, Colton says that Chrome is the only one that does it, and I think that would be like the future where other browsers end up implementing something like that too. Hopefully Chrome just recognizes it as something that the world would need and maybe open sources it, but it's probably proprietary.
I've got to say, it's not a great experience the more I'm using it because the text seems to bounce up and down an awful lot and things like that. But at least they're built.
They're trying. Okay.
Anything that's half decent is a winning. I'm not one of the purists who's like, it has to be perfect. It's like, are you doing better than everyone else? Then you deserve a round of applause.
Yeah, they're pushing things forward. Too distracting. Okay. Hold on, so let me just read one more comment. Good thing about Chrome and captions is that there are great OS APIs for showing those. So to change your caption style in Windows, it's in Windows settings. Oh, nifty.
Yeah, there's a lot of accessibility settings directly in the browser. It's quite Macs always got the stuff sort of integrated, but they seem to be moving further apart in terms of like you change your system setting, but your browser doesn't quite update with the same setting, and you can change it there. I don't know why they're going the opposite direction. Apple's normally really good at bringing stuff together. Maybe it's just a little bit of, transitioning more into something because they don't tend
Right.
to
Right. Yeah, I'm wondering if maybe it's just for tighter integration with Safari and they end up breaking things for other browsers, maybe. Exactly. And Todd's mentioning that captions still need a human being to check them because of a propensity of captions to get things wrong, words, accents, etc. I actually dealt with that very recently where we made like a joke song, Kubernetes, to the tune of Come On Eileen, which was good. Kubernetes, right? Like, it was pretty good. But I had to subtitle that because, like, you're not going to understand all the words from hearing it once. So I started subtitling it. I put it into Descript, and Descript really doesn't like subtitling songs. Like, it had a hard time finding a whole bunch of stuff. So it was kind of interesting just seeing, like, well, yeah, maybe for speech with no background music, it works great. But for, someone singing over a song, it's not going to get much, right? So I think we still have a ways to go with some of that. True.
I was a bit rash in saying we've reached the end of
Oh. Yeah.
because we proved the current technology is a better description. It's like, for example, if you created a fantastic song, which I now need to go watch.
We need to get it uploaded, so we're going to wait a week just for, it's like back to school week or something, so. I don't know. It's like, we did it for our company, Fairwinds, because we do like Kubernetes stuff. So yeah, it was kind of fun. I don't remember that. Okay, I'll have to check that out. And Todd mentions that Descript hates his main accent. Yeah, I could see that. There you go. And yeah, how's it going, Dennis? Yeah, welcome. It's Denny. Denny streams, right? Yeah, there we go. Sorry, I've seen you on Twitter. So yeah, cool. So yeah, I've got this allyproject.com spun up. Are there other websites that you would recommend for learning and kind of like getting some of this?
It's really tough because there are loads of good sites for learning, but there's nowhere I've come across that I think can take you from zero to hero.
Right. Okay.
It's one of those things where accessibility is still, unless someone can give me a good resource, because I always want to do some masks that I've never found one yet, where it can take you from knowing nothing about accessibility and maybe a small amount of development knowledge, you're just past the point of learning HTML, CSS, or beyond,
Mm-hmm.
to you know everything to look for more or less, or at least what to reach for at the right time. I've never found anything in that order. This is great. There's also I could spend about an hour. I can't put links in the chat.
That's fine. Yeah, we'll check them out.
There's Ben's site anyway.
Oh, Denny, here's one thing. You can actually change the capitalization of your name if you get people like running into that issue in the future. So you could capitalize the D and the S and might solve that problem. Up to you. Just throwing it out there.
Also, while we're talking about accessibility, if you capitalise it, it'll get read correctly. Whereas if you have it all as lowercase, it will make a mess of demonstrating it won't work out.
Oh, there you go.
Less than it will get inside.
Oh, that's a good point too. So yeah, accessibility-wise, like a robot reading that out loud would actually be able to read it too. Good point.
Yeah, hashtags is another one where that works really well, which brings me to my favourite one, which also means you don't get people confused, like Susan Albert Party, which turned into Sue's Anal Party. Capitalisation can help you in a lot of ways.
We have someone in stream named Ian Alex Hart from time to time who also has something like that in his name, so that's fun. Oh, and yeah, hold on, sorry. Yeah. There you go. So yeah, feel free to repost those links.
Oh.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Now you can. I just had to like allow it. So yep, there you go.
Is identical to the one you sent to last 6 seconds.
Oh yeah, I can just copy it. Okay, cool. Thank you.
I nearly got banned from the stream. That would be about
No. I just have that protection in place for like the random spammers, which happens rarely, but still often enough.
too many spicy things up on the stream. I'll get you a warning and I won't get you banned today.
Perfect.
No, Ben's site's fantastic because he does a lot of streams and he covers things. But yet again, it's not a place where I'd go, you can go on there and learn accessibility, so to speak. There's nowhere, yet again, I'm looking at the chart, I'm expecting to see Todd come up with something, but I think Todd has the same problem I do, which is no one's built a step-by-step guide. There's a couple of good courses, Susan, etc. Oh, what was his name? I forget everybody's name anymore.
Oh.
But yeah, that's via Stack Overflow, not from reading the answers, but from answering other people's questions. You have to go off and read all the guidelines and things that are out there and doing the best effort to research the answer and answering that way. That's the way I look at accessibility. By the way, maybe it's not easy, but hard work, it's not easy. Web.dev in the accessibility section, yeah. All that zero to hero.
So it sounds like maybe that should be your next project, like a real zero to hero accessibility site.
So I'm not quite doing that.
Okay.
Yeah, because there's so many parts you need to do that. It's been on my thought process for a while. So I'm in the middle of writing and recording and creating posters for WCAG in plain English. And WCAG, for those of you who don't know, are the guidelines around accessibility. You can work out in Google.
Okay, I was like, oh, is that how you pronounce it? Okay. Okay, cool.
In so many ways, I don't argue with people. It's like there's also Araya or Aria or Aria.
Oh, right.
Where you're from.
Mm-hmm.
Yet again, I don't care how you pronounce it, as long as we know what we're talking about.
As long as you care about it. Yeah.
Look, if you even know about it, that's a win in my book.
Sure.
Because not many people aren't aware of it.
It's true.
So I'm basically writing a guide to WCAG, which is a horrible document. No offense to the people who sat there and didn't understand why it's so hard to understand, because they have to try and think of everything under the sun. But as a developer, you come to it and you just go, I can't get any answers out of this. Like, you have to understand all of it to get an answer most of the time, or at least a decent answer. So the aim is to try and make it a bit more simplified and maybe miss a few edge cases when explaining things, but make it so that it's digestible, so that all you need to do is, like, once a week, read one of the articles and watch one of the videos, and you'll learn a little bit about accessibility. So that's what I'm hoping.
Okay.
We'll see how good I am at it, because I've got to say I've recorded the video 5 times so far, boring, and I'm trying to make it slightly interesting at least.
Right?
But
That's the hard part.
a skill issue more than anything.
Sure, takes time. This was just shared by Todd. This is Ally Font, which seems kind of cool. Like it has some challenges to practice with, it looks like. Yeah. Oh, it's fine. Yeah, I think it's good. And real quick, someone asked, what pushed you to get into that niche of accessibility in websites? What's the story there?
Great question. The stories I fell down flex.
Ooh.
Minor injury. I hurt my wrist. So I was
Okay.
for like a week, maybe. But during that time, I was trying to do things like Control Alt Delete and things like that. So my hands are gigantic, so I could just about do it, but I was struggling. So I didn't know anything. So I was trying to look at how do people with one hand use a keyboard. And I fell into Windows sticky keys of all things. That's where my accessibility journey started, was with Windows sticky keys. But then this accessibility word kept popping up, and I was like, what the hell's this magical word I've never heard of? And then the more I read, the more interesting it got, and you start learning about screen readers, and then you learn about the whole world of AAC, assistive technology. People with quadriplegia using a single button to navigate the internet just blew my mind. So from there, I just got interested in it. It was something that nobody was talking about, and I like things that affect a lot of people and nobody knows about them. I saw opportunity there, so I'm not the fluffy moral person. It's super interesting and you should learn the stuff, because as a developer, if you like learning stuff, there's loads of weird and wonderful things to learn in the world of accessibility. And you get to do some good at the same time. It's like an added bonus,
Cool. Awesome. Yeah, thanks for sharing that. What are some major tools you use for testing accessibility? I know there's like X and a few others for like the screen reader type stuff.
Yep. Yet again, I'm going to have this all ready to go, but Accessibility Insights from Microsoft is the one that I will put my name behind most of the time. I'm going to share it in the chat.
Sure.
They're all very similar. Oh, hey, Avi.
How's it going, Avi?
They're all very similar in terms of functionality, and how many things they'll pick up. Maybe there's 5% of errors one will pick up that another won't, etc., etc. But Accessibility Insights done something that I've not seen in another tool, which is they don't just do the automated tests, they also guide you through the manual tests in a very structured way and provide assistive tooling for manual testing. So you can, as a complete accessibility dummy, fire this up, and within half an hour of reading a bit of documentation and fiddling around, it can help you do an accessibility audit to a good enough standard to know how big the problems are, at least, even if you don't pick up everything.
Cool.
I find that quite impressive. So, yeah, not often I will put my name behind a Microsoft product, but this is one that they got right in my eyes, and it's the right way to look at it.
Cool. Awesome.
Other than that, I'll be honest, the only other thing that I use nowadays, other than a checklist, is from TPGI. It's a color contrast analyzer tool for Windows. So although there are many things built into dev tools, things like Tailwind sites, they tend to use opacity to change text color, because Tailwind, I don't even know if that's Tailwind or just what people have butchered it to do. But anyway, terrible idea, because you can't do color contrast checks in the browser anymore at that point. It can't calculate the contrast. So this tool lets you get a little pipette with like a magnifying glass and select into a color very precisely, so you can do your color contrast perception tests. So I find that very useful for Tailwind type sites and stuff.
Interesting.
I'm saying Tailwind. I'm sure there are other frameworks that do it. It just seems to be Tailwind has normalized this action, or something on top of Tailwind that everybody uses has. I'm not quite sure what.
Yeah, I've typically just I don't use opacity for any of that, so it's usually pretty good for me. And I've just plugged in colors into like the contrast checker on WebAIM, So yeah, always looking for other tools too.
Sorry, I forget that you show everything on screen. That would have been a good idea. This is the one that I'm talking about. It's
like I said, the beauty is instead of having to grab those colors, copy paste them into WebAIM, you can literally just use a pipette to grab a color off the screen. It's a lot quicker, and it
Yeah,
gives
awesome.
you all the same information. So I find that very useful.
Nice. Yeah, that is cool. I might have to get that going. And then Todd recommended Arc Toolkit. Let me copy and look at that. And does this end up using that same widget as well, or is that a separate tool?
No, it's a whole other tool, that one. I think I used this a long time ago when it was fairly new, and I've not used it for a long time, Todd, so I'm going to go check that out so that I can actually know what I'm on about with it, because I recognize it, but I've certainly not used it in a few years. And if you say it's good, that's good enough for me. Anything Todd recommends, I'll be like, yeah, go for it.
Okay. So yeah, separate tools. So yeah, I'll have to check these out. Awesome. Awesome.
The other one, like I said, that's important is learn to use DevTools. There's some interesting things that people aren't aware of in DevTools. So how can we do this? Well, press F12 and I'll talk you where to look for things, and we'll work it out from there, right?
Sure.
So first things first. Oh, interesting. Where is your accessibilities panel?
It's probably... I see Lighthouse in there. I might need to update Chrome. No, it looks like I'm up to date. That's rare.
No, try on the Styles computed layout. I'm looking for two things that you don't have.
Oh, okay. So yeah, it's over here. So I'm zoomed in a bit.
Super. Enable full page web accessibility tree. That's what I was after. I didn't realize it was an experimental feature. And then reload DevTools at the top.
There it is.
Blue button there, yeah. Super, right. So there is now a small icon that is hardly visible on the left-hand panel. Click on that. This is brilliant for accessibility testing. So when you have you have the DOM and then you have the accessibility tree, and they pretty much mirror each other. The problem is that the way you check a lot of sites is you right-click inspect, then you've got 50 classes and 20 data attributes, and it's a nightmare trying to see has it got an alt tag on this image. What this does is it actually takes all of the accessibility tree information and puts it in a human readable format for most of the stuff you need. So you'll notice the first thing there says link, skip to main content, focusable, true. So it's given us 2 bits of essential information. I can actually reach it with tab. That's great. So I can actually focus it as a keyboard user, and the link actually has text in it. Now, if we go to a promise, TPGI is going to be pretty damn good. If we went to a crappy site, you'll
let's
see
go
a lot
do
of
that.
links on.
Let's see. How about Iconify? Let's see.
No idea. Well, let's have a little look. So
now, do I need to re-enable the accessibility?
no, it's right
that.
there.
Okay,
that
cool.
little
There it was.
person.
Yeah. I was missing it.
Pointing
Again.
at the damn screen as if you can see me.
No worries.
Yeah. So we've got links that say iconified, focusable, true. So as we start going down here, we'll start seeing things that, for example, ignored and generics are great. They're just divs, effectively. Or it'll be a nonsensical. All the sections, you'll notice the sections have a double quotes next to them. They're expecting to be named. They haven't named their sections, so it's an accessibility issue. So the great thing about this tool is it gives you all of the information that you kind of want when you're doing an audit, but without having to stumble through the actual mess of HTML. And it takes you the things that matter. And you tend to use it side by side with the site because obviously on its own, it doesn't mean much. We don't know if any of those generics or ignored are actually meant to be interactive elements and they've made a mistake. But it's a great way of finding out whether things work or not. So it's a huge win, this tool. Pretty good. And yet again, most people aren't aware of it, mainly because it's under a flag. I didn't even realize I've had it switched on for that long now. I didn't realize nobody had this.
Yep. Yeah, so is there a preferred way to label these sections? Would title be acceptable, or is ARIA label better?
ARIA label is 100% better. Title doesn't work on non-interactive elements particularly. It shouldn't work at all, but sometimes it does.
Okay.
There's a myth this one's spicy for anyone who does accessibility stuff. There's an old myth around, and it's not a myth. There's a reason it's there, but there's a thing that says you shouldn't use a RIA label on anything that isn't interactive. You'll hear that from lots of accessibility experts. Like, so if it's not a button, a link, something you can click or press, you shouldn't use a RIA label on it.
Really?
Yeah. Main reason being is not. It is support for it used to be quite fluffy and quite crap, depending on what you put it on. Nowadays, nearly anything other than a few, I think there's about 8 things you're not allowed to use it on. You are allowed to use it on anything according to the spec. In fact, it used to be you could put it on anything you wanted. But the problem is a lot of people will tell you not to use it. So you get this is the problem with accessibility. You get people saying one thing, people going the other. I finally landed in the last few weeks in a position that probably is going to make me have a few arguments, but good ones. Positive arguments.
Yep.
Where I've said, look, if it's in the spec and this is the way that you're meant to do it that way. And if it means that it doesn't work in JAWS, which is a particular screen reader, or it doesn't work in NVDA, which is another one, that's not your fault as a developer. Because this mess of having to know all the nuances is another reason why people don't do it. Like, you go in there and you go, oh, this will be easy. And then you have to read 50 articles to know, should I use a RIA label by or a RIA label here? And it's like, you know what? We shouldn't be having that argument. We should be simple rules to the point. If you do it and it's the screen reader that's broken, that's not your fault as a developer. Let's stick to standards, and then we'll eventually, hopefully, start making some headway.
Okay.
So very long about rant, and there'll be probably more rants before we're done, of use a RIA label, or if your section has a heading in it, give that heading an ID and use a RIA labeled by, which is always the preference.
Okay.
So labeled by points to an item on the page, and the text within it is used to provide a label. A RIA label, you actually provide the text. A RIA label by is great because that then automatically keeps everything in sync if you change the heading directly.
Cool. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, just a single source of truth, basically. So yeah, that makes sense. Cool.
Yeah.
And Todd made a good joke real quick. First rule of ARIA Fight Club, don't use ARIA unless you really have to.
Which is 100% true. And this is one of the few cases where you kind of need to use ARIA to actually do it. There's no other way of naming a section other than using ARIA. Now, the thing is, as long as your section has a heading in it, it's not the end of the world. This is an added bonus for people who are using a screen reader.
Okay.
Which is a whole other rant we'll go on to.
So how do you feel about SR only? Like the class for that?
Look, it's a hack that we have to have, unfortunately. I want it to become part of the spec. I think there was a lot of good, in inverted commas, reasons why we never had a information for screen readers only tag built into HTML. We could mislead people, it could be abused, etc., etc. But I think we're past the point where HTML can protect you from bad actors, sort of thing. It's kind of like at this stage, there's that many things you can do with JavaScript, custom web components, you name it. That argument's null and void. So we need it. It is a useful tool, and it is more robust than ARIA. Because if you are, let's say, the CSS fails on the website, an ARIA label's not going to show up. Like, you're not going to see that. But if you have visually hidden text, that is still going to show up. For Braille users and for things where they have slightly different problems with interactions with screen reader software. And so for a lot of Braille users, you find that it's more robust to use visually hidden text than it is to use ARIA label.
Interesting.
So it's way more robust. It's supported all the way back to IE6, so support isn't an issue. It's wonderful for getting you out of sticky situations as well. And it's quite easy to understand because you're like, well, there's some text and there's something that a screen reader is going to see as well. This is where so many people get it wrong with good intentions. They'll have some text, then they'll have screen reader only text. It reads both of them. And people end up repeating pretty much half of the first thing in the second thing. So that's just a little gotcha that people have. But yeah, it's a hack that we need to be part of the spec as far as I'm concerned.
Okay.
And
Cool.
don't say IE what, Todd. There's still at least 2% of the world's population using that crappy browser. You will eventually have to touch it again, I assure you. Although you did say you'd retired, so maybe not.
That's funny. So real quick, Jager is asking if this tool in Chrome is really like pretty much good enough for making sure that you're like screen reader capable.
The best tool to learn to find out if something is screen reader compatible is a screen reader. They're really not that complicated to learn. It takes a little getting used to. You really have to slow the speech right down when you're getting used to a screen reader, because if you watch someone use one, it's mind-boggling the rate at which it will read words out. You cannot comprehend it. It takes practice. But there's only really, and this was something I was going to say on that last point, there's only really maybe 10 different ways that they navigate a page and maybe 20 key combinations to learn. And it really doesn't take that long because they're quite logical. So, prime example, we were talking about sections and giving them a label. Well, one of the ways that you can navigate through a page as a screen reader user is by section. Very few people use that because nobody labels their damn sections. But in an ideal world where someone has, it's a great way to jump around via landmarks and everything else. They can get to sections of a page that interest them very quickly. The other thing, and this is why headings are so important, is the numbers 1 to 6 on the keyboard correspond to heading levels 1 to 6. And that is the primary way nearly every screen reader user I know would use to actually get a feel for a page. They will jump through the headings on a page and try and get a feel for the structure. You make that very hard for them if you're putting heading level 4s under heading level 2s. Because they'll do a heading level 2 and then they'll go, right, what's the 3 under that? And then there isn't one. It's jumped to the next section, and that's so confusing. And so heading levels are really important, but that's one of the primary ways to feel a page out. That's the equivalent of you glancing at the page and trying to make a decision on what's on here, what interests me, what catches my attention.
Okay.
And then the last one is links. So a lot of links, I see there we've got bonfire outline and stuff like that. What you see on all those sites is, and I was hoping we'd have a site with this on somewhere when we have a look at some, is view more. Everyone got the view more buttons. The classic web thing, isn't it, to put view more? The problem is, as a screen reader user, they might pull up a list of all the buttons on the page to know what things they can press and what they can.
And it's just view more, view more, view more, view more.
Right? View more. It doesn't really give you any useful information. So that's going back to the screen reader only text. That's a great way that you can fix that, is to have view more and then the article name repeated in the screen reader only text. Or you can use the array label by that we said earlier, where it can label it via the heading of that particular article that's in your blog post list.
Yeah, I like that. Cool. I definitely had. Oh, I was gonna say that's one of the things I really have to push back with designers on sometimes, because they'll have an H tag that looks like it should be an H2, but the way it's supposed to be nested, it just has to be nested a different way, right? It has to be a different tag, but the styling, they're going to keep calling it an H2, which is, right, some like fuzzy language with that, right?
Yeah, well, this is the problem. This is what I said. It needs to be everyone in the chain, because if your designer is calling it an H2, and you've got someone on your team who doesn't really know much about heading levels, guess what heading level they're going to use? Oh, it's an H2.
Yep.
They're not going to think, So, and I yet again, I don't blame anyone for that. It's just an education thing and a commitment thing coming from the higher ups downwards, of saying, take that extra half an hour to have that discussion that you need to have.
Yep.
But if they understood how important it was, then they'd probably think twice, and they'd go, oh, okay, we'll call it text large. This is one of the few things that Tailwind does do quite well, is there's no implication that the styling is related to an element in any way, shape, or form. So it's text XXL and things like that. You can use that on anything. So that saves that headache.
Yeah, we just fixed our whole design system to do like title XL, title large, and then body XL, body large, as far as like our styling classes go. So it's quite nice. Yeah, I'm pretty happy about that.
Yeah, because as long as they are detached from, because you can have a title large on a heading 4. Like as long as you can do that, no issue.
We could even put it on a span if we wanted, because it might just be large text,
I would. It's interesting. So I use CSS a lot to guardrail things. So that's an interesting choice that I don't disagree with at all. But I would probably say that there needs to be. I don't know, how big's the team? How big's the team?
Oh,
Small.
it's like 3 of us. It's
All
small.
right, not an issue. And a larger company, you need guardrails there that probably flag that up as a thing to be checked. If you have it on anything other than if you've got title XL and you put it on something that isn't a title, then you need a physical warning to remind someone to check that.
Right, maybe a linter or something just to like approve
someone
it.
might use a paragraph thinking it looks like a title when it should be an actual title. So
right,
it's a catch-22. I find a lot of the time that making sure that you can only put it on a heading 1 to 6, and if you need large text in a span, that would be the large text item, and you maybe have to write an extra bit of CSS that says if heading level 2 with this class and that class, it's allowed.
Okay.
That extra little bit does safeguard, but in a small team, it's not an issue. You all know how to pull each other up, and you all know what you're on about. You know your stuff, so that's not an issue. But yeah, that's more for the bigger teams. So this is why it's such a nightmare yet again.
Problem of scale.
So easy to break.
Yeah.
We break stuff. Developers break stuff. We break it all the time.
Alan chimes in. He didn't know about jumping to H levels, so yeah, he's going to keep that in mind when he's writing now. So yeah, good call out.
So there's a great tool you can get. I'll just grab it and share it in the stream. There we go. Headings map. This is a wonderful, super quick, simple tool. I said about things I use, and then I remember more and more things as I go.
Of course.
Install this and then just run it on any page, and it'll tell you whether you skipped any heading levels, and it'll flag them up red for you. It's like the simplest little plugin in the world, but I use it all the time just as a quick sanity check. Next thing, it's just a list in the side. It'll tell you if you skipped a heading level.
Okay, cool.
The good part about that as well, the only thing that's wrong with it, so here's another spicy take. If there's multiple H1s on a page, but you've not skipped any heading levels, it won't flag that up as an issue. Now, the thing is that the spec says you can have multiple H1s on a page. But this is where I'm sort of going against what I said earlier about I say follow standards.
Obey the spec. Yeah.
This one needs undoing.
Yeah.
One H1 per page has been the standard for a long time in terms of actual real world implementation and doing things properly.
So like even the way Google does like indexing and ranking, right? They look at your H1 and then they rank other tags like lower, right? So it helps Google's SEO.
Yeah, so this it's 50-50 that one. So basically what was meant to happen, God, I forget terms so easily. There was meant to be like the model was meant to work in a way where you could have like an article and have an H1 in it, and it would treat it as a separate item because an article is meant to be self-contained.
Article. Okay. Yep.
As in article elements. Sorry.
Yep. Yeah. It took me a second, but yeah.
And there was nothing wrong with that. The flow of the document would adjust the heading levels accordingly, and it would all work. What's a damn term for it? It'll come to me eventually. The problem is it never worked. And so it then actually just adds loads of issues because you're expecting the H1 on a page to be the heading of that page, and you're not expecting there to be anything else under that because the heading is the heading.
Right.
So without the word that I can't remember working, outline mode, outline model, document outline model, is that what it's called? You have to look it up while I'm talking to you.
No worries.
Without that, having multiple H1s doesn't work, and it breaks everything. Yeah, document outlining algorithm. There you go. I wasn't too far off. Or is it? Yes. Here we go. So I don't know whether this is a good article on it, but it'll at least give people an idea of what I'm talking about. So this was put into the spec, into the HTML spec, as something that was meant to be correct. So I can't blame anyone who uses multiple H1s, but it needs to come back out because none of the browser vendors implemented things correctly. So it kind of just breaks stuff if you follow this pattern. But essentially it means you should be able to use H1s within certain sections, and it shouldn't break the outline properly, and it should all work. That's the crux of what I was trying to say for the last 10 minutes.
No worries. Yeah, this is good. Yeah, CSS tricks. Usually really good articles, especially older ones, since before they got
anything,
bought.
anything pre the certain person who's being advertised on the screen right now that we won't mention because I don't want to diss them in any way, shape, or form. But they broke CSS tricks very quickly.
Ah, that's a bummer. But yeah, cool. Thanks for sharing that article. I'm gonna have to read it.
Yeah, I don't know whether that's any good, but it's the document outline model is
Cool.
what was meant to work, but it just never got implemented properly by browser vendors. So that's where my own guidance that I said earlier about follow standards kind of falls apart, because that's one where I'll stay down, do the opposite.
Right. Nothing's ever 100%.
Yeah. Yeah, but
which is also a statement that's never 100%. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So we were previously answering. So I can't remember whose question it was, but we were answering about DevTools, and I said use a screen reader.
Mm-hmm.
But there is something else in DevTools that I really want to show people that most people aren't aware of.
Should I be on a good website or a bad website?
It can be any. This one.
Okay.
In fact, the page you're on now will probably work. If you pull up
Cool.
DevTools again.
Yep.
One that people aren't aware of. We need to, if you can inspect some text, so we've got some color. We need something with a color declaration in the CSS.
Oh, hold on. It's not going to be on a script tag. All right, so we've got some color.
There. So next to, obviously, most people are aware of this. Next to it, you've got a color picker on any color item, and you can click on that color picker. So if you click on that, now ironically, there's no contrast information here, but you see that where it says no contrast information available, that actually gives you so many tools for accessibility on sites where I bet you this is a Tailwind site or something where they've used.
Interesting. So it's still not
gradient background. Let me try it on CSS Tricks. I think it'll probably work on there, and then I can tell you to go to CSS Tricks.
Sure. Yeah, I was wondering if it was maybe because of the CSS variables, but no, doesn't look like it.
No, it will work with CSS variables, but it does very much depend on whether it can work out foreground and background contrast. So that's where the problem sometimes lies. But I'm now looking for a good example for you so I can show you what I'm on about, and if not, I'll try and find you an article to be able to do it. Right. If you go back to CSS Tricks.
One sec. Okay.
Scroll right up to the top, and if you right click on one of the like do community or something like that, one of the actual those, and do an inspect on that. And then if you find the color.
Yep.
Right.
Okay.
So now we've got that contrast ratio and we've got the double tick. Now what you can do is if you open that back up again, click on that, we get all these wonderful new tools. So AA and AAA are just standards of accessibility. For nearly everything you ever do as a developer, AA is what people care about. Think of AAA as going above and beyond. So you want to pass the AA. Yet again, there's some rules there, just you want to pass the AA. But the other thing that's really interesting is you'll see in the color picker at the top, we've got two
the banding
going on it. Yes. Those correspond to colors that will pass AAA for the top one, AA for the bottom one. So you can actually move it around. So if you click a color underneath the two bands somewhere, go right down into the darks, you'll notice that now our AA has a big red X next to it, and we've got our contrast ratio is now 1.04. So you can use this to look at your color palette and go, we're really close on that to passing. Let's just adjust our color palette up by a couple of degrees of freedom. And then check with your designer, obviously, if you've got a designer that they're all right with that. And now we pass. And that can be a real quick way of fixing color problems on your website.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And like I said, not many people know that one exists, and I love that one.
This is my first time seeing it.
Yeah, and it blows my mind because the amount of calculations they have to do to draw that graph. Because like I can't get my head around how they've done that so quickly. There must be they must pick 3 or 4 points and then draw a general graph through. Because the calculation is quite complex for color contrast. So super handy
Interesting.
tool. Really, really. The only problem with it, like I said, and the biggest reason why I said about that color contrast checker tool, is like if you have a gradient background or like that heading there, that document outline dilemma. If we inspect that, I'll be amazed if that will work for color contrast information because it's on a non-uniform background. In fact, by the looks of it, we don't even get the color information. This is what gets fun. Although,
Yeah, there we go.
no, we
All
got
right.
color.
So it's on HTML, but yep, we don't get any
So
contrast.
no contrast information. And it makes sense if you think about it, because like it's on a background that's got different stuff on it. It's got a gradient, all sorts of other stuff. The calculation to work out if that is accessible is nigh on impossible. But with that color picker tool, I just pick the lightest color because it's a light text that I could, and I'd just see, is there enough contrast there? And if there is, happy days. We're cooking on gas, basically, because the rest of it will definitely have color contrast that is high enough.
Yeah, I would wonder if that's part of why they added the shadow to give it some more contrast over the gradient.
I actually think it will probably pass color. I'm almost certain that passes. Like it stands out really well. You tend to, after a while, develop a nose for it, like white on orange, for example. Anytime I see white on orange, I know that I need to inspect that because white on orange, even stuff that looks great to my eye and general eye, is going to fail on a color contrast checker for people who have contrast perception problems.
Okay. Now, are there things you can do to fix that, such as adding border or like a dark border around it or anything?
Technically, yes. The issue is a lot of time that looks crap. So the simplest fix is normally to darken a color or lighten a color.
Right.
Okay. Is it. So it's generally a design decision. Light blues are another one that you find because it looks aesthetically pleasing. You go light blue with white text on it. It looks nice. It looks pretty, but it's very low contrast. So you would just pick another shade. For anything that's important. And by important, I mean textual information needs to be higher contrast and things like that. The bit that gets missed from people is, when you go onto websites and they have forms and they have very light grey borders around the boxes, really light, and it looks aesthetically pleasing. The problem with that is you're meant to have contrast ratio of 3:1 between input elements and the background element that they'll have. So although it's not as high a contrast requirement, you still need to have a good contrast.
I didn't know that. Okay.
No, it's one that gets missed. But yet again, if you went onto the WebAIM color contrast checker earlier. If you pull that back up again, another tab. I've still got. So if you scroll down, you'll notice it even tells you this, but people never spot it. So you've got normal text, large text, and then graphical objects and user interface components.
Right.
So it even tells you whether you pass on those things. But people miss that because we always talk about text contrast and we never talk about components.
Right. So if we were to do that, it fails everything, right?
Yes.
Even though that's like a nice, pretty aesthetic gray there, it's not contrasting enough. So yeah, interesting. Cool.
And we can demonstrate why that's a problem. So if you press F12 again, to show you another interesting tool, go down to rendering at the bottom. And then scroll down a bit. Keep going. We have some emulation stuff here. And one of the emulations we can do is vision deficiencies. So reduce contrast. So if we click on that, now look at your page. Now you start understanding where the contrast is good, where the contrast is bad, especially probably on stream. This won't come across as well, but probably on your screen, I assume you'll have a half decent screen. You'll start really seeing some areas that are high contrast, some areas that are low. That's a great tool to have.
Yeah, that's great. I didn't know about that one.
Yeah, the other one that's really handy in there is the blurry vision one. It's not perfect, but it gives you a good idea of like small text. And then you're like, right, what am I struggling to make out roughly what it says? Now, obviously, on WebAIM, you're not going to have too many problems, but on a lot of sites, you're going to just see lines. Yeah, and it compounds with the problem compounds on low contrast text when it's blurry. So that's another reason. So yeah, these tools built into the browser are really, really handy. And then the last thing I'll say on that, I think it's a complete answer then, is on that rendering tab once again, there are some, if you scroll up a little bit, just a tiny bit, you see
should I turn this off real quick?
Yeah, because otherwise we're gonna struggle later.
Okay.
We've got media features that we can emulate on a page, which is really handy. And if you've never come across these before in your develop time, prefers reduced data is nothing to do with accessibility from a disability perspective, but it is from countries where data is very expensive. It's a great media feature that you should use for like high-res images and stuff. A lot of people will switch images off or request lower quality images. Especially
That's a good point.
Which browser is it? What's the one called? Opera. Opera has like the turbo mode and stuff that's now started linking into this, I believe. So that's a handy one. Nothing to do with accessibility, but anyway. The one above it, though, prefers reduced motion, is a really important one. So if you've got fancy sliding animations and all sorts of stuff like that on your website, looks really pretty, great. The only problem is some people have like vestibular disorders, which are basically you get disorientation from movement. And it can actually make people feel quite nauseous. So prefers reduced motion, and that's just one reason why this says, we can mention some others in a bit, but prefers reduced motion is a media flag, something that they can switch on in their browser, say, hey, and in Windows. This one is linked to Windows, for example, and Mac. There's an option for reduced motion, reduced animations. And it means that those animations shouldn't have the fancy stuff. You should find a way of it just going from one state to another state. It helps them. So like there, where there was that bit that popped up there when you were slightly further up in the... go down a little bit.
Hold on. Yeah, I got to refresh it because they only toggle once, I think. But yeah, like pretty much all these.
So that's not... It's like that where the things pop in. You get away with that. That's not terrible. It's more like very long, drawn-out animations. But even then, it would be good to have prefers reduced motion and then just switch the animations off them so they just pop in. Or they're a really short animation time. You'll be amazed. In your life, you've got a 50% chance of getting vertigo, statistically speaking. So half of the people here are going to get vertigo at some point in their life. I think it's 50% or 25%. It's a really big percentage anyway. So vertigo, stuff like that can be really disorientating and make you feel ill, as a prime example. So it may help yourself one day. So do include these features.
Yeah. Ayush is pointing out that he never knew all this stuff was there either. So yeah, exactly. And Todd's pointing out that you get migraines and stuff from like parallax and crazy animations. So yeah, that sounds brutal.
Yeah, it can be really, really off-putting. And then you've got the other side that we don't really speak about, which is people with like anxiety disorders or people who are paranoid. So people with paranoia. If things are moving on the page, that can be really like unsettling for them, and they're like, "What's going on?" And like it can provoke very high fear responses and stuff like that. So animations are wonderful. Have a way to pause them, and pause them automatically with media queries if you can, because you can hook into that media query with JavaScript as well. So you can actually run a physical test if it's not just in CSS. You can run a physical test and say, just show a static image instead of the animation, or make it play on request or something for people who have that media query. I'm not saying that we should make the web boring. I'm just saying little things we can add in. And I yet again, this is where people differ with my view, but my view is provide the best experience first. So if the best experience is with animations, most people say don't let anything autoplay. I'm like, no, let it autoplay unless someone has that media query flag put on. That's the standard. Then it should not autoplay that animation. Most people are saying you have to switch it on, but that wrecks a lot of engaging stuff on the internet. You know, if it doesn't play by default, most people will think it's just an image and will never see it. So a lot of people will disagree with me on that, and that from my field, but that's the way I view it. I'm like, go for the full experience first and then find ways to make that the best experience for as many people as possible.
Okay, that makes sense. When we were going into the blurry stuff, it reminded me of Atkinson Hyperlegible. Are there any other like fonts that you would recommend for just greater, like more accessible fonts, etc.?
Oh, you do ask some great questions. Do you know that, Chris?
Thank you.
Look, the font debate is ongoing.
Right.
From the everything I've ever read, there is no such thing as an accessible font.
Mm-hmm.
There have been loads of attempts. There's like open dyslexia. There's like this. There's that. The other. Fonts are as individual as people. Some people will
Okay.
find having serifs really, really useful. Other people will find that sans serif is far more easy to read. Some people will say they want weighted letters towards the bottom, like open dyslexic. Some people hate that and find that it draws their eye off the line. So fonts, as long as it's not hairline thin, because that tends to be a big problem, or like, look, put it like this, even blooming Comic Sans, some people prefer that because they find that easier to read because all the shapes are different. So
Yeah, I use it as my editor font, actually.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I did notice that it really made me smile when I saw that.
I even added my own custom ligatures to it.
Yeah, but you also have explosions and things that would probably make a lot of people very nervous. So,
that's true too. Yeah. The fireworks are a bit much.
Yeah, the fireworks are excessive, but excessive in a good way.
Yeah.
But no, so fonts are as individual as people. The thing with text more than anything is not to use capitalization too often.
Mm-hmm. Like all caps style.
So, yeah, there's general consensus that all caps are harder to read than properly. What's the word? Capitalized. I was trying to find a word for that then. Properly capitalized sentences and words.
Right.
By all means, capitalize the first letter in titles. That's up to you, but fine if you do, fine if you don't. And if you want to use it sparingly, then the trick and the really important thing is make sure that the text in the HTML is lowercase and use CSS to make it uppercase.
Interesting.
Reason for that, yeah. So the reason being is screen readers are pretty smart. And if you have stuff in uppercase, it's going to switch into a mode where it's going, that looks like an abbreviation. I'm going to try and read that as an abbreviation.
Okay.
And so it gets confused because, at the end of the day, we're not perfect at writing software. So it will get confused sometimes, and you'll have something in uppercase letters that it'll think's an abbreviation, and it will try and read it out as an abbreviation, individually lettered. So use lowercase in the HTML because that's what the screen reader cares about. It ignores the CSS. And then use CSS to make it uppercase. That's the way to deal with it.
Makes sense. Colton's asking, was the autoplay stuff the source for getting pause play buttons on GIFs? I'm not aware of every browser doing pause play buttons. I thought that was a service thing, and I thought that was just services trying to cut down bandwidth. So I'm not sure on that one.
But so yet again, whether that's everywhere, I don't think it is.
Yeah, I've seen it on Twitter and stuff, right? Sometimes.
Yeah. Well, Twitter's converted everything to videos now, and this tends to be the direction people are going because they compress way better anyway. So they convert GIFs to video 99% of the time. But
I didn't realize that. Okay.
The reason for auto-playing GIFs, there's that, and there's also another accessibility issue which we've not covered, which is 3 flashes in a second. So if things flash too regularly, anybody with epilepsy, it can be very dangerous for them.
Yep.
We had lots of GIFs that were like, there's one that I use, and I really shouldn't use it, but sometimes you just have to. It's like Toad from Mario going absolutely bananas and flashing lights in the background and everything, and it just psychedelic. It's like hyped up mode. I like that GIF. I've used it a couple of times more often than I should have done because I should know better. But it's stuff like that of why they have the pause button on, because for someone with epilepsy, that's mega dangerous. And obviously, when you're scrolling through a timeline, you have no control over what people have posted. And nobody ever uses the photo sensitivity warning that you can set on Twitter, for example.
Oh, I didn't know you could.
No, nobody knows. So on Twitter, when you're posting, one of the options is to set a flag for photo sensitivity, and it will put a screen over it. Cool. Like a blurred thing. It's the same as the not safe for work stuff, if you've seen any of that stuff. It's exactly the same, but for photo sensitivity. The ironic thing is they just put a blurred screen over the top of it. So you still get all the flashes through it, just not as violent. I think it's stupid. It's like they kind of did it, but they didn't do it right. You can still see something with a strong flash. Still flashes, just blurred now. And a bit deadened. But yes, that's built into Twitter. You have that option.
So Ayush, yeah, we're talking about basically a thing Twitter's doing that's part of their service. But as far as I know, browsers don't do that specifically. Maybe Safari is, but I'm not sure. I don't know.
Yeah, you see, I only use Chrome nowadays, which is a terrible thing to say. I used to be such a big opponent to Firefox, but I have definitely switched over to Chrome everything now. So I'm Vivaldi. Vivaldi's my non-work one. I use
There you go.
Vivaldi all the time, but it's essentially the same engine, so it's the same thing, just a different skin.
Yep.
So I miss if they have extra tools like that.
Okay.
And at the end of the day, like I said, I learned today about the fact that Chrome has a audio translation built into it. Like, that's an amazing thing I didn't know existed. So always useful to learn new things on things like that.
Exactly.
Whether GIF pausing is built in or an accessibility feature that I've missed, I'm not sure. I am now going to go and have another look at GIFs and see if I can find GIFs in the settings.
Cool. Yeah, I would say one thing I always think about fonts is basically like the difference between a capital I and a lowercase l. That's the only thing I really find like I need to like read a font better, and Twitch really messes that up.
Yeah, Twitter's awful. Like ill is my
Yeah.
no hope. I have no idea which of those is which. I cannot
Exactly.
honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah, Twitter's the same. Every time I say ill, I'm like, no, I have no idea. Did I just try write 3 L's or 3 L? No clue. So yes, I agree on that one. But even then, in terms of an accessibility issue, it very rarely is. There's only maybe 6 or 7 words where it actually matters. And
Sure.
the context of the sentence tends to fix anything that's harder to read anyway. So because of the way we read, even people with dyslexia, it doesn't matter too much if it does use a capital I that looks like an L.
Is it Richard the Third or Richard Ill?
Yeah,
that was a fun joke. Sorry, I thought of it. I had to say it.
But if you're a cretin who's using just normal fonts for Roman numerals, then that's your own fault because you're meant to use the big I, the proper Roman numeral. So I blame the person who uses the wrong font for that.
All right, there you go.
But it is a good point. There was a font I saw. And I'm like, okay, I say fonts don't matter, but there is a font that is just absolutely ridiculous. I'm like, within reason, the font doesn't matter. I will find it before the end of the stream. Oh, here we go. I found it already.
All right, which one's this? And I just posted Atkinson Hyperlegible, just in case you hadn't seen that one yet.
Yeah, so yet again, we can make arguments all we want, and there's always loads of science behind it. But to be honest, like I said, it's all been debunked by users. Like, because then they say, I hate the font, I find it hard to read. So it's just different people's preferences.
Sure.
This is a font I would recommend you don't use.
Okay. Circle-based. Oh, God. Oh, no.
I only saw that the other day, and I just went, it's so clever, but at the same time, dear God, no.
Yeah, I hate it. I hate it so much. Wow. All right. It could be good for, like, decorative elements.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if it's, like, it could be part of a logo, so a logo doesn't have to be legible, or, you could have it, like, if you had a weird, like, alien writing to English writing, it could be quite cool to have, like, a tick over thing, but...
There you go.
Don't use it as an actual font. Like, there's no way. But the bits that I love are, like, H and I, the fact that it just rotated it 90 degrees, and it like, just stuff like that. It's, like, it's quite clever font.
That is genius, actually. Yeah, that's well done. And Todd mentioned that he'd quit if he saw it in production. I think that's the only reasonable approach to that situation.
Yeah, if someone says, hey, can you build me a website using this font? I'm like, there's an extra 0 or 2 going on the end of that one. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, I couldn't believe that. I found that the other day. It made me smile.
Yeah, that's cool. Thanks for sharing that. So yeah, what you mentioned that you have a checklist that you go through typically. Is that published anywhere? Is that, like something that you've just kind of cobbled together over the years?
It's cobbled together, but it's based quite closely with the W3C's checklist.
Okay.
But I restructured the way that it is for my purposes, and so it's not something. Now that you mention it, it's perhaps something I should tidy up and share with the world.
Mm-hmm.
But like, so it's that checklist, but I group points together. Like, if I'm doing a tab test on a website, which basically it's what it sounds like. You press the tab key and check that everything's got a focus indicator and everything that you focusable. You can actually press enter or space and it activates.
Mm-hmm.
That's literally the tab test. And can I get to everything with the keyboard? Some of the rules are all very spread out, and they just didn't quite put them in an order that works for me. So I've reordered them, shuffled them around a little bit,
Okay.
and made it how I prefer to do an audit.
Yeah, that makes sense. Seems like they're trying to group it as like priorities rather than like specific like.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've
categories.
looked at it, but I'm looking at it now, and if you used to, yeah, this is basically what I've done, but more on. I tend to do it activity based, so I'll do a tab test, then I'll be inspecting elements, then I'll have elements of note, then I'll be doing color contrast checks. So I tend to do it in chunks of doing stuff like that. Is the way I tend to do an audit, but that's just been my personal preference after adjusting over time, because that's not the general way that someone would do an audit. They will do it sort of by function at a time, sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
For me, it was just much easier for me to just go, I'll look at every button on the page, right? What's a recurring theme? Solve all of the button issues, right? I'll look at all the, because generally, once you find an issue once, you're going to find it 100 times on the site. So picking them up and finding them is the hard part. Once you've found them, you'll see them everywhere. Yeah, that is also another great checklist on the gov.uk website.
Yeah, let's look at it. Is it more like the service manual that we just saw?
No, that's not the one. Let me see if I can find it.
Sure.
Todd, if you can find it before me, that'd be even better.
And yeah, how's it going, Elian? What you up to? So I had one quick question, right? As I was looking at this, how much do like general readability concerns actually overlap with accessibility? Such as like the width of this text, I would actually consider way too wide for like proper readability.
It's ironic, isn't it? Yes, I was thinking the same.
Okay.
The short answer is, and that's you know that's a good question. The short answer is nearly everything you do in accessibility is probably going to make things better for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Prime example we were talking about earlier: open and closed captions. Open captions, most people watch videos on mute, and open captions mean that they can still enjoy that video. However, for someone who's deaf, it can be very, very useful because then they can see what's actually being said as well. So, 100%, it's. I can't think of many things you will do from an accessibility perspective that will not have a benefit for people who don't have a disability but will still get a benefit. And also, obviously, the overlap is temporary disabilities. Like I said, I fell into this quite literally because of a temporary disability. So anything you do is generally going to do there. But good accessibility practices, 99 times out of 100, will overlap with good design, assuming a designer is not limited in imagination, because there's an old joke, adage, trope, whatever you want to call it, that accessible websites are ugly. And that's generally because the people who care about accessibility aren't designers, so they build ugly crap. And then designers don't care about accessibility because no one teaches them about it.
Right.
So then they build beautiful stuff, and then everyone's like, well, pretty things aren't accessible. And it's just not true. It's just, it takes a little bit of rethinking of things. Going to what you said about that text, 100%. 80 characters is the sort of unwritten rule of the longest text should be on a line to be readable.
Mm-hmm.
And also, it's centered.
Yeah.
That's horrible for people who have dyslexia, because one of the big things that happens is dyslexia is jumping lines. And if the line beginnings are all in different places, that makes it 100 times worse for most people with dyslexia. So they will then jump around and find it difficult to actually read that. So the irony is always strong in the accessibility world.
Yep.
you know, we're talking about accessibility now, and we don't have captions on, so that's still ironic, you know.
Yeah. Does Twitch not have automatic CC nowadays? I think it's an extension I have to turn on, actually. So that's me messing
Yeah, you normally have to do it through OBS and everything else, and it's a pain, but it shouldn't be a pain. This is the point. It should be done for you. YouTube's the same. Like, YouTube doesn't just automatically caption stuff. They have the tech. Why not? Why not just do it?
Right.
You know, it won't be perfect, but it's better than nothing. But there you go. That's the one time I'll get on my soapbox. It's like, look, if we have the technology and it's cheap to implement, and you've already built the damn thing for everything else, why not just do the damn thing?
Yep.
You know, that's the argument I always have. Like, if you're 99% of the way there, just do the 1% and then make it work.
Okay. Yeah, I'll make sure to throw this video into Descript.
Yet again, I don't blame the streamer, because the amount of effort you have to do to set up captions is actually very complicated. It's not complicated, but there's lots of hoops to jump through. There's lots of gotchas. You have to set up a service and all sorts of stuff. And it's like, why? You found it. Thanks, Todd. Yeah, why? It's just too much work, too much heading. Yeah, it's not a bad checklist, that one. I used that as reference, actually, when I decided how to regroup things. I thought it was quite a good way of doing it.
Colton's mentioning that you can turn on auto captioning on YouTube streams, but you can't do it on the lowest latency mode, which is interesting.
I've not been able to switch auto captioning on YouTube, so that might even be a feature flag. The owner streamer has to enable them. Right, that would be why.
Yeah.
Most YouTubers won't know it's there. Why have to enable them? If it's a thing that you can switch on, why do they have to enable them? Like, it's the dumbest thing I could think of. Like, just have it enabled and let me switch it off if for some reason I don't want to have the ability to switch captions on. I just don't. Someone somewhere is probably smarter than me and goes, there's a reason for it, but I cannot see it other than stupidity.
Right. So for streams, like, I like to interact with people, so I have it on ultra low latency mode, which means it's probably not, like, you know, not enough buffer time for them to kick in, like, the automatic captioning.
Who cares if the captions are 5 seconds behind?
True. That's a good point.
I'd rather have them. You know, it's
Yeah.
like it's sent as a separate, depending on the setup, but not 99.9% of that, it's sent as a separate stream of data anyway, so it can be 5 seconds behind. If you ever go
That's
on
true.
a Twitter space, the captions there can be 10 to 15 seconds behind. I'd still
really?
rather have them, because they can be very useful for keeping up with the conversation, especially with people with thick accents. You know, I find it very useful.
Yeah, I didn't know that. Cool. I haven't turned on the captioning on Twitter for the spaces, so yeah, I'll have to try that.
I use it because spaces are buggy. So this is where I said accessibility stuff benefits everyone. I've got reasonably good hearing, although if you try and talk to me like when there's music playing, no chance. Like I just have that sort of hearing. I cannot hear people with other noise, but I can hear things that are quiet.
Right.
But in a space, I often struggle because they're from people from all different countries around the world, and I'm British and spoilt. I struggle with different accents, whereas the captions are actually really good at picking up 80%, 90% of what someone's saying that I can't pick up, and they can fill in my gaps and I can join the conversation. And the other thing is, spaces are buggy as hell. Sometimes you can't hear anybody. The captions still work. So when you get into that situation, you can at least use the captions to know, oh, actually, they wanted to talk to me or something. 15 seconds after they said it, but still.
Okay, I'm gonna have to remember that. Yeah, that's useful, because I've been having that bug where, like, after just 10 minutes of being connected with my mic, whole thing crashes. Like, I get no audio.
You're joining on the web.
I'm doing it on web. Yeah.
Yeah, don't do that.
Okay.
That's the short answer. Like, the web is not ready at all.
Okay.
It switches your microphone off randomly. You can't put your hand up. I mean, why? Yet again, talk about dumb decisions people make. Like, if you're on your phone, you can put your hand up. Why have everything else and not the hand raise on the PC? Like, what's the logic behind that?
Okay, so I've never used Spaces from a phone, so I didn't know you. Like, I hear people saying, like, "Oh, I see someone's hand up." I'm just wondering, like, how? Okay, so
yeah, so yeah, generally, so that you can keep order in a room of like 10 people, there is a raise hand emoji that stays up on the screen so that the host can see and the other people are talking. Oh, Chris wants to say something. Quick, jump over to Chris.
Okay.
If you're on the web, for some reason, they've not implemented it. So, yeah, it's a half-assed implementation. Use it from your phone for now.
All
Don't
right.
worry about mic quality. No one's
Or bare minimum like BlueStacks or whatever it is, right? To run it on the
BlueStacks is
desktop.
your other option if you want high quality audio.
Yeah.
The problem is the compression, and this is a guess, to be fair, this isn't knowledge, so I'll caveat it. But I used to use my microphone with BlueStacks, and then I'd run it through VoiceMaker Banana to take my S's away because I've got a bit of a lisp, and I'd put some bass on it, make it sound really studio quality and great. I stopped doing that because it started crackling a lot for people, and I think they compress the sound similar to if you're on a phone call. You know, music sounds crap.
Oh,
They started
right.
complaining I went robotic and all sorts, and I think it was because I put some depth in there that it didn't like it. So honestly, it's better just join from a phone. As long as you're in a quiet room, your audio is going to be better than 80% of people anyway, because people join from the bloody motorway sometimes, you know, like standing in 5 lanes of traffic and there's all sorts going on in the background, you know, or
Okay.
they're about to get on a plane that's in the middle of taking off sometimes. They're that loud in the background. So you'll be fine. Just join from a phone. It's a lot
Okay.
easier. They're very casual.
All right. Yeah, I wonder about like I'd like to like stream while joining some of these things with people's permission. So like, yeah, how would
So
I
Nate
wire
did
that?
So might be worth reaching out to Nate and seeing whether he uses what he uses and how he's got set up, because he manages to get the quality right in the space and on his stream. So yeah,
Okay.
you know what I mean, don't you? Yeah, just checking. I assume people know people on Twitter. You know who Nate is, don't you?
I know Nate. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, ask Nate how he's got it set up, because he manages to do that quite well.
Okay. Cool. Yeah. Good call.
That's the best I can offer.
Todd just posted another link real quick, and yeah, hold on. We had some questions that I want to make sure I cover. Ayush said, so they can understand it better. Is it a good practice and good way to improve the website overall, but how large the user base should be that you need to put in all this effort? And so basically, Ayush, what he's been saying is if you put in the effort ahead of time, it's not as much effort to actually do it right.
Yeah. So sorry, I missed the actual question because I was so confused at why Todd was sharing something from 2008 as recent, so that threw me. So could you just re-ask that one? I can't even see that in the questions anymore.
So it's up there a bit. It's at like 2:36, so it's like 10 minutes ago. But basically they were saying, you know, when is the right time to put in this effort for accessibility? And the fact is, if you're just putting in the effort from the start, it's actually not as much effort to like do it, you know?
Yeah. So look, here's the problem with accessibility. It's broad and shallow. That's the way that I always say it. So it's not like most things where there's a lot of depth and you can really go into detail. Like, you kind of need to know 2 or 3 things about 100 different things. And then at that point, like, accessibility becomes reasonably straightforward. That's where the problem is, though. It's that breadth. So there's 2 elements to it. One is you need to perhaps focus on one thing at a time to improve on and get used to having it as part of your thought process. So that's why we always go for the low-hanging fruit of alt tags, or, oh, I'm going to try and fix our menu today, so I'll learn about Araya expanding, because mobile menus are always broken because nobody tells. Anyway, that's a long story, and we can look at that some other time. So basically, pick one thing to fix and then try and learn the principles behind why you're fixing it. And then over time, you get the knowledge that you need. To answer the other question, exactly what Chris was saying is, once you've got someone in your organization, or your organization has been doing accessibility for a short amount of time and started learning things, having it in every conversation when you're making decisions adds maybe 2 to 3% to the cost of development. And that's it. And you've built something accessible. Whereas if you do it at the end, I've seen remediation cost nearly as much in some instances as just building the thing cost. That gives you an idea. Like, sometimes you have to just throw things out because you've just made too many bad decisions and you have to build the damn thing again.
Right.
That's why people hate accessibility in companies, because they see it from that perspective and they hear the horror stories. In reality, it's just following best practices, you know, and we should all strive to try and do that. I say strive to try because, yet again, we're all busy, we've all got things to do.
Yep.
You do the best you can, but if you're thinking about it, you're already 50% ahead of everybody else, because you'll start going, oh, what's this like to use with a keyboard? It takes you 10 seconds to check. Crap, I didn't make that focusable. You fix that. There you go. That's more accessible than it was yesterday. Well done.
Yep.
And that's it. Slow but steady.
Yeah, makes sense. Let me catch up with a couple more comments. And yeah, Colton was agreeing with you there. Their boyfriend doesn't care as long as the captions aren't like a minute behind or before, right? Like,
Yeah.
you know, there's some threshold of like how long can it be behind, and you know, probably 30 seconds to a minute is too long, but anything within that is probably fine.
Yeah, 5 to 10 seconds will not. Like, obviously, if I was your guest, then yeah, like you want it to be as close to real time as possible so that we can have a bit of repartee, we can have jokes and stuff like that. If there's too much of a delay, then you get awkward silences backwards and forwards.
Right.
So as a guest, it's important that they're very, very, very close to time. But for people listening in the audience, there's already a 10 to 15-second delay. So an extra 5 seconds on the captions ain't going to make much difference. You're still going to be able to type at a point that's still relevant in the conversation. So yeah, for real-time conversation, you need it to be closer, but for typing and like, you know, chatting, it can be lower latency. No one cares. It won't make that much difference.
Cool. Call Gauge mentioned they don't have a ton of experience in Teams, but every time the devs would receive a design, there would be a portion of time of you just pushing back on design ideas due to a lack of accessibility. That sounds like an awesome team. Yeah, that's a good process.
Yeah, are you hiring? That's the sort of place I want to work. Like, as long as the discussion's happening, I don't care how crap the company is at the moment. Is the discussion happening? Are you not paying it lip service? Are you actually fixing something? And are you actually implementing things? And are you not sweeping things under the carpet? If that's the case, your company's way ahead of the rest. I will champion you all day long. You know, that's it. That's the idea. I don't care about perfect. I care about progress. You know, that's all I'm after with people.
Awesome.
Or to be fair, even knowing that accessibility exists. Like if you get to that stage, hey, you're ahead of I'd say half the developers at least. So you know, I think it's going to be a big win soon. Being serious, taking us on a tangent here, but there's all the AI hype and everything, and I've been thinking about it quite carefully and like picking through where the hype is and where it isn't. And to be honest, I think it is going to change the landscape of jobs a lot. But you know where it's not going to change much is going to be accessibility, because the garbage that it spits out is the same as you would imagine it is, because it's been trained on garbage.
Right.
So, and you need a lot of accessibility stuff to train it on accessibility. So it's always going to spit out garbage. So I'd say accessibility is a good bet to learn, because once you learn the stuff, it also moves slowly. I think that's the other reason I like it. Developers get burnt out because it's a new framework every week. Well, you know what? Accessibility moves so damn slowly. There's a new feature every like 5 years, maybe. So once you've learned the stuff, you've learned the stuff, you know, so that's another benefit to it.
That's a really good point.
Yeah, no, honestly, like I said, like you can look at stuff from 10 years ago and odds are it will still be relevant.
Yeah, this was the up-to-date guidelines, 2008.
Yeah, that made me laugh so much. I'm guessing 2008, that would be when HTML5 came out, roughly around then. That would explain why it came out then.
Yeah.
So, yeah, but to give you an idea, I bet you 95% of that document is still valid, even today.
Yep, that makes sense to me.
You try and find me a website from 2008 that is still valid today, and you'll struggle. Like the 2008 websites are pretty horrendous, really.
All right, so hold on. He's saying there's another checklist if I scroll down.
Yeah, keep going.
Seems like it's just kind of like all of that. Oh, hold on. This is it? That looks like terms.
No, that's the definitions. No. I thought it was after the...
Is it after the definitions? Did I completely miss it?
Oh, actually, are you on about the guidelines, Todd? Because I'm actually on... I thought I was on a different document. Where is the checklist? I swear I just saw it myself.
Acknowledgements, so it's before the definitions. So is it the conformance section? Is that what you were talking about?
You see, I'm going mad because I could have sworn I saw an actual checklist that Todd was on about. I could have been looking at another document.
Above conformance. So is this what you mean? Okay, like this whole the
So
1.4, 1.
yeah,
Whatever.
if we're doing
Okay.
that, though, there's the
Oh, this is
2.2
it. Guidelines. There it is. Okay. Cool.
Well, if we're doing that, let's do the 2.2 version. And then we can look at the latest one because it's very similar to what we've got now.
Okay.
But the later version has got a lot nicer things. Okay, 2.2 understanding. Right. Here we go. So this is these are about to go. Yeah, I know it's not published, not final yet, but it's so damn close. Like it's not going to change much. So use 2.2 is my where I stick my flag in the road.
Cool.
It's exactly the same, but like if you click on the understanding, there's a prettier version on the website. So understanding and then how to meet. So here's the more modern site. You know, this one's not the ugliest thing I've ever seen.
Oh yeah, this is good.
So this is what I said about the series I want to write. Like, just look at how right, okay, so you're in one of these here. Show techniques and failures for 1.1.1. If you go down a little bit, there you go. Now look at all of this. You just start scrolling through that list. Like, it's just, you try and find how to, okay, where's alt text and all of that? Like, you know, you have to look through it, you have to faff around. Yeah, you could do that. But
yep.
So
Here we go.
Yeah. So it's just too much. Like, this is the problem that they have that I don't, is I can ignore 80% of those scenarios because you'll very rarely come across them. So I'm hoping to simplify it down. And if you look at the actual guidance itself, like a lot of it is very wordy because they have to cover 12 different angles. And yeah, you know, it's like, this is what you want to see as a developer, examples.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I want to see. So it's make it example heavy. Also,
Yeah.
I hate that. Scroll up. So, sorry, scroll down again. There was an abbreviation example at the end there.
Oh.
The abbreviation element is the worst element in the world. I hate
Really?
it with a passion. Yeah. It's not keyboard accessible.
Oh.
Of all the things for us to build, why would we not make that keyboard accessible?
Would adding a tab index to it do that?
Then you've made an abbreviation an interactive element. What happens
Right.
when I click on it? Because there's a screen reader.
Right.
Oh, this is interactive. So you end up with this horrible, messy thing. It's a terribly designed element. It doesn't fit any of the patterns of anything else. I personally would say try and use a glossary. In fact, it's one of the projects I had in back of my head of if we didn't have anything to do today. I was going to suggest we built something together, which was my idea of taking an abbreviation element and basically attaching an API to something that reads the text on the screen, looks for abbreviations, and then takes you to a glossary of explaining that term. Like, that's a way better way of doing it. It can be a link then, only the first instance of a word. I think it would be a fantastic little service and tool. So that was my backup plan for if we did nothing else. I was like, that'd be something fun to build.
Yeah, that does sound really fun. Nice. Yeah, I like
that. That's I hate it. I hate the abbreviation element because
Okay.
it's poorly designed and the title's hideous as well. Titles are horrible. I don't know who decided that we couldn't update those in the 21st century, but titles are ugly. They're just little tiny crappy text. Hate it.
Yeah, I wonder, like, why is there no way to actually, like, style that just as a browser user even, right? That'd be so useful.
The problem with a lot of it's like, why can't we style selects? You know, it's like this is where a lot of accessibility issues come from. In fact, it's where people don't use a button as a button. Like I'm famous for my rants on this of like, why not just use a damn button if it's in a button? But people use anchor tags for buttons, and that comes from 16 years ago when we were using HTML4 and XHTML. You couldn't style a button very well back then. So you had to use an anchor to make something pretty.
Mm-hmm.
But 15 years later, we still have that problem. So stuff like not being able to style a title and things like that, and not being able to style a select, have resulted in 50,000 workarounds that now become part of what people build. It's where the popover idea came from, is the title element. That's where it all started. And it's all badly implemented because nobody sat there and said, how should we mark this up correctly? And then we play catch up over many years. And lo and behold, we get the popover element and the dialogue elements that are coming into fruition slowly but surely.
Yep.
So yeah, it's should you be able to style it is the other conversation. That's where it's really interesting. Like, I could make it less accessible by styling it badly. How much do we give over to developers? You know, it's the chicken and the egg sort of thing.
Yeah, I personally hate when people mess with the scroll bar. You know, like it's just an affordance that I just let it work.
Yeah. There's a new J. Do you know CSSJ? I don't even know what his proper name is. Just JHEY, but he does loads of CSS, really cool CSS stuff, cutting edge stuff.
Oh, Jay Hay, yeah. He did that like the toggle, like day-night toggle at one point. I think
he's done loads. He did Optimus Prime transformation in CSS. Like that was the one that made me go, okay, yeah, that's showing off. That's true flexing. But he's playing around with a lot of the scroll-based stuff at the moment. And the problem is, I love what he's showcasing, but people will just take that without thought and they are going to use it. And whenever someone hijacks my scroll, like you just said, I was on the site the other day, and as I'm scrolling, I got to this section and it stopped scrolling, and I couldn't work out what was going on. I'm trying to do it, and I've got a bit of a faulty scroll wheel, so I thought my scroll wheel had packed in. So I'm trying the arrow keys. I'm like, what's going on? And it was just a slight delay on. They had an animation that as you scroll, the text filled out with white in the text. But
very similar to like the way Apple does their like product breakdown, like sections on their site.
And yet again, Apple does something so everyone's like, oh my God, it's so beautiful. It's like, but just think about how unusable it actually is. You know, Apple can afford to show off, but you don't have that time to waste. Like, people are going to buy that Apple phone. If it takes them a minute to scroll to the bottom, they don't care. Yep. On your crappy little website, you disrupt me for 2 or 3 seconds and I'm off playing with my phone or I'm off doing something else. I am that easily distracted because I'm not focused on your stuff like I am on an Apple phone or something like that. So Apple can get away with it. You can't. Don't do crap like that. That's the short answer of it. And that's not an accessibility thing. That's just general conversion rate optimization. Like, please, for the love of God. Also, while we're at it, while I'm having a rant, because I'm enjoying ranting on your stream. It's fun.
Oh, that's great. Yeah.
If you've got a portfolio site, because I know we've got a few people watching, you're probably just building their portfolio sites, and you've got the, hi, I'm a developer, delete, designer, delete, this, you know, the typography type, delete that crap today. just no one is going to sit there for 45 seconds to read all the things you are. Just pick the damn best thing that you can be and just put plain damn text there and find another way to add interest. It's my pet peeve. You see it on all new developers think it's a really cool effect. And then when you actually think about it, it's the dumbest idea ever to have text that does that.
Okay. Yeah, I agree with that. I like it. Yeah, it makes sense to me.
Yeah, I could be convinced about a lot of things, though. I could be completely wrong. But honestly, I've never read more than the first word on one of them. I've already scrolled past it.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it's a good point. I don't know. Yeah. So, do you have anything specific you want to dig into right now?
I mean, to be fair, we've already been here for nearly 2 hours.
Have we?
11 p.m. in the UK, so
okay.
We're quite ready to wrap up as such, but don't want to jump into anything big if we can avoid it.
Sure.
What we could do is do some. Oh, is this a site of yours? I've not.
No, this is not mine. This is a demo. Cool. It's like it's a really, really awesome Bootstrap theme, but it does some like weird like animation stuff too.
Wow.
Right?
So first of all, the flickering cursor on the screen. I don't know if that's an artifact of streaming or whether it actually flickered as it went across.
No, that's how it does it. Yep.
So that, although it's only a small area, that would definitely get people who have like paranoia, anxiety problems that would stress them out. So
Okay.
that's really like off-putting. So this is a prime site where the prefers reduced motion would be brilliant, because instead of doing the rendering in animation, which is definitely an animation, look at it, it's not actually rendering at that speed. We could just switch that animation off and just let the page load in. Yes, it's not quite as fancy, but it's accessible though.
Yeah, let me try it.
Now, see if they have
Let's
it.
try it with reduce and see.
Let's see how.
But my guess is no. It's a somewhat older thing, so yeah. Yep, it'd be nice if they made it work.
I have a trick for people as well, by the way, because it gets very complicated. Like, how do I switch my animations on and off and all of that stuff? Most of your animation tends to be CSS based, where it's a problem, because JS is pretty easy. You can have a stop-start switch.
Mm-hmm.
I do all my animations, so any transitions or anything like that, anything that needs a declaration around animations, I do it in a separate style sheet, and every single one of them has .anim.the element, and .anim is my root level, and then I'll stick that on the HTML element as animation.
Yep.
Beauty is you can overwrite that very easily in your CSS with prefers reduced motion. You can just remove the anim item if you do have a animations on off button anywhere. You can just remove that class, all the animations stop instantly. It's a great way of splitting it up, and I'd encourage everybody to do the same with color stuff. Obviously, CSS root vars have made that way easier now, but if you're still not able for whatever reason, or you're not familiar with them, put all the CSS to do with colors in a different style sheet, because then if you ever in the future want to do a different theme, like a high contrast theme, you can just swap that color style sheet out for another one. And that's a great way to be able to have multiple themes on a site, is just swap style sheets out rather than trying to load everything in and override it and everything. Like,
yeah, that's the preferred approach for Shad CN and Tailwind, actually. Just a root level like toggle of dark or not, right? So yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely the easiest way to do it, is to have something at the root. Nowadays, like I said, CSS vars are 100% the way to do everything.
He's commenting on the tab -1, tab index -1 on these A elements.
What is it though? It's a drop down.
It's for this drop down menu.
So look, there's an argument to be made here that isn't necessarily correct, isn't necessarily wrong. So if you have a drop down menu, you may want to take control of how the focus works, because you may want to make it usable with arrow keys, etc. So adding tab index -1 might not be the worst thing in the world if you have correctly implemented that. Odds are people haven't. They tend to make mistakes, but it's actually probably the right way to do it, because then it programmatically receives focus. But if I tab out of that drop down menu, I can then control that. Whereas if everything is focusable, I have no control. You have to be able to tab through it all. It's a tough one. Is that meant to be a right-click context menu or an actual drop-down? Because it could be.
It's meant to mimic like DOS basically. So I don't know. I'm not sure. A lot of their stuff like that doesn't work that well. Button groups, button drop-down menus. So there we go, something like that.
So if you tab,
and that is tabbable.
And can you also use the arrow keys?
No.
So there was no reason to do it. There was no reason to have tab index -1s then in that respect. They should have just hidden and unhidden it. So yes, it was pointless. Okay. But if you had arrow key navigation, then there could be an argument that you might want that to be able to focus it. But yeah, it's very difficult without testing and implementation to say whether it is a bad or a good thing.
Right.
Tab index -1 is useful though. It's also really useful for skip links, which we've not covered because we've not actually seen them yet so far. So if you tab into a lot of web pages where they've thought about it, you might have seen a skip link appear. And that is to jump past repeated navigation on pages. You know, especially on a multi-page application. And in fact, remind me, we'll talk about MPA versus SPA in a second, and the different ways to do navigation. On a typical website, on a multi-page application, you click a link, there's a whole page reload, you're back at the top on the focus order. So you then have to tab past everything to get to the content. And if you've got a particularly complex menu, that can be 20 or 30 tab stops that can be very repetitive and soon drive you absolutely
rather
That
than
makes a
head.
lot of sense. Okay.
So skip link jumps past that, and one of the ways that you can do skip links programmatically is that you can have a tab index -1 and make your header focusable for your heading level 1, for example. The other way is to use an anchor tag without an href and use name equals something, and you can use hashbangs. But if you don't want hashbangs for it, for when you do a skip link, then one way to do it is tab index -1, and then when you click that link, it will intercept the core to that to add the hashbang and actually just focus the heading level 1. The beauty is with -1, you can't then refocus that heading level 1. Like, you can only do it programmatically, so it doesn't break the focus order of the page. So it can be very handy for that. And the reason I said that was more to do with SPA, because it's a bit of an unusual pattern for a skip link. Like, skip links work fine with using it is hashbang, isn't it? What's the actual word for it when you have a
Octothorpe?
What's it called?
Oh, hashbang? Or just like the hash
What's it
symbol
called when
itself?
you've got like hash and then the name of something. It
Oh, the
uses
anchor.
Yeah, the anchor. So what's the name of putting hash at the end of a URL? There is a name for that. It's not hashbang.
So they call it hash.
It is just hash, is it? Right.
Yeah.
I thought I swear. No, maybe I'm.
Hashbang is what you see at the start of like bash files, where it's like the hash and then the.
You're right.
The bang.
I just realised. Yeah, you know when you have one of those moments where you go, "Oh yeah, no,
That's fine.
talking rubbish." Yeah. No, so in a SPA, you probably want to avoid that, and you're going to be handling all your navigation with JavaScript. The accepted pattern with a SPA, and that's where this was more applicable, is I click on a link for navigation. I then use some array alive, which we'll talk about, which is hidden way of saying the page is loading. When the page is finished loading, you should manage focus away from that item that has been clicked to the heading level on the page. So that's when tab index 1's super useful. That's the accepted pattern. And that's where most SPAs fail, because they don't do that.
Okay.
But that is the way that you should handle navigation in a SPA. That has been added into most guidance as the way to do it, even though there's no official central source. So do that and try that with your SPA. Try clicking a link and then see if it focuses on the heading of the page, or whether if you press tab, it just jumps to the next link. Because otherwise, you have to do a lot of extra work, because you have to tell them when the page is loaded. You need to give them a way to jump to that section. Like, why do the extra work? I've clicked a link, I pressed enter, I want to go to that page. I don't want to be in the menu anymore. I want to be in the content of the page. There's no reason not to jump me there, and it's expected behavior.
Cool. Yeah, good points.
It's amazing how many examples we've managed to do without doing an example. I really should have fired CodePen up or something to at least give some visual ideas of what I'm talking about at some point, but maybe next time,
Yeah, exactly. We can always do another one of these. No big deal.
If you have me back. It depends if you're
totally
like,
fine.
oh, no. 5 rants per hour is too much, Graham.
No, this was perfect. This is great.
So before I do run off, because I am going to jump off soon, it's quite.
Yep. Yeah, it's getting late for you.
Is there anything that you want to ask from because you're reasonably knowledgeable on all this stuff anyway, so I know that you've been asking the questions in smart ways, but are there any parts that you personally struggle with accessibility that you're like, that's an area where I've always been unsure, like particular component or problems of remembering which bits, or anything that I can help you with that perhaps will stretch my accessibility chops a little?
I mean, I can't think of anything specific, because I tend to try and leave that up to like a framework I'm using, like a component library, etc. Try and trust them to do it right for me.
Oh God, right. Oh, I didn't realize how much trouble we were in here. You're relying on a framework to do accessibility right. You're doomed.
No, there are certain ones that do it quite well.
No, there are certainly ones that do it quite well. Even then, you're doomed if you just rely on the framework to do the work for you. Because the problem with everything being component based is it's also the way that components interact that dictates a lot of accessibility stuff. So it will certainly take the edge off a lot of issues. But it's when you start combining two components together to build something more complex, all these libraries fall apart almost instantly, because you have to have that glue knowledge of how the two things need to interact. And
do I need to change that element because it doesn't make sense anymore in that context and stuff? So
what I was getting at was more like pretty drop downs and things like that, right? Pretty select menus.
Yeah.
Like I don't like implementing those myself because I know I'm going to mess that up.
No, I wouldn't do it either if I were you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if it ever comes to a multi-select, just Google accessible multi-select and use one of the things that's been built for you, because that is horrendous. And ironically, native multi-select is awful. So it's one of the few things where you're better having a custom component than using native. Most of the time, I would say use HTML, but for multi-selects, it's crap. It's a crap experience. It's just not been well built.
Right.
But yes, so sorry, I misunderstood you. Yes, you can rely on a couple of the frameworks that are out there to do 95% of the stuff correctly. And as long as you know how to use each part correctly, you will get a much better experience than 95% sites.
Okay, cool. Just double checking that.
Interesting challenge there, because now I really wish that we'd done it earlier. I'd have been like, let's audit something you've built with one of these frameworks then. That's what we should have done, and that's perhaps what we may do at some point.
Sure, we can do that on one of the next ones we do. This could be a series.
It would be interesting to see how. It's interesting to see how accessible some of the accessible frameworks are. First of all, because that's always interesting. You know, like headless UI, if you've heard of that from Tailwind, keeps telling everybody it's accessible. And I really wish there was a law that said they can't say that bullshit, because there was that many problems with it. When I looked at it, within 15 minutes, I gave up and I wrote a 3,000-word rant on how crap it was.
Really?
Might have improved since then, but the fact that we're using the word really irks me and annoys me.
Right.
So I always question it. There are certain ones that are doing a very good job, but I always question it because it's a term that anybody can throw around instantly.
Okay.
And until something has demonstrated it's accessible, I don't believe a word it says, because we have accessibles of the world. You know, we have overlays that claim to make websites perfect. No recourse when they're just not doing what they say they do.
Right.
So yeah, I'm a little skeptical whenever someone says I use accessible framework X. I'm like, okay.
Okay. So yeah, auditing one of those would be a fun task. I like that idea.
Yeah, it would be. It would be really good fun. And you know what? If you want to send me
Outside of this, one for me to just have a quick look at, so I can at least give you an idea, and then if it really needs looking at, we'll do it sooner rather than later. And if it's actually doing really well, which I've no doubt it will, to be honest, because I've seen the stuff that you produce and it tends to be pretty good anyway.
Thanks.
Then it's at leisure sort of thing. But yeah, no.
Okay, cool.
Other than that,
so Todd's saying he's never met an accessible framework. Yeah.
So the one from Adobe is pretty good. The React is it just called Accessible React, I think, isn't it? The Adobe one.
Yeah, I don't know that one actually.
Adobe Accessible React Framework. Let's see if we can find it.
React Aria?
Yeah, that will be the one. So it's not perfect by any means. Oh, actually, no, that doesn't look right unless it jumps into dark mode for me automatically. Oh, it does. I've got dark mode as a system preference, so their website shows in dark mode.
Cool.
Yeah, so this, I've audited a couple of things that have been built with this, and I would say this is 80% of the way there, Todd. So, and Todd will be sat there going, holy crap, really? No way. It's actually quite well done. Generally, it's developers who break the accessibility in it, because they've even given you the tools you need to be able to wire things and prop things together properly. So I don't know whether I'd say it gets my vote, but if I had to reach for something for a React application, I would probably consider this as one of my options.
Okay, cool.
I'm waiting for the misuse. Oh, you'll find it, Todd. It certainly is. It's certainly heavy on Aria where it shouldn't need to be, but at least they've done it correctly where they have used it. But yes, it's, you know, spam roll equals button tab index equals naught is a prime example of things that make me cry inside.
Yeah, that's not ideal. Huh.
The problem is,
but they're just showing like the demonstration, which is just a really bad example, I think.
Yeah,
The problem is they show these examples without a big disclaimer above and going, please, for the love of God, don't do this. Because it's like
Right.
sometimes you might need to use an element other than a native button. When? I've never had someone give me an answer to that. When do you need to use something over a button? Like, tell me one reason why you need to use a span.
Can't think of one.
No, I've never had anyone answer that. Who knows anything about CSS at least? Most of the time they'll be like, I need to use a button because I need it to look like a button. You know, it's like, right, okay. Dig a little deeper and you'll realize that you can do whatever the hell you want with CSS to a button element. It will look however you want it to. It has nothing holding you back. It's just like a div if you unset a few things. So I've never got that argument. I'm sure someone somewhere has a brilliant suggestion for why you might not need to use a button for a button, but no one's ever given me one. Someone once said, oh, I have a nested button within another button. I went, yeah, but if you've done that wrong. Like, you shouldn't be nesting the button in. You should visually place it on top of. So the example was like it was a button with a drop-down menu button on it.
Mm-hmm.
And they were like, I needed to nest a button within a button, so I needed to use a span to stop. And I was like, no, what you needed to do was relative on the button and position absolute on the other one and position it over the top of it.
There you
go.
go.
Can't have a button within a button. Oh, here we go. Span and div has zero semantic meaning. Yes. And the disabling buttons, which drives me mad. Who's disabling buttons, though? Sorry, is that... Oh, I didn't see what was on the screen at the moment. You see, I want to end the stream, but at the same time, Todd keeps bringing up so many amazing things, as do you, Chris, and I'm just like, we're getting to the geeky fun stuff now. I agree on disabled buttons. There's a lot of argument over this, especially as within the specifications, there's nothing wrong with disabling a button. Nothing wrong with having it have zero contrast as well, which is even funnier to me. Like, that button there has the worst contrast I've ever seen.
Right.
Nothing wrong with that, because it's a disabled button. Apparently that's fine. I hate that that's part of the spec and what we say is correct.
Okay.
I am a firm believer buttons should never be disabled. They should indicate that you shouldn't be pressing them in some way, and they should give feedback if you press them.
Okay. It's an interesting
point. The
point.
main reason being is, yet again, from two sides. First of all, if a button's disabled, most of the time people are terrible at telling you why it's disabled. So you have to guess, what have I not done to be able to press this button? What do I need? Why can't I press this button? So it's a horrible user experience in general.
Okay.
But if someone does explain very clearly why I can't press that button, it's terrible for someone who's using a screen reader, for example, because a disabled button tends to get dropped out of the accessibility tree entirely. So they don't know that button exists. So they'll go through the form, think there's no button on this damn form, what's going on? And only when you've filled all the fields in, the button magically undisables itself. They're like, there's a button there. It's just a crap experience. I'd rather have a button, I press it, and you go, you're an idiot, you've not filled this form out. Please fill it out.
So I'm doing that here with a publish button, but I have like the error of why it's disabled right before it. Does that help a little? Now, the centered text is not ideal, but...
So, the first thing first is, when I'm navigating through this, so visually, as a visual user, nothing wrong with that. I think that's clear, to be brutally honest, so
Sure.
I don't think there's anything wrong there. But as a screen reader user, without even viewing the source code, I can tell you right now that there's no way of associating that error with the button correctly, because I can't focus the damn button. So it's telling me there are errors with my config. Wonderful, but what have you linked that to? Because if I'm in, like, is remote a form? Like, what are they? What have we got here? So we've got different things that open up that are then forms.
Yep. Yes, so there's probably some issues with this.
Yeah, because I don't know how you've structured that code, but like we've got validation remote local and then an error. It's a weird one. I would actually have to sit and think how I would structure that personally to make that make sense. Because remote and local, I can't edit them at the moment. So are they
They're disabled until you actually have a valid config, because we can't fetch the config unless you have or we can't fetch your flags unless there's a valid config to fetch those flags.
So I would argue that the design visually makes sense. I would say that the process would be to bring all three of them together into a step-by-step form, like a wizard. Like you've got the wizard effect design there, where you've got the 1, 2, 3.
Mm-hmm.
I would actually turn it into a wizard and have that as a status bar. And then if I press publish, it will say, you haven't set up remote and local yet. Please complete the wizard. That would be a stronger pattern in my eyes, both from a user experience perspective. And also then it's a status bar. You know what I mean? So that makes more sense. And it makes more sense if you then dismiss it, because you can leave the config button there. Whereas at the moment, I feel like once I've done validation remote and local, you kind of need to leave that there now because of the way that you did things in case I want to go back a step. Or is it once I've set it up, I then fix it another way? Like I don't get where the buttons come from. Did that make sense then? So like on the previous example you had validation and then a button next to it.
Right. So that validation edit button is the same as this config button.
Right, so you have two buttons that do the same thing.
Right.
Yeah, bad UX. You'd be much better having the config button far more prominent and then have the status underneath it. And then as part of the config, once I've done it, does publish need to be separate? I don't understand the tool, you see, so I'm asking dumb questions here. But
so this is for editing feature flags and publishing a pull request for them.
So do I publish multiple times?
No, you would publish once, right? So you'd approve here, accept all, and then you'd click publish changes. That goes and creates the PR. I don't have a good UX of showing that you've done this part and right,
I presume
when it was published.
So the config, I do that once, but then I publish many times, surely.
Yes, exactly.
Right. So what's the validation remote and local at this point?
So this is, have I pulled in the changes from the remote to local yet? So that would be if, say multiple people are editing feature flags.
I can't see the URL very clear, but is this basically like each one has its own validation remote local?
This is for our entire flag file. So all feature flags are inside of one JSON file. So if someone modified the file that I don't have locally here anymore, then I would need to pull those changes from remote into my local. And then if I have changes to publish from local,
do I get a red notification or something here if someone else changes the file. Like what's the? I don't understand what the status is for because I've not used your tool.
So remote would be someone made a change and I would see an error here, and then local would be disabled. Publish would also be disabled because then I would need to modify the remote changes into my local. All right, so it's basically like a merge process.
Okay, and if so I'm clear though, if remote has changed and I get a red notification there, I get the button appears. Would that do exactly the same as if I pressed on config?
No. So only validation and config have the same thing. So I figured because I was presenting an error right here in validation that I might want to have a button next to it, just for the user to understand why that thing is an error.
It makes sense. At the same time, I think a rethink on the UX there feels... Having two buttons next to each other that do the same thing at any point is a big code smell. So I feel like this is you working through the steps and you're building the tool to cope with the steps. But then when you've got everything nailed down, I think some adjustments on the UX will also fix your accessibility issues with having multiple buttons all doing different things and then trying to associate errors with them and disabling things. That whole component just doesn't feel like it quite works for me for some reason. There's just something not there. Going back to the original thing anyway, because we could spend 3 hours reading.
Yeah. Sorry, didn't mean to keep you even longer. Sorry.
No. Don't apologize. I actually find it really interesting because I'm now scratching my brain going, how would I build that? And this is where accessibility becomes fun because it has to be user friendly. I understand the points of what you're trying to say. We need to show a status. We want to make it simple, straightforward, visual flags. I get why you built it the way you have, and it's a 90% solution, definitely.
Sure.
Where we had the problem, though, was the publish button. And I would argue that having a disabled publish button there, just what's the benefit over I've got a big red marker and hopefully a warning message, because you shouldn't just use color. I'm sure you do have both, saying that remote's not up to date. So if I press publish, should that not go, hang on, remote's not up to date, do you want to update it now? And then take me to the relevant screen?
That could work.
So like,
I wonder about how many steps that adds, like user experience wise, but really it's probably worth it for the accessibility.
Well, no, you can still have the other way of doing it. What I'm saying is, what's the reason of disabling the publish button? You can have a flag on there that says there's a warning, so I can visually see it. The point of disabling a button is to stop you being able to press it, but you can still give the same visual indication that there's something wrong. You can even put resolve errors to publish. You can change the button text, but I want to be able to press that damn button, and then you give me feedback, and then even better, point me to what I need to be doing next, so that I can fix that problem. So this is the argument of the disabled button thing, is
Sure.
discoverability of it, and nearly any interface where you've disabled a button, there are minor exceptions, but most of the time it's a smell. It's a smell that it's not designed beautifully. There's better ways of designing that interface. It's a hack, if anything.
Okay.
But I'm going to go and have a it's going to annoy me that I'm going to be up for it.
Sorry.
No. It's such an interesting combination of three different things into one location, and I'm just wondering how I would approach that one. And I like it. It's a fun challenge. This is how to mark that up and how to present that information is an interesting design challenge.
Cool.
I'm actually intrigued because I've never seen your software in action. I've only ever seen you coding the damn thing. I've never seen you actually showing it. So this is the interface for it. And this is the actual timed on off on the feature flag.
Yeah. So I could have a schedule on or off if I wanted, etc. Like, yeah, totally.
How far off are you on where this is going to be out to the world? Because I've got to say, I was super interested when you were explaining it.
I think it's pretty much ready. I just need to get it hosted. We have like a version 0.x that's hosted already, but it's way worse UI-wise. Like, just terrible. Haven't touched it in 2 years. So we're doing like a major refactor of it, and yeah, I don't know. I think there's a lot more work to do UX-wise, especially with what you're pointing out on the sidebar.
I'll be honest though, this is the other thing where I'm not like a evangelical. I don't think at this stage that's the biggest thing that you probably need to be worrying about, is having a disabled button. Yeah, we just happen to be talking about it. So
Sure.
There are probably other things that will have precedence that would be quicker wins. More than happy to have a look at it for you on or off stream and everything, and help out in any way I can as quick wins to improve the accessibility of it. But it looks clean. I understand where I would click things. It is my feedback, and that is generally a good start. If I can see, I get it. I go into that feature, I click the edit button. Wonderful. I can then go and change things. The edit screen looks reasonably understandable from a quick 30-second glance. I kind of see what things are for. I don't know what my seed and threshold are for, but other than that, all makes sense.
I do have tooltips to get to them, and I'm wondering, are these even accessible tooltips at that point? So that would be a fun thing. Like doing a fun accessibility audit at some point would be cool.
Well, let's do that.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna.
Yeah, it's getting late. Yeah, not today.
On it. Thank you so much for having me. I've enjoyed
Yeah, that's
doing
awesome.
a very random stream.
Yeah.
And obviously, because you know what you're on about with this stuff, you asked some great questions, by the way. So that was fun, because I often say the same things, and you definitely picked my brains on a couple of things to think.
Nice. Do you have any links you want to share with us or anything before you get going?
You know what? I'll just share the link to my blog post all about accessibility, because why not?
Okay. And yeah, anyone out there that's watching, especially anyone that catches the YouTube video later, Graham is looking for a job, right? DevRel preferably, but also accessibility focused would be nice.
Yeah, like I said, I'm now really torn on I want to kind of do both, but I want to be like chief accessibility officer. So if anyone wants to put accessibility first at their company,
and use that as part of marketing, give me a shout. I can help. Yeah, I'll just share that article. I don't know. I would imagine some people who do know me in your chat will have read that one before because I'm always talking it about. But if you've not, it's not an article to sit and read. It's a reference piece because it's 16,500 words of accessibility content for you in one place. So
that is a long article. I'm seeing the size of the scroll bar. Yeah, very, very small. That's good, though.
But yeah, the idea is pick one or two things, just read about them, get to know a little bit more about it. You just need to know what to reach for with accessibility.
Awesome.
But yeah, that's my sort of swan song on accessibility, that piece. I am contemplating putting myself through the hell of writing an article that size again and doing 101 more accessibility tips. But that did take me well over 20 hours to write that last article, so I don't know.
Right.
It's one of those, do I do it? Don't I do it? No, I don't think so.
Could make for some interesting like YouTube Shorts type content even, right? Just one at a time.
The idea was to go, so when I wrote this nearly 2 years ago now, the idea was each of those points was going to become its own article. Okay. And then it just never happened. So yeah, like I said, I've got the Wacko in Plain English series. We'll see how I get on with that one, and then we'll see how much capacity I have for everything else.
Awesome.
But Chris, thank you for having me.
Yeah, thanks for joining.
It's been random, and yet I think it's been valuable.
Absolutely.
I've even learned a couple of things today, which was fantastic. Thank you to whoever it was, because I've forgotten who it was who pointed me out to that accessibility feature in Chrome, but I'm going to go play with all of the new features that I've learned about. So, yeah, thank you for that one.
Yep, thanks for joining. Have a great rest of your day. And, yeah, feel free to book out some time in a few weeks or so, and we can do another one.
Amazing. I will see you on one of your streams soon. And like I said, thanks for having me, Chris.
Cheers. Later.
Cheers. Bye. Bye-bye.
Yeah, that was awesome. That worked out great. All right, I hope I didn't mess up the recording. But yeah, thanks everyone for watching. Thanks Zap for watching over on YouTube. Thanks Matthew, Foxtrot. Hell yeah. I'm going to keep going. I got more stuff I want to work on, and I haven't even had any whiskey yet. So yeah, hold on. Let me catch up on a few of the other comments real quick. So users with cognitive issues or memory loss can be confused easily with disabled elements. That's a great point. Yeah, I think I agree with Graham. There's definitely something I could do here for this sidebar. Is it the biggest win? I still think this whole like status section needs a lot of work anyway, because I don't necessarily like the merging process from remote to local. I don't think it's as intuitive. We just don't have a good example of it right now. One way would be maybe if now all these are going to be, all right, so I got a bug right there. That's fun. It's because I'm on the page of a group that got deleted. So yeah, I just got to fix that. So that's a good fun bug. Always stuff. Yeah, it's still a work in progress. But yes, I still don't like the workflow yet. So got to work on that part for sure. But yeah, it is a fun thing. And that's what we'll be pivoting to working on right now. Probably working on the documentation site for it, which is what you're seeing right here. We got a good day-night toggle. Pretty proud of this right here, too. I need to be resetting the search results, though, when it hides. So, yeah, we got some, like, small improvements to make to the marketing site right now. I think that's going to be our big focus. Let me switch over titles and some of that stuff. And yeah, how's everyone's Monday? What you up to? Let me get music going here in a sec, too. Okay. Paste that. Paste that. Done. Yeah, I'm glad you dropped in. Yeah. Thanks, Todd. Yeah, I'll see you again soon. Yeah, thanks for all the follows, too. I missed a bunch of them. CC Miller, if you're still out there, thank you for that sub as well. That was awesome. Denny, thank you for the follow. Lost Baby, Todd We Got, Head Patter, Ian UK, and Sky Toss. Yeah, thank y'all. So really enjoyed that. Accessibility is definitely something that's becoming more important. Feel like we need to add accessibility to my golf game. Ooh, you're talking about J-Golf 1.0, right? So there's the link. I think that's still running. That's like the only thing I still have running on DigitalOcean, I think, which is kind of fun. So yeah, you're talking about the version 1. Yeah, Todd, I'd be happy to, for sure. Hit me up on either Discord or Twitter, and I will get you a link for the cal.com, calendar. Yeah, that works for me. Could even bring both of y'all on, right? You and Graham if you want. If you guys want to do like a split thing, totally. But yeah, this is an older game. It was pretty fun. This is the very first thing I ever really made as like a JavaScript app. It's a lot of like jQuery and nastiness, but it's kind of fun. I recommend playing it. So we go click start game. And yes, this is where accessibility of it is terrible because is this stuff even tabbable? No, nothing on this page is tabbable because I didn't know any better. Yeah, no worries, Connor. Right, we use hover for rotating, which is just terrible as well. So yeah, it's a fun thing. But yeah, let me end guest star for now. That was awesome. Super chill. Let me get desktop audio going. Ooh, hold up. I gotta make sure I don't destroy the eardrums of everyone watching over on YouTube. There we go. And let me just get some music. Yeah, a great site to go into the museum of what not to do for accessibility. Yeah, all the stuff I'm doing on this page, do none of it. Not a single thing. The person who introduced themselves and always said, like, Mr. Sir at the end of their sentences? I don't think so. I feel like it's been a while. But alright, so we're switching gears. While we're switching gears, I'm going to pour a whiskey. True legend of the stream. Yeah, I don't even remember who it was, actually, now. Alright, so yeah, we're going to do some more of the Kirkland signature. God, I really hope the audio worked for all that. I'm going to be so bummed if I mess that part up. Hold on, I can actually check. Okay, it looks like guest went out to all channels. Perfect. Okay, that's good. And yeah, what's everyone up to? Enjoying your Monday? I know that's a weird statement. Typically the answer is always no. Alright, no one from work was reaching out. Perfect. And yeah, that was fun. Alright, so what is our big next step? You took today off? Friday off too? Short week? Nice. Yeah, we got a holiday here in the U.S. He's one cool cat. You talking about, Graham? Like the guest we had? Yeah, that was awesome. Yeah, I get next Monday off for sure. It's gonna be nice. And oh, hold on. Yeah, let me give some likes on these. Bam. Four-day weekends all summer for holidays? Oh, that's legit. Oh, that's really cool. Hell yeah. It's a holiday in Ireland today, so you're off work on Friday. Also gonna go see the Killers live in Belfast? Oh, that'll be cool. Yeah. Yeah, it'll be real cool. I used to be on the fence about the Killers, but then there's that song in Southland Tales that, NSYNC guy, like, lip syncs. That it was awesome, actually, like really good. Timberlake, there we go. Yeah, Timberlake's character lip syncs to some Killers song in the movie Southland Tales. Yeah, like really good. Yeah, that's a good beverage. Okay. So, let me show this chat. There we go. And yeah, there you go. What's up, Eric? Sorry, I had the chat not showing. That was my bad. Yeah, how you doing? You should be getting those stickers here soon. I just got them sent off on Saturday. So they should be there anytime now. That goes for you, Perpskirp, too. I finally got yours sent off. I'm only like 7 months late. I finally got them shipped off. If they don't get there, you let me know. If they're not there within a week, then there's a problem. Grocery shopping? Nice. You would have forgot about him again? That's fine. I don't want you. I don't want you to forget about him. And yeah, I'll do the same. Right, let me just link out this right here. Anyone that's willing to leave me a lurk over on YouTube would really help me out in hitting the 4,000 watch hours I need to get. So that'll be fun. Lurk. Yeah. All right, so first thing I want to do, this button right here needs to be empty when we first click into it, which means that we're not resetting it as we should, which is hopefully a pretty easy thing. It's just here in this search component. Okay, so Here we're doing set open to true. That's the only place in which we're really going to need it, but we might need it here too. Actually, I think no matter what, we can just do this. We can set it to empty array and just be done. Right? Because persisting the search doesn't make any sense to me. So that should be enough, right? When we click into it, it's empty. Install, installation. Now, we've definitely got some stuff to do there because... right? This is no longer tabbable? Which I find interesting because it's definitely an A tag. Where is it? Should be an A tag. Yeah, there it is. I don't know why that A tag wouldn't be accessible other than the fact that maybe this is capturing the tab index. It's interesting to me how they do like the IDs and stuff too. But they are doing a bunch of labeled by, which is cool. I'm wondering what CMDK label is for. Yeah, so this actually captures the focus in a way that I think is really broken. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to figure that out. That's a bummer. All right. Well, we at least fixed the issue I had with it not resetting its state. I think that part's fine. Some of the styling is just, I'd like to improve that. Really, we're zoomed in a bit, but that shouldn't break the layout so much. Yeah, so now we're getting into aesthetics, and that is something where I really lack. Alright, well, let's look at the blog first. I've got the one article, Foo Hello World. Let's do some of the blog post stuff. I think that's a good thing, because it'll also help me get familiar with how images work in Astro, because I haven't done any of that yet. Ooh, and this is, man, a bunch of links here. Just awesome. Like, so many good links. This right here, I wanted to make sure I brought into this, because I may end up taking a bunch of these links that we were given during that talk and putting it into the description of the YouTube video. So yeah, I want to make sure I keep all that. So we're going to minimize that. And now I have way too many other windows open, but we'll deal with it. And yeah, what's everyone doing? Anything fun? I know a couple people chimed in, but there's more than just a couple people out there. Ways to speed up walking directories. Oh, interesting pre-ops. And, like, what are you walking about then, right? Is it something where indexing could help? Right? Like, is it incremental? Like, you could do, like, a big crawl and then incrementally, like, look for updates or something? Yeah, G-Bone. What are you up to? How about that? Oof. The highlight for those is really not great. But we do get that. That's fine. What's up, Zaid? Ever-changing files. Okay. File processing queues. Okay. So, why does it have to be the directory as the source of truth, and why can't it be some other structure that's already in memory or whatever, right? So how are the files even getting there? OS dev projects? Nice. Oh, I see. I got you, Preox. That makes more sense. Got it. Okay. So you have to monitor it from the outside. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm just trying to understand it more. Yeah, if there was some way that you could do, like, the incremental thing. We just saw an article earlier today. Right? They did something pretty interesting where, like, yeah, they're dealing with a giant monorepo, and it turns out that Git has a file system monitor, like, hook, in which you could actually just listen to changes via Watchman as they happen, which means you're no longer crawling the whole thing. Yeah, I get you, Preox, yep. Yeah, so what you might actually do is you could get the initial numbers and then just watch the file system and then increment-decrement numbers using just, like, the watching. Could be in, you know, I don't know. I have no idea. No clue. But depending on the amount of files, that could be worth it. Yeah, so you do one initial index, and then you're just listening to changes. Could be worth it, yeah. And hey, what's up, Ben? Thank you for the raid, man. Really appreciate you. And what's up, Charlie? Oh, if I could type. There we go. There we go. There's the shout out. So yeah, you're doing a full Astro React Tailwind full stack site. Nice. Yeah, so really like trying to like show off the application development like stuff for it, right? Yeah, no worries, Preox. Yeah, how's it going, Nicola? Yeah, we just had Graham the DevRel on. Graham the Dev, you might also know him as from Twitter. And it was super fun. We were talking about accessibility for like the past 2 hours. It was great. Like, super cool. One thing you might not have seen since last time you raided is here on the blog, we got a sweet little CMDK thing wired up. So, you know, like if I search for install, I get to that link and then bam, hey, I can click to that, you know, that install page. Pretty fun. And we did that using a thing called page find, which I assume you're aware of. But yeah, I really like page find for static sites. Like, really cool. Making that work and, you know, integrate into the Astro process was pretty fun. Yeah, exactly, Nicola. Yeah, page find was really cool for this. I think there is something I'd like to customize about it at some point. Yeah, CMDK is awesome too. I think I'm actually running into like an accessibility issue that's most likely my fault. But, right, when we click into it, I can't actually tab to the clickable link below. So, yeah, I think CMDK actually has like a focus trap issue. Which is kind of a bummer. I don't know how to like navigate around that with the keyboard. So yeah. I think CMDK needs some work for that. But yeah, exactly, Darren, right? Like CMDK is solving that problem in a really nice way. Right, like the tan stack stuff, right? Such as table or whatever, right? Like just really focusing on the stuff that's tough to implement. I really like it. Yeah, it's cool. We live in a great future. All the stuff that we had to do by hand previously, there's actually tools for now. So that's cool. But yeah, real quick, one more thing just to make sure. I'll give you the link as well, Preox. Because, yeah, some of the other stuff they were doing to deal with, like, the large file system might actually be relevant to what you're doing, too. So, yeah, the part we're working on right now... Yeah, no worries. This is our, like, blog template. This is our documentation template. Documentation page is kind of empty right now, but we'll fix it. I don't like the way my sidebar looks, so I'll fix that up here soon. But yeah, everyone coming over from Ben Holmes' stream, what was he up to? Like, you know, what was the big feature he was working on mainly today? I'm pretty sure I saw his tweet saying that he was, like, starting this project, like, you know, build a full stack thing for the week. So today was probably a bunch of, like, scaffolding and stuff like that. But yeah, let me know what else he got up to. All right. So yeah, here we go. I've got a major bug in my blog Astro because it shouldn't be object in there. Like, what did I do? What did I break? Oh, that's it. All right, so we end up doing get entry here. Then this would be const. Oh, and wait. Yeah, this is just on the main blog site. So we'd actually want to fetch all the blog posts. Yeah, let's do that part. We'll do raw blog posts. Oh, and yeah, hold on, let me reply to this. Hold on, yeah, someone reached out. Oh, that sucks. Won't be able to do the Baldur's Gate for a while. Have I messed with HTMX? No, it doesn't really serve any purpose that I need it for. Not yet, at least. Not that I know of. I don't see much use for it on like an Astro site. I don't see much use for it for like dashboard applications, and that ends up being like most of what I do. It does seem cool, right? Like, you know, I like the fact that people are interested in it. To me, it seems like something that is made for people that don't want to do front end, for the most part. Which is fine, I get it. You know. But I think it serves a different niche. Like, you know, I'm a front-end engineer by, like, job title, you know? Yeah, and, I mean, it almost makes sense with, like, the people you see jumping on the HTMX bandwagon tend to be back-end focused devs anyway, right? Prime, Tej, etc. So, I get it. And, like, I've even had this conversation with Tej before. Like, in his stream, just lurking, hanging out, he mentioned that, right, the interactivity on the web is basically just forms. You know? So, like, yeah, just write some standard forms and let them be handled, like, as the browser wants to. And to that, I mentioned that using that mentality for dashboard applications actually ends up being really, really, like, a bad user experience. Anyone who's, sorry, not a bad user experience, a bad dev experience. The bad dev experience is exemplified if you've ever tried to do like a dashboard application with Remix. It sucks. Like, it really sucks. So, there's something to that. And yeah, how you doing, user? And thank you for that sub. How you doing, man? No, Remix is for stuff like Shopify. That's why Shopify bought it, right? So e-commerce sites are basically one form, right? Per page. You got the one to like add the thing to your cart. You got the one to check out. You got your, you know, entering your shipping data, right? So e-commerce is a very, very explicit case where Remix is the absolute right choice. Yeah, exactly, Darren, right? I've done it. I actually have a dashboard application I've written in Remix for me election. right? The one for moderators to be able to like moderate people's images and things like that. Things that get flagged as like, you know, reported as not safe or not cool or whatever. If someone's just being a jerk, they could report your image. Even then, it has to be moderated to actually get launched up to the App Store. That type of moderation, I actually built out an admin dashboard for because, and here's the reason why I thought Remix was a great choice for it. The reason is I want to actually like Mechanical Turk that moderation process. I want to be able to farm out individual forms to people on potentially really bad internet connections. That all they need to do is look at the image and then give a yay or nay on whether it's actually like inappropriate. Bim bam boom. Super easy Mechanical Turk thing. Right? But I'd like them to be able to do it through my app if possible. I haven't actually used Mechanical Turk, I just know of it. So even at this point, I might not even be able to use what I've built for Mechanical Turk. But I could always hire people and then just have like, you know, if they're in a bad internet connection, they can still approve or deny a report. Stuff like that. So that was my main goal. That was why I thought it was a worthwhile endeavor. But it's a very narrow use case. Yeah, it depends, Darren. Like, you have to be very explicit and very, like, focused on making more, like, mobile-friendly style pages rather than everything and the kitchen sink on one page. Would you use React query in Remix? No, not at all. Yeah, in my opinion, the proper Remix site fetches a couple things per page and has one clear interaction per page. Anything other than that, I don't think Remix is a good fit. But you can design your applications in that way, and typically that process is designing in like a mobile-friendly way, because mobile can only have so much on a screen at one time anyway. But yeah, I don't know. Fun stuff. I think a good discussion. And man, we got some good lurks over on YouTube. Thank you. Appreciate you. How's the volume over on YouTube? I got the music at the right level. It's paused right now. Remix is specifically for isomorphic forms or universal forms or progressively enhanced forms or however you want to call it. That is Remix's bread and butter. That is the thing that I think separates it from every other tool out there. Right? Your actions can handle a standard HTML form or Ajax, and it's fine. If you've been in stream long enough, you know that I've actually made something like that ages ago. Sound is good? Thanks, Teeny. Right? Ages ago, I made an isomorphic form. I had to fork Fluxible and some other junk from Yahoo, etc., because this is back in the day when Redux hadn't been the thing. No, Nicola, Remix is only for whole websites. You can't do Remix as islands. That doesn't exist. That's not a thing. Remix wants to be the entire framework. Remix is a meta framework. It's using React under the hood still, you know? But it's a meta framework just like Next. It solves a different problem than Next is trying to solve. It works great for marketing sites if you want to make sure that the forms on that marketing site are usable by anybody. Which is why it's really good for maybe like a landing page in which you want to just get people to sign up for a wait list or whatever. Really not a bad idea. I can think of one Remix site. Boom, this right here is a Remix site. I did that for very specific reasons. All right, so yeah, back to this. Raw blog posts. So, here's something I haven't seen enough of with Astro. What is the right way to actually, like, handle a massive amount of blog posts? I don't think I've seen a good solution for that yet. And what do I mean by that? I mean, if we go look at my personal blog, I've got a bunch of blog posts, and it makes sense to split them out by a year to actually be able to find them. So in here, in this blog folder, I might even consider doing, right, like a 2023, right? And structuring stuff in there. Now, am I going to have that many blog posts on this? Probably not. But eventually it might be a problem. I don't want that to influence how this actually gets indexed, though. So I think I want to start doing that this way from the start. So it's already a content collection. Keep that in mind. What I'm wondering is, does combing that content collection actually take into account the order in which the folders happen? And if so, then we're good. Now, maybe it doesn't matter. It'll just go and recursively grab everything from in this folder. Oh, that's right. Depends on my get static paths. I forget where I'm defining that. That's in config.ts, right? So I'm defining collections here. But that's it. So I'm not even doing get static paths, as far as I know. Hold on. Okay, so we are doing it. Oh, that's right. We're doing it here in slug. Right, right. Okay. I forgot that part. Right, so in this part, we're doing get collection blog. We see slug as just entry.slug, so that's fine. So get collection is probably going to crawl into the nested folders just fine then, right? Yeah, what I'm wondering, though, is, like, is blog entries going to actually go into those nested folders properly? Because it's still calling get collection, you know? So I think that's the step I want to double check. Hold on, let me double check something. We do want to sort this. If I look at it, I don't actually have a publish date in here, which we're kind of going to need. I'm going to create another one too. And then this one's going to be a test. Sure. Let's just say 8:30 and a test. Testing. Sure. All right, so let's just double check and make sure that this actually sorts in the way that we were expecting it to. So raw blog posts dot sort. Oh, messed that up. All right, so this is post A, post B. Now, technically, because I'm controlling this, I don't know if I even need day.js for it. Oop. All right, so we got that. Oh, and this is going to be complaining about the any, right? Maybe not. So yeah, return new date, and I think these are subtractable, right? Ah, yeah. So, nope, doesn't work. But we can do dot. What's up, Robotic Head? How you doing? I forget how to do this part. Oop. Yes, that isn't it. toString is definitely not it. I forget how to do this. Might need to use day.js just for that, huh? Yeah, it's definitely not that. ISO string should actually be sortable, right? I think that's part of the gist. Oh, damn it. Yeah, ISO string is sortable. Oop, hold on. Wanted that. Oop. Alright, so now they're probably saying that Boolean is not assignable to number, right? Because it needs to be, oh, that's right. And I always forget the order of these. All right, there we go. Man, subtracting timestamps would have been quicker, but whatever. All right, so then this part is raw blog posts dot map. I think I end up needing the data, which is fine. Right, so this is where I want to aggregate together the raw blog post and the rendered blog post. And what's up, Heroic? How you doing? All right, so we end up returning an object. This is gonna be entry, or maybe raw? I think raw. You got something fun to work on soon? Yeah, sounds awesome. Yeah, it sucks you're doing horribly. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. All right, so div class. Border 1, border. Let's just do like slate 100? Sure. So blog post dot rendered dot. That's right. And we could do content there. Wait, content's a record? I think I actually want to do it like this, right? Okay, cool. But yeah, we don't want it to be an H whatever. Oh, and it's rendering the whole content. So instead, I think I'm going to want to start doing like custom excerpts. That's probably the move. Life throwing things at you. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Yeah, I hope things get better too. But yeah, hope things get better. All right, got another beverage. Hey, yeah, no worries, Silver Hairs. Yeah, the key is it has to be good, but not so good that it takes up all your attention. Which is, like, Synthwave is really, really, like, good at that task. Yeah, we're still building out the marketing site. I think we're pretty close to getting this launched up, but there's still way more work to do. Always more work to do. Yeah, exactly. I think we're almost at a point where I'd be willing to get work to actually install the app, but that's where I got to build out a whole bunch of this like marketing content for all sorts of stuff, right? So documentation, like I don't even think we have a good enough README for the GitHub like app. Right, so here on the GitHub Marketplace, and they don't have Vexilla? Really? Yeah, I might not have released it yet. What? How do I have it installed then? Oh, it's Vexilla-dev? Is that it? Okay. No? Interesting they don't have like a My Apps thing here too. Oh, it's going to be in organization settings then, isn't it? Yep. Okay, yep. So it is Vexilla-dev. Ugh, I don't feel like doing that part. Okay, so I don't know why I can't see the marketplace page, but that's a part that we're gonna have to work on, for sure. Alrighty. Alrighty. So, yeah, back to what we're doing then. I don't want to do the full-on content part, but it does mean that, yeah, each one of these blog posts is going to need some kind of, like, excerpt or description. Welcome to the new improved Vexilla. The 0.x version. And the new and improved schema is being rolled out. Writing readmes? Yeah, it is kind of fun. Sure, we'll just leave that. All right, so we got hello world there. Test will be description here. All right, so just testing this functionality out. And what I think that means is, yeah, over here in, where is it? config.ts, we're going to want to set up a schema. Let me go look at this. Oh. Oh, z.string still. Nope. All right, so here's my next question. Does that actually throw an error if we forget? And oh man, that looks crashed. Yeah, I'm gonna say that's crashed. We're gonna pop it open. Quick little force quit, no big deal. Little force quit never hurt nobody. Actually, probably hurts lots of stuff, but whatever. All right, there we go. We get to the right folder again. Parts ordered for new computer? Nice. Yeah, hell yeah. Yeah, what'd you get? AMD build? Yeah, sounds fun. What do you mean, Matthew? I never had a PC behind me. You might be talking about, like, the YouTube filming station, but that's not a PC. Openfeature.dev? I have not seen that. Is that a static file-based one? No, I haven't seen this. Yeah, I'd have to look at the spec itself. Interesting. So it's basically, you would need like a separate client if you wanted to split up your flags. I think it's an interesting idea. Yeah, I think that's just outside the scope of what I'm trying to do. And yeah, it doesn't seem like they have any scheduling? Yeah, I don't know. I like the idea, I don't think it solves the problem I'm trying to solve, though. Oh, Matthew, that's what you meant by the PC behind me. I was in the middle of building one. That PC is right here to my left. It's right below me. It's the one that is my stream PC. My old stream PC is now in my kitchen. Yeah, it took me a second. Sorry, Matthew. I didn't realize what you meant. So yeah, my old stream PC is now the one that I will be streaming some cooking content from later tonight. So it looks like CloudBees, DevCycle, FlagD, Flagsmith. A lot of these companies are definitely like implementing their providers, etc. for it, which is kind of cool. Launch Darkly. Seems really cool. I don't know. They also don't support the number of clients that I would want to support. Right? It's checking most of the boxes anyway, but yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna have to heavily consider adopting this at some point, but I'm not a provider in the same sense. And I still don't see how scheduling would be implemented. No, thank you for sharing. I just, yeah, I'd never heard of it. We'll drag it over to the start here. I think it's an eventual thing we'd want to consider, especially if we end up building out a service. So it would be possible to build a provider to pull the static value? What do you mean by that? Yeah, I'm not sure I get it. Right, I understood that part. Right, I understand that, but they're typically assuming that it's a single flag being fetched at a time. So then how do I split it up so that we're only fetching X amount of JSON rather than the entire JSON file every time we do a check? No, so most of these providers are actually like a very small fetch. Right? Most of them are not doing what Vexilla does, meaning that you fetch the entire JSON file and then evaluate against a locally cached version. Right? Most of these are actually doing individual fetches per flag and then caching as appropriate. For the most part, they have to do it that way because that's how they end up doing their billing, right? Like activation units, etc. So they need to be able to like have you make a request to their service so they can count that as a thing against your quota. So yeah, I don't know. I still think we're carving out a niche that is just not the same. Now, if I end up creating a service for this, then yeah, totally. Totally, no problem. But I still think what we're doing already is different enough that I don't know if it lines up with what their plans for what a provider actually are. Now, I'm sure there's got to be some way in which I can make the provider do its fetching. You don't think Flipped and Launch Darkly do single values? Let's go look at their code. All right, so an initialize. We create the client. Goals promise? I don't know what goals are. So client vars right here is common.initialize. Right, subscribing to change events. Okay. So get flag detail. So handle flag changes. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, exactly. Like, this is very, like, enterprise written. Like, dude. So configuration is that. Yeah, I don't know. As far as I understood it, Most of these services, when you do like a check for the flag, it actually fetches the flag individually. Is it Morbin time? Always, there you go. So Launch Darkly doesn't work that way. Okay, cool, makes sense. Yeah, I don't know, Mini Scruff. I'd have to see some evidence of that. Or we could implement Launch Darkly ourselves. That might be a good thing just to fiddle with at some point. Yeah, so Small Knight, that's not feature flagging. That's the exact opposite of feature flagging. Those are just build, like, variables. That's a very different thing. Right? The key to feature flags is that they have to be runtime. Environment variables are inherently not runtime. Oh no, I got you, Small Knight. Yeah, for sure. At work, for things that are like that, we call them dark launched features. Yeah, I mean, it's about the same thing, Mini Scruff, technically. The effort of changing one versus the other is still basically like the same amount of time, you know? Still have to wait for your entire build. So that's where it gets a little hairy. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. I think it's different enough that it's probably not going to work out for me to obey the open feature stuff. Not yet, at least. Yeah, sounds about right, Small Knight. Maybe Mini Scruff, but then how do I tell it that it needs to update? Because that's not a manual fetch. It's just the client doing the fetching under the hood, from what I saw. So how do I wire up my own long polling, or not long polling, but just polling of fetching that data? As far as I know, that's not part of their configuration. And it's not an event that I'm sending from some server. It's simply, right? If I'm going to implement the open feature interface, then I need to be using their client, in which I just provide a provider, right? So then how do I let it fetch certain files separately from each other? Do I have to create a whole new client for different files at that point? The fix would be to add a bunch of methods on top of the client that aren't part of the specification. And then at one point, like, do I even need to use that? Yeah, but I think that's an important part, because we need to, like, really decide which JSON file are we fetching every 30 seconds versus which JSON file are we fetching every 5 minutes? And I think those are very separate things about like how often you care about updating that thing. 5 minutes is probably fine for most of it, but for certain things you might want 30 seconds. How do we actually like fine tune the fetching of those? Yeah, I get it. I don't know. I don't think I'm able to solve the problems that I'm setting out to solve. So, yeah, it requires Vexilla to fit that interface, right? And I think I'm solving problems that Open Feature doesn't even realize are problems. And also, like, how does scheduling work? I didn't see anything about scheduling. And that's an important thing to me. That's one of the main reasons I switched over to the new schema that we have. So yeah, I don't know. Something to think about. I'm not saying it's definitely not something I'll do, but I think right now I don't see how they overlap. In the future, maybe, but yeah, I don't know. I'd have to really like think about that. And yeah, again, thank you for bringing it to my attention. I just think it's something that is a nice to have later. Because, yeah, I need scheduling. Right? I believe scheduling is one of those features that separates us from every other provider. Because only a couple of them even have scheduling as a feature. And most of them actually leave scheduling to be, like, enterprise only. Or, like, you know, some special tier. I don't know. Still, I'm thinking out loud. Not saying anything's right or wrong. I'm just simply pointing out like where my thought process is going. That said, real quick, I gotta go pee. So give me just a second. I'm gonna go use the restroom, and I will be right back. All right, and I'm back. Oi. And man, golfing yesterday was good. And what up, Nate? Yeah, we had Graham the Devrel on earlier today. You missed it. He spoke very highly of you and your like setup for spaces, because you stream them. Split cam. Yeah, super chill dude. It was fun. Yeah, it was like a good just 2 hours of talking about accessibility. And yeah, I'm really proud of it. I think we did a really good job of keeping things going without too much like dead air, which was cool. Not really. Yeah, sometimes badges get dropped. Like, when you're saying, like, my comment about split cam, yeah, it didn't show it. Oh, it showed it on this stream, but it didn't show it on this one. So, yeah, I don't know, man. Shit's broke. Too much to monitor Twitch chat and the space. Want to focus on the conversation more. I know, right? I'm just following the trend of other streamers not trusting me to be mod, so, like, why would I trust myself to be mod? Now, there's a few that let me be mod for their stream. I know, right? Yeah, instant deny. Thank you for your time. Yeah, exactly. People think because I'm strict on my channel, I'll be strict on their channel. It's actually the exact opposite. Yeah, exactly, Ethan. That's literally what Nate would say. Yeah, it's fine. I get it. Meanwhile, you're missing the fact that I golfed with the creator of Zod, okay? I'm just that cool. I golfed with the old maintainer of Protractor. No big deal. I'm just that cool. Yeah, Colin and Craig are super chill. Yeah, it was a fun golf session. Really enjoyed it. Of course, I had my whiskey out there. So, yeah, your assessment is dead on balls accurate. It's a technical term. First time I've been able to bust out the flask in a while. That was fun. All right, so let's get back to some of this blog stuff we're doing. And yeah, just throwing it out there, you know, typical begging by some stoner. Be a whole lot cooler if you were lurking over on the red platform. We're at 650 watch hours. But yeah, what'd you get at the grocery store there, Ethan? You mentioned you were doing that. Yes, we're going to keep open feature around. I still think it's valuable. Hypothetical provider implementations might wrap a vendor SDK embed a REST client, or read flags from a local file. So that's actually kind of the point there, right? Like, local file and what we're doing are actually pretty close, but fetching from that file, or fetching that file itself, would actually be outside the client's, like, purview, which could work. What I'm thinking is that would be part of, like, Vexilla 2.0, right? We're going for a 1.x. 2.x, I think, would focus on trying to be open feature compliant. Yep. Yeah, it's just right up there. If you launch the software and look in the upper section, there's a button for stream settings, and then you would just add channel. Yeah, I think I'd want to actually change the docs enough to where you'd be selecting your version of the docs. So remember, Nate, I'm actually doing it slightly differently, and it allows me, like, more control over the audio that makes it to YouTube as well because of that. So I'm doing OBS as the main thing, and then the camera that I got is actually just the OBS virtual cam that Split is, like, listening to as its own camera, and then Split is doing the upload to YouTube. But, right, because OBS doesn't do any audio over that virtual camera, as far as I know, you still have to, like, add audio yourself. So it's like a cleaner, easier way of, like, fine-tuning which audio makes it over to which thing, rather than having to rely upon OBS's, like, audio channels. Again, I don't know if it's the right way, but it's working for me right now. So I don't know, man. I'm probably gonna leave it. And remember, there is also, like, the multi-RTMP thing from OBS. Maybe you could just do that from within it. But I like having two separately, individually, like, launchable things. I can start and stop my YouTube independent of my OBS. And that right there is a huge feature for me. I really like that idea. Especially because, you know, for the first 2 hours of stream, I'm usually doing, like, the news crawl. And I get to listen to, like, other music. So, yeah, I don't know. It's worth it to me for the way I have it set up. It might not be worth it for you, depending on how you want to do stuff. Hell yeah. I'd still be down to do a like a Baldur's Gate 3 at some point too. I just want to make sure I'm not, like, ahead of my main crew. And ideally, we'd all do, like, voice acting for our characters. You got like a role play you want to do or anything? Ah, makes sense, Nate. I think the big thing is, once, where is it? Once the 4-3-2-1 is official, I'm expecting a really good shout-out. because I came up with that. It only made it over the finish line because other people saw value in it, but still. Still really proud of that, okay? Okay? Yeah. I don't know if it's been, like, actually announced yet, but as far as I know from people close to the project, as far as I know, it's part of the 3.0. Sounds awesome, doesn't it? Single greatest contribution I will ever make to open source, and I'm okay with it. Yeah, damn right. Damn right. Yeah, no, super cool that, like, you know, just some random idea like that, they're, like, totally receptive to. It's kind of cool. But yeah, whiskey. So yeah, let's keep doing this. Here's my actual question about the process. If I fail to have one of these things in my docs, oh wait, hold on. Did I list 4 things or 5 things? It is 4 things. Okay. So number 1, content collection schema should not contain a slug. Oh. Okay. So it looks like they are going to throw, like, schema errors for us. Boom, there it is. So what's the right way to do this part? There's got to be a pattern for this. Yeah, no worries, Nate. Yeah, for sure. Again, we should totally do like a BG3 thing at some point, especially if y'all want to do like voices. It could be a thing. Are you saying C as in Chris? I mean, there's plenty of stuff better than me, but, you know, I appreciate the, appreciate the vote of confidence. Thanks, Pie Mail. Technically, if you were going to say, like, my name and then C, I would say instead, usually it's little c. Oh, yeah, like, no rush, Nate. Like, you might be able to wait till it goes on sale. Fuck it. Yeah. Yeah, no rush. We'll figure out a night for it. Thursdays might be good. Not this Thursday, because I'm going to Seattle Open Broadcaster Association, right, for, like, a PAX event, which should be kind of fun. No, that's fine, Sympathy. Yeah, I live like in Redmond, like near Seattle, for sure. I thought you were like California or some shit. Are you in the Seattle area, Sympathy? Oh, you just moved? And you're in the area? Sick. Okay. Yeah, so Soba is happening on Thursday. You're in Seattle right now? Nice. I was in Seattle last night. I went golfing. Yeah, you're going to PAX? I'm not going to be going to PAX, but I'll go to the after party on Thursday. Right? For like the Soba thing. So I'll see you there, right? Yeah, it'll be cool. That's awesome. Fuck yeah. I don't know how much you like JS stuff, but Seattle JS tends to meet up. Like, I don't think they're doing a September, but they'll most likely do like an October, you know? It's just like a super chill, like $5 meetup. Yeah, it's super fun. And they usually meet at like the Collective in like South Lake Union. It changes as they look for venues, etc. But yeah, it's a pretty fun one. That's awesome though. I didn't know you moved to the area. Is that for like game dev stuff? Like, are you working at Epic? Because they're right in Bellevue. That's amazing. That blows my mind every single time I think about it. I had not thought about it or even looked at it and then, like, realized that Epic's right there in Bellevue. That's insane to me. But yeah, awesome. So cool. I do want to say this. I've been saying it to most of my game dev friends. If you ever need some voice acting for one of your games, I'm down to try. I'm not going to be offended if I don't, like, nail it, but I can do some voices. People who have watched me play some of these RPGs know that I can do some voices. Job change and move? Okay. Apartment filled with boxes? Yeah, that happens. I've been living here over a year and I still haven't unboxed everything. It's like that scene from Hot Fuzz, where it's like, like he sees all the boxes, like, oh, when did you move in? Oh, like 6 years ago. Oh my god. Yeah, for sure. Seattle is a bit of a game dev hub. Yeah, you're not wrong. I'm sure there's, like, bigger hubs. But yeah, it's still pretty cool. Oh, yeah, one sec. Twitch, Seattle, meetup. So I haven't been to one of these meetups in ages, but they're having one that's in association with PAX, which is this one right here. I think. Yeah, 31st, 2023. Here we go. No, PyMail Astro is a static site generator, first and foremost, but they are adding features for, like, larger applications instead of just static sites. They've got a whole bunch of stuff they do that I am unfamiliar with because I only use it for static site generation. But keep in mind, Astro is trying to be more than that now. Yeah, no worries, Nate. I'll see you again soon. Yeah, for sure. So yeah, at the Hard Rock before PAX West, theoretically, it's like the night before it or whatever. IRL streaming not permitted at the event. It does look like facial covering is required, which is interesting. So I'll have to remember one of those. I still have a Twitch face mask, right, from TwitchCon. I might bring that. But yeah, it looks like Hard Rock is right across from Pike Place. So yeah, it's like right there downtown. Yeah, I don't know who's actually going to be there. But night before PAX seems like the best one of these like SOBA events to go to. But yeah, I didn't actually make it to PAX this year. I'm assuming tickets are sold out. My favorite part about going to PAX, like, this is easily, like, I didn't want to think about that, but like 7 years ago, I really didn't want to date that. That sucks. Okay, whatever. Time is an illusion. I got to meet one of the main creators of Mutant League Football. And then he was actually hawking his, like, indie game, Mutant Football League, or whatever, right? Because, you know, copyrights and bullshit. But it was super cool. Like, he was in the indie section. Like, that's the best part of the entire con. Getting into, like, the indie section and talking to other, like, indie game devs. Like, technically I say other indie game devs, but I'm someone who considers themselves an already burnt out indie game dev that never actually made or released a game. Yeah, the indie dev section is the best part. It's really, really cool. Tabletop is also a really, really big thing too. Good call, good call. I just walked by that section, but it was awesome. But like the big convention parts, those are fine. Like it's nice to see some games like right as they're coming out. Like, oh my god. Like I saw the Overwatch booth before Overwatch was Overwatch, which was really cool, but I didn't care enough to actually, like, play the game. You know? Like, so, yeah. I walked by a bunch of booths, and, like, the people there are like, hey, you want to play the game? I was like, I'm good. Like, yeah, like, totally, like, I'll pass. But yeah, what up, Tilky? How you doing? All right, so my mods killed it. Thank you, mods. What up, Benjism? How you doing? Y'all missed it. Earlier today, we had a really, really fun conversation with Graham the DevRel about accessibility, and it was awesome. I learned so much. I asked some really good questions, which I'm really proud of because I'm still really, like, not great at accessibility. I know, like, yeah, use buttons for buttons, use links for links, and, you know, never the twain shall meet, but that's about all I really know for accessibility other than using the right element for the thing semantically. Oh, that's fine, Mencism. I'll get it like published up here real soon. Yeah, it was good. It was a really fun, productive talk, and I think, I think Graham the DevRel and some other accessibility people would be stoked to do another stream in the future, so it might even be like a bit of a series. Like, hey, let's go just tear down some app I made and have some stuff that I can fix, right? As like a checklist of like stuff we got to do later. That sounds fun. He even, like, I kept him way too late having him evaluate this section over here that I'm still really not happy with. right? As far as the config goes and blah, 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 right? You know, I disabled that publish button, but really, is there a better way to make that button do something for just a person like using it? Like, yeah, totally. So a lot of really good feedback, and I'm still not fully satisfied with what we're doing here on the left. So yeah, it really helped out. So that was awesome. But yeah, real quick, sympathy, if you're still out there, I'd say check out some of the other like meetups on meetup.com for anything that you're interested in. There you go, cool. Just thank you for like chiming in that you're still there. Yeah, like seriously, check out some of the meetups in Seattle. I think Seattle has one of the best meetup scenes around. So yeah, right? Game dev, I bet there's a community that might be like really fun and worth checking out. Seattle Indies group and Seattle Magicians group. That's right. Yeah, because you do magic. That's right. Yeah, hell yeah. Exactly, yep. Yeah, have you disclosed the company that you're working at now, or is it something that you can disclose? If not, no worries. But yeah, just curious. There's some, like, somewhat large companies. Hopefully it's not Big Fish. You don't have to answer that. That's fine. You don't have to disclose. I was just wondering. Hopefully it's not Big Fish. If it is Big Fish, don't worry. I'm just memeing. But don't answer that if you don't want to disclose. But yeah, cool. If at some point you do, yeah, I'd love to know. Nah, whew. They're indie? Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, yeah. You're under NDA until it comes out? Perfect. Yeah, yeah. No, that's super cool, though. That's way better. That's fucking awesome. The moment you can publicize it, I really want to know. Right? Potato Battery team needs to stick together, right? Duh. I guess it was like apples instead. It wasn't a potato. Did we have a potato and an apple? I actually don't remember now. It was Potato Battery team. Damn right. Okay. Just double checking. We had both. That was it. Yeah, yeah. And I think basically the apple had a better charge because it was more acidic. It feels so long ago, I know, right? Yeah, that was gnarly. Right? Why does time seem like it takes simultaneously too long and not long enough? It's fucking weird. That's right. So yeah, I do think I end up needing... I think I end up needing Day.js. We'll do z.string. Yeah. Here's another question. You going to TwitchCon? If so, I think we're getting a group together. I can make sure I invite you to like the crew. I totally forgot, so sorry. But yeah, if you're going to TwitchCon, I'll invite you to the crew. All right, cool. Yeah, let me go do that for you real quick. Cool. Yeah. Awesome. Not far from the strip. Perfect. Yeah. So I'm gonna be doing something on the strip for sure, and then just taking like the monorail to the convention center, cause it's like $50 for 5 days of the monorail. Like, yeah, I'll totally be doing that. So yeah, it might be worth that too, if you're not aware of the monorail. Saves on the Uber stuff for sure. From an urbanism perspective, it's weird, but you do want to ride it. So what do you mean by that, mini scruff? I think monorails and light rails and all that sorts of stuff are actually like a really, really good idea. They're building one here in Seattle that'll go from basically like Redmond all the way into Seattle, like just light rail style. Like that'll be super cool. Parking will be expensive, and yeah. Oh, so not the monorail itself, just the route. It does seem like the route is specifically catered towards the convention center. I think the big reason was most of like the big hotels on the strip wanted to make sure that they were still considered like a relevant hotel for convention center stayers, which just makes a huge amount of sense. Otherwise, it would really like, it would promote the North Strip stuff like way more. Oh, nice. Hell yeah. Really? So yeah, I don't do the public transport in Seattle nearly as much because I've always lived over on like the east side of the lake, which means I'm looking at a good half hour to get into the city. On a bus, it's like an hour and a half. Portland's not bad. You don't need a car, but it depends on where in Portland you're gonna be because the Met or whatever, like the Tri-Met or whatever that thing is, it doesn't actually get everywhere you need it to. Center of downtown, you're probably fine then. Yeah, their bus system is pretty good. But yeah, I'd just say be careful, like, yeah, I think it's the Met. I forget the name of it, but basically, the Max. It's the Max. That's it. Yeah, the Max is not ideal. Is it Tri-Met? Tri-Met and Max, are they the same thing, or are they separate routes? They might be separate things. I forget. Tri-Met's like the overall transit system. Okay, and then the Max is like that one, like, you know, the light rail or whatever. Okay. Yeah, so the Max is really good, but it only goes like certain places. I will say, if you haven't seen downtown Portland for a while, it's a little jarring. Like, it's a little jarring. Because I hadn't been to Portland in, like, 8 years. Okay, so you're used to the zombie apocalypse. Gotcha. Okay. Here's the best part, though. Like, walking home from some bar at 2 a.m., no one's gonna fuck with you, right? They just want to live their life. No one's gonna actually mess with you walking home from the bar or whatever. Yeah, I've heard it's actually way worse in SF. As far as, like, the safety predicament. Yeah, 10 p.m. walk, totally fine. Like, people will be doing their typical, like, zombie looking at their feet, barely standing up thing, right? That's heroin. Sure, whatever. But they're not gonna fuck with you. And technically, anyone on one of those, like, binges, they're not doing shit anyway. Like, so yeah, you don't gotta worry about them. People in the middle of a fucking high, they're not your problem. At all. Yeah, so, I mean, I walked home from the strip clubs at like 2:30, 3 a.m. in Portland just a couple months ago. I never actually, like, worried about anything. Right? In the back of my mind, I'm like, well, I can sprint faster than most of these fuckers anyway. Like, we're good. I didn't even need to, like, worry about that. It was fine. And this was, like, from the strip clubs to really not, like, a good area where the hotel was anyway. Right? So, like, yeah, it's not that bad. Yeah, touche, right? She might not be in some shoes in which she can run properly. That does happen sometimes. She can barely run in running shoes. There you go, even worse. Nice. Alright, so yeah, this is Z-string, but is there any way to do this better to where, like, it needs to be a string that can parse into a date? There you go. Yeah, get it. I mean, wasn't that exercise anyway, setting up your PC? Come on. But no, I get it. Yeah, get a run. I'm gonna guess the answer is a no. Do you golf? If you do golf, I'll happily invite you out to some golf at some point. But my guess is you don't golf. Which is fine. Like, no judgment. Your husband golfs. Okay. Just to throw it out there. Yeah, you've never gone with him. Okay. I was gonna say, like, there's a Interbay in Seattle. I just went there yesterday. It's like a par 3 course. On a slower day, it'd be totally fine to just, like, go and, like, you know, kick it around. Yeah, for sure. I was gonna say, like, it'd be tough as a group of, like, 5. But we could make it happen. Yeah, that would be tougher. Yeah, I don't know. We'd figure it out. You both ski and snowboard, though. Oh. Okay, so if you go to Stevens Pass this winter, you got the Epic Pass already? Okay, all right. So at that point, let me know. I haven't bought my Epic Pass yet. I'll pay the extra 100 or 2. I don't mind, whatever. I need to do that soon. But yeah, like powder day. If you're going up on some random powder day, try and like hit me up the night before, and I will absolutely be ready to go like any day of the week. Company I work for, like I haven't taken any days off, you know? So yeah, if there's a POW day that you're gonna go up at, let me know. I'll meet you up there. Like, we'll go shred. I'll show you some shit at Stevens Pass. Typically, you don't even need to go hiking or whatever. Like, if you get up there, like, for a POW day early enough, there's right under the chair on Hogsback that is one of the best runs for, like, just some quick shred. And then I can show you some of, like, the super easy and chill hikes. If you're looking for it, depending on the day. But yeah, basically, Stevens Pass is my home mountain. I've been riding there for... Fuck, this is going to age me too much. Like 25 years. I spent the entire, like, you know, from like 2002 to 2012 as an employee there. So yeah, like, I know some shit. Yeah, exactly. Like, how old am I again? Huh. Yeah, exactly. I had to do that math. Wait, Mini Scruff, are you in the Seattle area too? We gonna go ride Stevens Pass this year too? Oh, that's right, that's right. Yeah, okay. We've discussed this and I just forgot. That's my bad. Ooh. Hold on, let me reply to this. All right, there we go. Cool. You can't stand the cold. Your feet get numb before the first lift. Your feet getting numb before the first lift actually sounds like a circulation issue. Like, I would actually blame your boots more than anything. Now, is that skis or snowboard? Snowboarding. Okay. Yeah, I'd say you could probably go just slightly less tight with your boots and then just crank your bindings down more. That's the way I typically do it. I'm not saying it's right. I definitely go through ladders on my bindings very quickly just due to like cranking them down. You get super cold feet anyway. I gotcha. Might be worth like getting into the habit of like wiggling your toes in your boots. Like any chance you can. I've definitely gotten the same problem, but for me it was always like circulation issues. Especially nowadays. Like if my feet go numb in my boot nowadays, it's a circulation issue, it's not a cold issue. So Mount Hood is some good riding. It's like 45 minutes to an hour, depending. I would not recommend weekends. If you can do a weekday at Mount Hood, it's totally fine. Like, Meadows is a good resort to ride. Timberline's a bit flat. Ski Bowl doesn't really get enough snow nowadays, but it can be good. Yeah, I used to spend my summers down at Mount Hood. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, once you're in Portland, it's like an hour. It's really not that far. Yeah, the buses all run on days that suck, though. Like, that's the worst part. If a bus is running, it's going to be crowded as fuck, and it's going to suck. Yeah, like, you don't want to ride a weekend at Meadows. Like, from every person I know that lives in the area, it fucking sucks. So, just throwing that out there. During the summer, it's a different thing, but still not great. Yeah, like a proper carpool for like good days would totally be worth it. But yeah, like weekends are just no good. Hey, what's up, Acorn? How you doing? I'm gonna say this right now. Acorn, do you know Sympathy? Sympathy just moved to the Seattle area, which is awesome. Oh, okay, never mind. She's another streamer. She does game dev a lot. And thank you for the shoutouts. Yeah, welcome, Raiders. But yeah, Sympathy does a lot of game dev stuff and just moved to the area. Figured I'd throw that out there. Yeah, no worries, Acorn. Yep. I haven't seen Sympathy stream for a while, so that could be part of it, you know. But very chill. Like, do you know Freckled Science? Me and Sympathy went to Freckled Science's, like Twitch con workshop, I guess it was. I guess that's the term for it. And it was super fun. We made, like, a battery out of potatoes and apples. So yeah, anyway, just part of the crew, right? Sympathy's been streaming for a long time. Happy to introduce y'all. Wait, Matisse, were you actually in the room and I didn't even see you in there? I'm sorry, man. Yeah, that one was good. That was super fun. Like, Freckled Science killed it. Yeah, that was great. So, Acorn, I'll throw this out there. Like, you know, I don't know who all's going. No one's actually, like, guaranteed they'll be there. Right? But I will point out there is a thing here in Seattle that's worth checking out. Seattle. Oh, if I can spell. Twitch. Oh, if I could do that. There we go. So yeah, day before PAX, there's a SOBA event. Right? No big deal if you don't want to go. It's this Thursday. They do require masks, etc. We'll see how, like, strict they are about that. I doubt they'll actually be, like, pushing it that hard. Oh, yeah. Jason, like, that cross-country move is gonna suck. But yeah, just throwing it out there, Acorn. Like, this could be a fun event. I'll be there. It's this Thursday. Could be fun. I actually need to do this part. I think I need to RSVP. I keep forgetting that I think you need to RSVP. Yeah, exactly. And even if you're not going, like, if you don't know if you're going to go or not, probably still worth RSVPing, just in case. Totally free. It's going to be at the Hard Rock, like right across from Pike Place, kind of near the convention center. Yeah, it should be fun. And hold on, special guests. Why am I not there? Looks like the CEO's actually going to be there, which is kind of cool. Hell yeah. Damn, like, dude, some heavy hitters from the Twitch community. Like, Twitch, like, the company, actually, right? Dude, Chief Monetization Officer? Yeah, this will be cool. So yeah, I'm definitely going to that. Yeah, I have no idea if they're actually going to be presenting anything. I think it's mainly just a hangout, right? Just chilling, drinking, hanging out. Matisse, go for it, man. Yeah, for sure. Matisse can be at TwitchCon? Are you going to be at TwitchCon? Ah, wedding is the same weekend. I get it. I get it. No stress, no worries. I just like trying to rally people. Yeah, enjoy the run, Sympathy. Fuck yeah. Don't run downhill too fast. That's how you get shin splints. I don't know where you live in the area, but just remember, like, running downhill too fast is like a clear way of getting shin splints. So I'd say avoid that one. Other than that, yeah, enjoy the job. Oh no, am I running low on water? In the end, you gotta go back uphill too. Yeah, that's actually the hardest part. That's the biggest part. Alright, so real quick, before I do much else, number one, let me shout out the fact that, yes, I got a stream on the Red platform that I'd really appreciate. People leaving a lurk. Build up my watch hours. I'm at 650 watch hours on YouTube, which is insane, like super cool, because I haven't released an actual video for months. I'm working on it, okay? Slowly. But 650 YouTube watch hours. Before I actually started streaming over there, it was 120 from like proper video releases. So I'd have to go like viral to get that shit. And hey, Devin, Mr. Sir. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Devin. Yeah, I appreciate you. Yeah, I got some videos there. I'm trying to like make them better. All right, trying to make more, but I'm slacking. I'd like to at least, yeah, I wonder who that could be, Matisse. I actually didn't realize that was your first name. And the whiskey. Currently, the whiskey I'm pouring is the Costco Bottled in Bond from Barton Distillers. I've actually heard that Barton Distillers make a bunch of, like, the plastic bottle vodka type stuff. So this whiskey is not really as good as I was hoping, but it's not terrible. I've had worse. It is bottled in bond, which means like it's solid. Yeah. So, yep. Yeah, it's a bottled in bond Kirkland Barton Distillers whiskey. But Kirkland meaning I bought it at Costco. So they made a deal with some distiller to get it for a certain rate. Blah, blah, blah. My favorite bottled in bond whiskey is Henry McKenna, which I was actually drinking on Friday because I finally found a bar that had some, which was awesome. But okay, I need more water. I need to use the restroom. I'll be right back. And yeah, we're going to hack more on this blog content, making sure that we can actually, like, you know, sort these things properly. Now, I'm wondering if this whole, like, publish date thing is going to do what we expect. Right? The date time thing on top of a string. We'll find out. We'll see if it's any good. But BRB, see you in a sec. And oh shit, Acorn, what were you up to on stream? I'm sorry, I was spacing. I forgot to ask. Acorn, what were you doing? And I'm back. Me? Me smoking weed? I don't know what you're talking about, man. Who, me? Couldn't be. Then who? Yeah, exactly. Vibrant knows the reference I was making there. Damn right. G Spooner, thank you for that follow. I just saw it. Yeah, how you doing? Heinzen, thank you as well. DPQ, oh my god, DPQ, you're still out there, right? I am so sorry. I did not mean to leave you hanging. Are you still out there, DPQ? I am so sorry. It's like he's smoking weed or something. I don't get it. I mean me. But yeah, what up, Tobbs? Oh my god! What's up, Prime? Yeah, how you doing? Right? Perfect timing on top of perfect timing, actually. Because just earlier today, I saw the Primogen's tweet about accessibility not being easy. And I just so happened to have a guest today, and we talked about accessibility for the entire 2 hours. And it was awesome. And again, like, we were basically agreeing on the fact that, yes, it's not easy. It's not easy. Yeah, you guessed it. Wow, good guess. Wow, really good guess. It was a fun conversation, though. Like, yeah, really good. Yeah, really good stuff. So, yeah, hold up. Did we do the shout-outs? I think we did the shout-outs. Thank you for that sub, though. 52 months. I think mine is at, like, 50. So, you got me. You got me. I'm catching up, but not really, because it's always going to be 2 months. But the percentage is smaller. Yeah, right? The percentage keeps getting smaller and smaller. But yeah, how was your stream? I saw you doing data structure stuff. Is that part of some content you're trying to make for front-end masters? Or is that just a separate thing? I know you've done something like that for front-end masters. And I remembered you saying something about something else. Content? Okay, cool, yeah. Oh, yeah, you were gonna say, you were saying that you wanted to make some content about like LSP style stuff, right? Like ASTs and all that, right? Because that sounds like an awesome eventual, like, front-end masters content, too. Yeah, nice. Yeah, I'm kind of going down the same route. I have a talk that I'm going to be giving at React Summit about ASTs. It's like a, you know, a remote talk, which is fine. 7 minutes of just me talking about ASTs. I just gave one at Seattle JS, like the meetup, and yeah, I've proposed a couple other like AST-based talks. Like, I think they're actually really cool and underutilized, but somehow they power everything we use every day, right? Like Prettier and ESLint and all that stuff. Like, it's really cool. How can I have 0.4 tabs open? Magic. Just skill. No big deal. Yeah, I'm a collector. So yeah, real quick, let me shout out the follows. Amd Karam, Zion Bear, Hippo Bear, Sati, Connie Enjoyer, John Zinks, Darknet, Fabio, Thank you all for the follows. Hell yeah. Yeah, JWall. So it's not even about rolling your own syntax. It's about making your making your own custom tools that utilize someone else's syntax, you know? Which is even cooler. Right? I've written some tools using ASTs. One, to determine if environment variables are defined. I wrote an ESLint plugin for it. I wrote a compile time script that you can run to fail a build. Totally did that. One I did for work was identifying magic strings in the app. Places where they're using if thing.type equals and some magic string, well, is that magic string actually an enum or typed properly? Could we extract it to a string enum? Bam, bam, boom, easy. So yeah, I created tools for various things to just improve our source code at work. So yeah, super fun. Yeah, I think ASTs for fun and profit is a great talk. Yeah, so I just proposed a talk for Render ATL about ASTs and all that. So yeah, should be fun. Real quick, Subdwella and Rocklin, thank you for the follows. And Hype Train, heyo! Anonymous gifter, thank you so much. How do you get used to a huge code base? So that one's tough, Connie. That one's actually really tough. Depends on the size of the code base. I think realistically, you're going to get real familiar with using the meta key and just clicking a definition of a thing and going to that definition. Your biggest goal right now is to build up your mental map of the code base, and doing that is simply going to be clicking from thing to thing. Yeah, as they're relevant. Exactly, Basilius, for sure. Yeah, if it's not directly relevant, it's not going to matter. But you don't need to read every source file from top to bottom and understand the whole thing. Instead, yeah, just click out to the threads that matter using definitions as you need them. Things like that. Oh, I mean, so Alderon, you can get very similar things in Vim. Seriously, none of this stuff is actually editor specific. All it takes is someone building an extension. So it's super easy. Right? I'd be really surprised if there's not something similar enough in Vim. I'd be really surprised. And by Vim I mean NeoVim. If not, well, maybe someone needs to make that extension. Nah, right? That's a very fuzzy way of defining that, Alderon. It's fine, but eh. Yeah, exactly. There's go to definition, refactor, all that stuff. No big deal, right? So at the end of the day, use whatever editor you want, but just recognize that the patterns for discovering a code base actually stay the same. And yeah, you're never going to get the entire code base in your head, so instead concentrate on the things that link to what you actually need to do. Star GD to go to definition in NeoVim. All right, yeah. Sure, works for me. Yeah, I think Tree Sitter's amazing too. Nah, it's fine. It was a raid message. I don't care about a raid message. That's fine. Don't worry about that. And yeah, Undercover knows. Yeah, that's how you get the song. Yeah. Let me make sure. Did I miss anything comment-wise? Lemon on a pear. Yeah, welcome. And yeah, Prime. I am so looking forward to TwitchCon. I'm really happy that Cotter has taken it on as a task to bring us together. I think it really takes someone who cares about that to make it happen. And I'm definitely the wrong person for that job. So yeah, I'm really glad Cotter's putting in the effort. Super cool. Yeah, I think we all know why, Jason. It's fine. It's not a big deal. Yeah. He said hi while he was here a little bit. If he left, that's fine. I get it. That's typically why people end stream anyway, because they got shit to do. I'm okay with it. Totally fine. So yeah, for everyone joining, right, I just clicked around. I actually lost my entire context here. Less than a month before you go to Vegas? Wait, so Jason, does that mean you're actually going to be at TwitchCon? Or you're at least going to be in the area? Like, at the time of TwitchCon? You don't have to go into the con. You can totally hang out, at, like, in the parties and hanging out with us. Jason, TwitchCon's October. So what you're saying is we actually will be hanging out at TwitchCon after the event, right? What are we working on? I'm currently building out a marketing site using Astro. There you go, Connie. Yeah, no worries. So yeah, my marketing site is basically this. We're working on the blog portion of things right now. I was verifying how to do our schema for like the content collection stuff. But yeah, the main gist is we're building out a documentation site for a static file-based feature flag tool that I'm building, right? That's basically built, the client's work, the schema's solidified, but I need documentation for people, right? So we're working on that, and I've written this, right? Bam, we can get links to relevant sections of the app. Link to them, bam, 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 no big deal. Like, pretty cool. I built out the dark light toggle, right? I think right now, we all probably kind of need a bit of a tan, so there you go. There's some light in your life. Lytistor, I think I didn't call that one out. Thank you for the follow. You don't tan your lobster? I mean, lobsters definitely turn red once they get cooked. Yeah, exactly. That's like a tan. It does detect system preference until you click the button. Oh, exactly, Connie. One thing, though, you can actually use light mode with your lights off as long as you have good bias lighting behind your monitor. Because a lot of it is based upon, like, the contrast between the screen you're looking at and the lighting outside of your screen. So lighting the wall behind is worth it, and that's basically called bias lighting. I don't think the blue light blocking glasses have actually been proven to do much, but adding bias lighting behind your monitor is incredibly useful, right? Because it's about the contrast rather than just the screen itself. I'm gonna say that's bad for your eyes, Hippo Bear. Like, it's really bad for your eyes. Again, you do whatever you want, right? I thought this was America. So you do whatever you want. I'm okay with that. But I'm just letting you know, if you don't want to do harm to your eyes, you should probably have some kind of bias lighting. I mean, high on life currently because I haven't smoked any weed today. That's for in a couple hours, so we're good. Yeah, I live in Washington State. It's legal. Like, you know, I'll smoke when I feel like it. I just don't feel like smoking right now. Ooh, and yeah, here's another Astro component that we made recently in which we can switch the language that we want to show in our snippets right here, and it actually affects the entire, like, other snippets too because of the way we're listening to changes there. One thing I was not aware of is that you can't actually listen to changes to local storage within the same tab. It's only for wiring up separate tabs. So yeah, being able to switch between this and listen to it, I had to implement my own custom event, which is fine. It's not a big deal, but it's kind of gross. Why couldn't I just listen to changes to local storage in the same tab? What would be so wrong about that? Whatever. No, so, Collinor, it's not just working in the dark, it's about a bright screen and dark surroundings, because it's about the contrast between your peripheral and the thing you're looking at. That contrast actually has major stuff. It's not an old wives' tale about, like, why bias lighting is important. So I'll say that right now, Collinor. You probably need some bias lighting. Other than that, you're fine, but you need some kind of bias lighting. Hold on, sorry, 1 second, EHS. That link you provided was probably not terrible. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, it's actually very simple. I mean, so Collinor, having a medical degree is an appeal to authority. Are you an optometrist? If you're a podiatrist, your medical degree is meaningless towards eye strain, right? Are you actually an optometrist? Because having a medical degree is meaningless otherwise. Like, completely irrelevant. It's an appeal to authority. Yeah, so there you go. I'm sorry, Collinor, but yes, I'm very much against appeal to authority. I've been in the industry 20 years. Like, anyone who uses that as a preface to any argument they're making doesn't want you to actually think for yourself. They don't want to actually explain their point better. They just want you to listen to what they're saying because they've been doing it for so long. That is immediately someone you should ignore. Immediately. Appeal to authority is one of the firmest, like, instincts I have about whether someone is worth listening to. It's literally a logical fallacy because they're using it as a reason to not explain their point better. No, I get it, Collinor. I'm just saying. I'm just letting you know that having a medical degree doesn't actually mean anything unless it's a specific degree towards the thing we're actually talking about. Right? You could be an attorney in bird law. It doesn't mean you know anything about tree law. And some people got that reference. Yeah, no worries. Again, like, thank you for saying it. I appreciate that, but yes. Right, C-17? Like, that's the worst appeal to authority. You're not even making yourself appeal to your authority. You're appealing to someone else's authority. Like, it's even worse. Exactly, like, that's even worse. You're not even appealing to your own authority. Like, come on. But yeah, real quick. Airwolf Mach 2. Ooh, Airwolf. Good reference there. I'll allow it. Al Royal. Onam Dravren? I definitely said that wrong. I'm sorry. And I'm going to say Buddhist, but spelled differently. Makes sense, Connie. Yeah. Okay, I get it. So that's like a Portuguese phrase that doesn't necessarily transfer. Yeah, there's an album we used to listen to that was that they had like a cover of the Airwolf theme, and when I'd play it, I could immediately tell when someone was like over the age of 35 because they recognized it from the show. Yeah, like totally. For sure. But Meta Me! Thank you for the follow. You resemble that remark. So yeah, real quick. Am I drinking Kool-Aid? No, I'm drinking whiskey. Whiskey and lemonade. It's a fantastic beverage. And yeah, exactly. Calling all Jan Michael Vincents. We need another Jan Michael Vincent to the Southwest Quadrant. Thanks, Kalanor. I mean, I would simply say you probably shouldn't be waking up with whiskey. That does not infer like superhuman programming skills. That actually is kind of a problem, I would say. Again, don't let me judge you, because I drink too much whiskey anyway. But again, I'm just saying, you probably don't want to wake up with whiskey unless you're on vacation. Then it's totally fine. At TwitchCon, I'll be waking up with whiskey, for sure. Yeah, Collinor. Like, no, I appreciate it. Thank you for the follow. I'm basically an argumentative person, so I'd like to think I got skills in that way. But, you know, it's fine. Oh, there you go, Nafine. Yeah, you're talking about, hold on, not the 0.7, like, you're talking about, like, the Balmer Peak, right? You're talking about the Balmer Peak. I'm gonna just... No one should encourage drinking while driving. I'm sorry, no worries, Connie. Like, I don't want to promote that. Alright? I don't want to promote that, so. No worries, you're not banned or anything, I just wanted to delete the message. Good arguments are a great way to actually, like, suss out truth. Especially, like, Cullinor, if you embrace, like, the idea of, like, proper debate. Right? Proper debate is arguing your side as if you believe it emphatically. It doesn't mean you do, but it means that you're gonna actually give your best argument towards a thing that you're not even convinced of, simply to get the best argument out of someone else too. And that is what proper debate is for. And I think there's a lot of people that never actually, like, learned how to, like, properly debate something. Doesn't mean that because I'm arguing a certain point that I actually believe it. It just means I researched it enough to have some points to make to actually, like, get the best argument out of the person with the counter argument. And at the end of the day, we should all actually understand the entire thing better rather than trying to win, you know? Yeah, like, proper debate's important. Argue as if you believe what you're talking about. Yeah, exactly. And yeah, thank you. Thank you, EHS. It's not always the case. I have bad takes too. I've been called out for them. It's fine. For sure. So yeah, I'm pouring another whiskey. We're gonna do our thing. Again, thanks Prime for that raid. That was huge, man. Super cool. Yes, right? No matter what, in a proper debate, even if you don't believe what you're arguing, you should be able to argue it in a way as if you believe it, and you will get better counter arguments that help you understand the entire thing better, right? And that's the value of it. Ooh, so Cullinor, I just want to say, like, nah, come on. Don't use any of that as a crutch. Whether you are or aren't, I don't care, right? Don't use it as an excuse, though, right? You're saying what you're saying, and I get it. Cool. But yeah, don't use any of that as a crutch. It's never an excuse. It's simply who you are, and just let that be the reason why it is, right? Not because of some fucking thing that you might try and identify as, like, you know. No. So, Cullinor, I'm just saying, like, using it as a crutch is simply, like, using it as an excuse for why something happened. Like, no. Like, we're human beings. We can put the effort in, right? Exactly, Cullinor. Like, that's my entire point. Like, not getting, like, social cues is a thing you can actually teach yourself. It's whether you actually care about teaching yourself that. I know, 1 second. I'll repeat it. 1 second. It's just $5 a month. Isn't it $5.99 now, actually? Isn't it technically $6 a month? All right, so welcome back. All I was saying is, I wasn't saying that you're actually, like, treating it as a crutch, but it shouldn't be an excuse, right? It shouldn't be. I'd really love to just be like, well, I'm a bit of an asshole, so now you can't treat anything I say as if I'm being an asshole. No. I'm sorry, like, yeah, right? If I'm being an asshole, I'm being an asshole. It's that easy. Right? Regardless of my mental state or any, like, patterns I espouse or whatever, right? Like, none of that shit matters. Just, like, you can learn this. We're human beings. We have that power. Retweet? Yeah, damn right. I'd love to be able to use the excuse that I'm just an asshole. So don't treat me like an asshole for all these statements. No, actually, I'm just kind of an asshole sometimes. So whatever, I gotta work on that. We have that power as human beings to shape our brain in the way that we want. You should definitely view other people as intelligent as well, though. I'm gonna say that right now. Like, that's on you. Like, come on. Yeah. You should treat other people as intelligent as well. You'll have better interactions in life because of it. Right? Yeah, for sure. But even then, right? Until someone actually makes it really obvious that they're not smart, treat everyone as smart, and you're good. But yeah, again, like, welcome everybody. We're hanging out, we're chilling. The Balmer Peak's amazing, right? Programming skill, actually, like, measured based upon blood alcohol concentration. Keep in mind that superhuman programming ability is actually beyond the level of being able to drive legally, right? 0.08 is where you can drive legally here in Washington. Anything below that is fine, but your ability goes down based on that. But somehow, when you get to this point, there is a spike, right? Called the Balmer Peak. It was discovered by Microsoft in the late 80s. The cause is unknown, but somehow a blood alcohol content between 0.129 and 0.138 confers superhuman programming ability. However, it's a delicate effect requiring careful calibration. You can't just give a team of coders a year's supply of whiskey and tell them to get cracking. Has that ever happened? You remember Windows ME? I knew it. Right? So then as we mouse over, Apple uses automated schnapps IVs. Right? Boom. Just, right? You can't drink more than would infer that level of blood alcohol content, right? It's measured against your weight and blah, 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 and like liver function. And yeah, boom. Apple has it figured out. What up, Papu? How you doing? Welcome. Pindax, thank you for the follow. See, here's the best part. Y'all think that these tabs are meaningless. Meanwhile, I could just shout out. Let's look at some of the best ones we got here. Ooh, oh God. Hold on, this one's solid, right? It's a good short read, right? My favorite bit is just this opening part. And this is actually hugely relevant to software dev in general. Right? So back in the day, famed Broadway director Gower Champion was directing a musical. With time pressure mounting, he entered the theater during a rehearsal and was alarmed to see the cast just standing around on stage. The choreographer was just sitting there in the second row of the audience, his head in his hands. The director asked, "What's going on?" "I just don't know what to do next," the choreographer lamented. The director blinked and said, "Well, do something so we can change it." Right? It's a very powerful, pithy statement, right? Pithy meaning just short and to the point. What it means is, you don't, like, if you're at a moment of decision paralysis and you don't know what to do, then just pick one. And once you pick one, you'll recognize how it's deficient. And then maybe try the other, and you can finally move on. But sitting there in decision paralysis is a forever thing, because if two things are completely equal, you'll never be able to pick between one in some objective way. You have to make a decision at some point. If two things are created equal, just pick one, do it, and then shit, maybe fix it. It's a very powerful thing. Just do something. And we get that all the time. Like, oh my God, should I learn Python or should I learn Ruby on Rails? Right? Which, like, boot camp should I pick? Like, at the end of the day, just pick one. Learn it, figure it out, and then learn the other two. Fuck it. And, right, this is actually shouting out something someone asked Ashley earlier today. One easy way of doing that and trying to figure out what you're trying to do is to take a coin. If you have two actually like equal things that you have no other way of deciding between, flip a coin. And as that coin is spinning in the air, the thing you're hoping for is the thing you should pick. Don't give a shit about the result of a coin flipping. That's the most insane thing you could do. But by flipping the coin and knowing what you're actually hoping for the result to be, that's actually what you should probably do anyway. Right? Like, if you're hoping for two things that were equal from your offset, well, shit, you actually had an inkling towards one versus the other that you weren't willing to embrace. The moment you flip that coin, there's most likely one of the things that you're actually, like, leaning towards, and it will become evident because that's the one you're hoping for. So just do that. Move on. Learn how it was the wrong decision, and then try something else. No, so superstay, right? You're missing the point. The outcome of the coin toss is actually meaningless. That's the entire point I'm making, superstay. You missed the entire point of what I was getting at. You're flipping the coin to simply see what you actually want to do, because sometimes we can't see that until we've put ourselves at a precipice. So that's actually the point I'm making. You have to flip the coin and not care about the result. The outcome is actually irrelevant. The thing you were hoping for before it lands is actually the most important part. Not flipping the coin. If you have no thing you were hoping for, then you could just toss the coin and use the coin result. But most situations we're dealing with don't actually have a pure 50-50. We just can't see past our biases. And the moment we flip that coin, it cuts right through the biases and lets us know what we want to do. There you go, EHS. Like, again, if you're flipping the coin in your head, you're like, I don't actually want either. I got food I could cook at home. Fuck it. Boom. You've actually cut through the entire decision process very quickly in a way that solves the problem, you know? So yeah, 1 second. Connie, let me read your comment real quick. Just be sure. So there you go, Super Say. I see what you mean. Okay, I misunderstood what you meant. You were looking for the outcome. And to me, the outcome was however the coin landed. But instead, your outcome could totally just be the thing you were hoping for. And I misunderstood, like, the fact that, like, outcome could be either one. So yeah, good call, Superstay. So real quick, Connie Enjoyer. A situation where a hungry donkey between two identical bales of hay, the donkey is equally attracted to both, has no reason to prefer one or the other. If the process is entirely rational, it's unable to choose, right? So yeah, that is decision paralysis right there. So yeah, Connie, like, that's actually like a thought process that I don't think actually bears itself in reality. Right? And let me just point out that there's another incredibly, like, poignant, like, theory about life that's totally fucking wrong, but actually helps you understand things really well. Right? So hold on. I'll get to that in a second. Collinor. No. So Connie, I think you're actually, like, close, but I think there's a difference there. Right? The donkey will die if it doesn't eat, so it has to make a decision. Sure. Right? It's a parable at that point, but a real donkey would just pick one and eat because it's hungry. Right? If it's a 50-50, it doesn't matter, and the donkey will just eat. Right? So that's where, like, the parable doesn't have any, like, resemblance to actual real life. In the same way, there's the parable of the boiling frog, in which you put a frog into tepid water and increase the fucking temperature over time to where the frog doesn't recognize the temperature of the water and just sits there and lets itself be boiled to death. It's a parable and just a fable because in reality, the frog jumps out when it gets too hot. Like, literally, that is actually what reality dictates will happen. It's been measured, it's been proven, it's been, like, disproven as far as, like, the parable goes, right? The frog will jump out when it's too hot. Because it's just too hot, you know? But as a parable, as a thing to, like, make as a reference to real life, the parable of the boiling frog and introducing slow change over time is really useful for understanding society in general. Whether the frog part is real or not, the parable itself is very real. And that's a good point there, EHS, right? Intelligence, right, from a large knowledge base etc., is knowing that when crossing a one-way street, you shouldn't have to look both ways. Wisdom, someone who's actually lived a real life and understands that shit happens, would recognize that looking both ways matters, and you'll do it anyway. I think I've definitely driven the wrong way down a one-way road because I didn't realize it was a one-way road at first. You know? That shit happens. If you're comfortable, you stay where you are. If you're uncomfortable, you move. And back to the fucking donkey that needs to eat some hay. The moment it becomes uncomfortable from hunger, it's gonna start moving. You know? It's that easy. It's just gonna move towards one of them. Fuck it. It's hungry. I really like these conversations, everyone. Like, you don't know something until you can actually explain it to someone. All of these things that we're talking about have been up in my head for ages. I haven't been forced to articulate them for a long time, possibly ever. But it makes me understand them better by having to talk about it. So, thank you. This is awesome. Sure. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I think y'all have like a good conversation going there, and I don't have like a dog in the race. Like, I think you're both right. I think you're both right. Hold on, let me look at it. That's a very large image. Like, I'm on gigabit, and it's taking forever to fucking download. Like, holy shit. And that's on AWS, that's on S3. Like, holy shit, dude. That image isn't even that big. But okay, like, yeah, I get that. Like, honestly, I appreciate that, Connie. Like, the discussions make us all better. Like, I love this. This is so fun. I'm gonna keep drinking the whiskey. Yeah, so fun. Cheers! I'm gonna pour another one after this, too. Yeah, and I would assume, Cullinor, based upon your reference there, the Primogen's like a 12 out of 10. Maybe like a 69 out of 10. Sure, I get it. No big deal. But I'm glad to at least be, you know, relatively good enough. So yeah, thank you. Know what I'm gonna do next? Pour another whiskey. No, I get you. I appreciate it. 420 out of 69. There you go. There you go. Way better. No, Prime has an awesome stream. I lurk his stream in the mornings all the time. There are times I can't even chat because I got like meetings and shit going, and I still enjoy just hanging out and seeing what he's doing. And yeah, for sure. Prime has an awesome stream. Yeah, he manages to get a lot done during, like, relatively short streams, for sure. Granted, I'm in, like, chat mode right now. I'd like to think I get a lot done, too. A fresh liver is expensive? Yeah, it's fine. Technically, it's the currently, like, only ethical, like, it gets too dark. Sorry. There's a Kurt Vonnegut quote about this. I'll throw that out there. There's a Kurt Vonnegut quote completely about this. It's a bit depressive. But again, like, Kurt Vonnegut's the man, so, you know, whatever. The quote I was going to use is a bit morbid. Is what it is. If you know Kurt Vonnegut, you actually know the quote I was going to quote. If you don't know Kurt Vonnegut, then too bad, you got to get reading. Oh, yeah. So I will say this. I went to urgent care, like, basically 2 years ago now, and they said my liver was totally fine. So, you know, like, 2 years later, I'm sure it's totally fine. Totally ignoring the fact that I have definitely increased my amount of, like, whiskey intake. But whatever, it's fine. It's totally fine. No big deal. Alright, so for everyone out there, let me at least shout out what I'm making. I am making a static file-based feature flagging tool. Yeah, for sure. Colinor, I stream basically every day. So I'll see you tomorrow. Right? I'm not even kidding. I miss like 1 day a week. That's about it. I'll be missing most of TwitchCon, sure. But yeah, I miss 1 day a week. I stream every other day. Like every day of the week other than Sunday usually. Because I gotta like catch up and do some work on Sunday. Normally. Oh, there you go, Connie. Was that you that did the konnichiwa as well? I feel like that's a Japanese phrase you just did, and I know someone did a Japanese phrase when they were coming in a bit ago, and I totally spaced and forgot who did it. So, was that you? It's good night in Japanese? All right, cool. All right, so for everyone out there, yes, the thing we're working on, it's static file-based feature flagging, meaning, oh, it wasn't you, it's your first time here? Hold on. What I was saying was, it was someone's, like, first message, like, during the raid. Was that not you that said konnichiwa when you came in? Oh, it wasn't. No, you're right. Someone else did, I think. Yeah, crazy. Yep, wasn't you? My bad. It's like I'm smoking weed or something. I don't get it. Is there anyone out there that doesn't recognize the use case and the reason for runtime feature flags? Would you like a quick rundown of why they're important? I feel like there's enough people here that might not know. Okay, yeah, for sure. 69 words or less? Nah, I don't think I got that, but I can do some stuff. That's fine, Connie. Like, yeah, front end is actually one of the best places for feature flags, actually. So, yeah, hold on. Feature flags for the win. Yeah, no big deal. I got a very short presentation about this. 420 words. Exactly, Raimu. So yeah, I'll do this quick, right? Very just quick gist, no big deal. So feature flagging, right? What are feature flags? Well, right, used in many popular apps and websites, right? That's bullshit, but whatever, right? So web browsers have a like Chrome : flags thing. That's like a different style of feature flag, right? Like it's not remotely configurable. It's something that you opt into, sure. But Twitch does it. There's plenty of streams you probably opted into and hung out in, and those streams have a feature that isn't available on every stream yet. That happens, totally. GitHub does the experimental flags, etc., but they also do their own safer feature flags too. Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, every major application in the world should be using feature flags, right? So what are the use cases? Well, what if you want to like change the UI or change some like verbiage or copy on some page, right? Like change the layout. Oh my God, let some like sidebar tab show or not, right? Like again, on Twitch, we'll see various like streams we get into that have a feature turned on for them, but not turned on for the entire like category or whatever, right? It's a thing, right? So what about maybe enabling or disabling a payment provider, right? You got a checkout system on your e-commerce site. Do you want to add PayPal? Do you want to remove PayPal? Maybe because like, oh, it's not configured right and, you know, I don't want to have to deal with another deploy? Maybe. Gradual rollouts, releasing something to 10% of your user base and then upping that value to 20%, 30%, 40% as you care about it. And then, oh my God, something went wrong. Turn it off. Totally off, right? Gradual rollout. Bam. And then finally, like one thing that people don't think about is what about like a single source of truth for like pricing changes? Even on a mobile app, right? When you're making mobile like pricing, etc., you create like a product within their UI that has its own unique ID. Could you simply dictate which unique ID you're tying into for subscribing to some app? Absolutely. Do you want to increase that like price, that cost, without having to redeploy the entire app? Absolutely. And why does that make sense? Right? Why remote flags? Why would that pricing need to be anywhere else? Time. Time is the number one reason. Deployment to production often takes a long time. Right? The best case scenario, and I know there's a typo there. Ignore how continuous doesn't actually say continuous, right? I've worked in companies that do continuous release, continuous delivery, and we would simply merge from dev environment to staging environment as branches, and then move the staging environment to production as just another branch merge, and those things would kick off a build for each one. But just remember, to do such a thing, you've got 20 to 30 minutes of build and test to run for each environment. So me, trying to release, and let's just throw out some hypothetical. Let's just say I work at some life insurance company and I want to, like, you know, kick out a value for like the minimum amount of like a policy's value that we would actually allow to create a thing within our thing. This is totally hypothetical. It's not like I ever worked at a life insurance company or something. Wink. Right? But the idea is just simply like we were doing continuous release on Tuesdays and Thursdays, there was a 2-hour window in which we would lower the minimum like policy value that we would actually like allow through the system just to get more users on the platform. It turns out that for that, I'd have to be available an hour and a half to 2 hours before we wanted to make this thing actually usable by people, right? And we would change a value inside of our like build flags that would determine this stuff. And then I'd have to push it up through staging or through dev, get it reviewed, right? I'd then have to push it up to staging, get it reviewed, and then push it up to production to get it reviewed. And if your end-to-end tests and your build take 20 to 30 minutes, that is the bare minimum that each environment takes. That means it's an hour to an hour and a half bare minimum. That also actually, like in a fully remote workplace, assumes that your coworkers are going to be immediately available to review a thing and get it pushed up too. The reality is your coworkers will see that message after about 15 minutes. So that's easily adding 45 minutes to the entire process. So you're not at just an hour to an hour and a half, you're at an hour and 45 minutes to 2 hours and 15 minutes as your window of being able to get this thing up to production quick enough. That sucks, right? So build-based feature flags are not feature flags that matter. They're actually the worst kind of feature flag you could have. And that's the best case scenario if you're doing a multi-environment like deploy, right? If you're doing a side project and it takes 5 minutes to build, cool. I'm not talking about you. You're not part of what we're talking about. Most enterprise level applications are dealing with the best case I'm showing you right now in the best case. The worst case, mobile apps, right? So getting an update deployed to a mobile app could easily take a week because there's the review process, which is typically a day. Let's just say I ship up a feature and I want to release a new version of the mobile app. That involves Apple actually having someone review that thing in a timely manner. Typically, it'll be next day. And then at that point, they might even call out something that isn't even related to the change you're shipping. But because reviewers are inconsistent about what they care about, you might have something another reviewer rubber stamped and then this reviewer really is not okay with, and you got to fix that now. So then you go and fix it. Maybe takes a day, maybe takes 2. And then you submit it for review again, and then it's like another day until they see it. So it could easily take a week, like easily. Not even considering changes that got called out that, well, shit, we weren't called out for it before, but now we have to fix it. So yeah, right? Worst case scenario, a week. Best case scenario, hour and a half. When you look at that, it's almost like immediately obvious that if you have a thing that you could like kick out and have change within 5 minutes due to like polling just some endpoint, that's a huge win, right? So proprietary options, there's SaaS only like LaunchDarkly, Split.io, AWS App Config, Firebase Remote Config, and DevCycle, right? Whatever. I am actually questioning leaving DevCycle in these things because they ghosted me on a sponsorship, so why would I keep mentioning them on like a free presentation for them? So yeah, I'm going to remove DevCycle from that list, right? LaunchDarkly and Split.io are like the big dogs, so like they get it automatically. But DevCycle, due to ghosting me, I'm removing them from this before I do any of my major talks at like, you know, any other big conference. So DevCycle, maybe fix that. Maybe make it work. And then, yeah, there's open source tools like, you know, Docker-based or software as a service, right? Unleash, Growthbook, Flagsmith, Flipped, Feature Hub, right? There's super cool tools too. And then currently client-based, just remote JSON. Well, that's where the thing I'm making is a thing. And this is actually the slide deck I used to convince the company I work for to use Vexilla in production, which is awesome. But currently we're working on Vexilla 1.x that solves problems that we don't even have at work, but they do need to be solved, such as scheduling and other things. So that's where we're going. We're going for a get native feature flag tool, meaning that when you want to like change something, you're going to publish it, you're going to approve the things you want to publish, and then you're going to click this button, and it's going to go create an actual like PR on the repo that you have linked up, right? So we're going like get native or like get ops with all of this, and it's kind of fun. Kind of cool. So yeah, that's the main goal. That's the gist of what we're doing. We're building out a static file-based feature flag tool for people that can't afford big companies like LaunchDarkly. Ooh, so EHS, I want to point this out. There's a thing called Piranha, if I could spell, from Uber, in which they will scan your code base for stale feature flags. Now, I believe I'm going to need to do the same thing per language, etc., but I need to actually do it in a way that's like cognizant of my feature flag structure, because Uber's feature flag structure is not necessarily the same as mine. So that's the main goal. I'm going to build out my own version of Piranha to identify static or like stale feature flags and make it a warning in your CI/CD or something, and bim bam boom, super easy. I don't like Piranha will actually try and remove that flag for you, like remove like the if statement around it, etc. I'm not trying to do that. I just want to make it like a linting tool, and then it's on developers to consume it. So again, like boom, yay, super easy. I'm gonna build a linting tool to solve that. Are you saying with Piranha itself? Maybe, I don't know. I would actually wonder if the core code is Java and then they're just exporting some of it to other languages. Again, I don't know. I'm not even sure how like GitHub measures those like values there. So I could be wrong. I have no idea. Like, not a big deal. But good conversation, worth like considering. But yeah, stale flags can actually cause bugs. Like, there's a major reason for this. That makes sense, Super Stay Up. Their core might be Java that needs to support the Kotlin too. The Kotlin's only 5.4%. So piranha is a carnivore fish, Connie, right? I believe that's actually like part of it. Like, piranhas are small fish that take like nibbles out of the source code. It's not an Android app, but they may have Kotlin support that they're doing that needs to work within an Android app, right? So Super Stay Up, you might be like really close to the source of truth there, that the Kotlin is only doing what it needs to and then calling out to some like core Java code. And it's part of why maybe the Java is larger than it should be, because it's trying to solve that problem for the Kotlin in some way. I don't know for sure, no idea. I don't know, man. Right? Not my problem. So, polyglot piranha. Ooh, this is actually different. Yeah, polyglot piranha. Wait, really? Super stay up? Yeah, it could totally be like GitHub's like misrepresentation of like what is doing what. That could be a thing too. Right? We can't treat what GitHub's doing with that percentage metric as like infallible. You know? So yeah, anyway, how y'all doing? You having a good Monday? I know that's basically a swear word at this point. Fucking Monday. I just swore twice in one sentence. Fucking Monday. Is it a good Monday for you? Hell yeah, Hippo Bear. For sure. Nice. Yeah, I just want to point out, Piranha here is a search and replace engine. My tool would not be a replace. It's just a search. And I think that's more value. Because then I don't have to actually, like, I mean, it's more value, like, bang for the buck, because I don't have to actually solve the replace functionality. I just need to, like, identify a flag that is true in all environments already, and we're good to go. So that will be, like, where my Piranha-like tool will actually be fit. Now, here's my thing. What would I call that tool? Right? Vexilla is the big thing, right? Vexilla, like, Vexillum is, like, the flag that, like, armies used to, like, march into battle with. Vexilla is, like, the plural of that. So based on the idea that Vexilla is a flag, or, like, multiple flags, what is, like, a little, like, mini flag? Right? Is there a term for, like, a very small flag? Garnish. Right? It's like a drink garnish. Maybe if we want to, like, embrace, like, Piranha's, like, branding, we just call it, like, Guppy. Ooh, pennant. You fucking genius. How do you fit through doors with a brain that big? Right? Like, you know, you gotta, like, angle it, like, a special way or something? You gotta, like, turn sideways? Yeah, how do you fit through doors with a brain that big? I'm curious. Like, I'm really wondering now. I think you have to, like, angle it just right. It's all air suit deflated. Ooh, yeah, what are those called, Hippo Bear? Yeah, what are, like, the mini, like, Quidditch flags called? Ooh, that's a great name. Oh, that'd be good. Pennant's not a bad one. Hold on. What's it called when you get, like, the little mini flag at your, like, table at a, like, a restaurant or bar that, like, will bring your food out to you kind of thing? But, like, they didn't take your food at the table, like, you had to, like, go order at the bar. What do they call, like, the little, like, flag you put on your table for, like, the servers to recognize where to bring the food? Micah? Okay. Sure. Works for me. Works for me. We'll have to find some, like, if that doesn't fit, we'll have to find some, like, random, like, Latin word, because Vexilla is a Latin word as well. Ooh, hold on. You mentioned France. Do we call it petard? Are we going to be hoist by our own petard? I think French could work. It's Latin-based. I think it's technically petard, spelled like P-I-T-T-A-R-D. So being hoist by your own petard was a moment in which like your cannon like shot you because you like wired it wrong or whatever. Is it really petard like the way you spelled it? Okay, my bad. I don't know why. I thought it was spelled a different way. Okay, yeah, sure. Fuck it. Why not? Because it's almost not a bad idea to call it petard because leaving a feature flag running too long can totally like do self-harm. So like leaving a feature flag running for too long is literally being hoist by your own petard. Is it a stretch? Sure, but I think it works. Pennon? All right. It's like a pennant? Okay. All right, so Freddy actually knows like French terminology more than we would actually know. Pennon? I think pennon actually works. Yeah, pennon's actually really good. Yeah, we'll find some word for flag. Maybe I just use a totally different language. I don't know, man. Ain't no thing. No big deal. Fanion. Like, right? We can do any one of them. Yeah, we can do any one of them. Sounds great. I'm in. I'm down. Furugu. Yeah, right? Like, we could just use the word flag from other languages and be fine, you know? I'm okay with that. I'm totally okay with that. All right, so yeah, how's everyone's day going? Anything fun you want to shout out? When will software solve localization? That's a pretty heavy ask. I'm gonna say, like, never? Pretty much never. So hold on. I'm gonna shout out an awesome fucking stream real quick while I use the restroom. If y'all want to ditch this stream and go hang out with them, I get it. It's fine. Not a big deal. I'm gonna actually get to coding what I'm doing, right? If you think I don't get shit done, you already missed the fact that I've gotten shit done today, and I don't need to like stress about getting everything done every moment of the day. We'll get more stuff done, absolutely. But I do want to just do this quick shout out. Evan J. Stern, if you ever seen the show Letterkenny, he's Roldy, right? Roldy is so fucking cool. Like, dude, Evan J. Stern's awesome. Like, such a cool, chill dude. And he's on his 2-year partner anniversary right now. Right? He's awesome, man. Such a chill dude. So yeah, like, if you're willing, go over and help celebrate his partnerversary. Like, it's really fucking cool. Did he give me a shout out? He totally did. He's just awesome. Yeah. He's a good dude, right? Yeah. Super good dude. I'm hoping to actually, like, meet and hang out with him. He seems super chill. Like, he seems super chill. I hope he's going to TwitchCon. Maybe not. Whatever. But I'll hit him up and ask. Just in case. Just in case. But yeah, just, like, seriously, if you don't know, this dude played Roldy on Letterkenny, and he streams here on Twitch, and he's drinking some whiskey, he's hanging out, like, you know, he's just cheersing, like, dude, yeah, and he's playing some GeoGuessr right now, like, super fun, man. Like, he's a good dude. You should definitely follow him no matter what. I'd love it if you want to keep the lurk here, but at the same time, like, he deserves it more. You should totally be lurking Evan J. Stern. I'll be here tomorrow. It's fine. Like, you know, I'm here every day. He only gets a 2-year partnerversary once. Right? It only happens once. So yeah, worth checking out. If you're not into GeoGuessr, that's fine. So hold on, I pasted the link, didn't I? Yeah, let me do it again for you. Shout out. There you go. Yeah, Soteris. Such a super chill dude. Yeah, super awesome. And like, dude, like, Hollywood famous. Like, maybe Canadian Hollywood famous, but still, like, famous, man. Like, such a chill dude. So yeah, I gotta use the restroom. That's the reason I was shouting it out real quick. Ignore that burp. And that one. And I'll be right back. I'm gonna get actual, like, code and content done here in a second, but seriously, like, if you're looking for a good chill stream and you're overhearing my voice, I get it. I don't actually like hearing my own voice, so totally fine. Evan J. Stern kills it. So, BRB, gonna use the restroom. See you in a sec. Yeah, coding flavored content. No big deal. Come on. got my water poured, which means, yep, this whiskey is poured. Let's pour some lemonade mix into it. Yeah, country time. No big deal. Delicious. And yeah, so let's actually get into some of the content here. I know, I was like ranting a bit. It's kind of what we do towards the end of stream anyway, so that's fine. And hey-o! Yeah. So, welcome back all of y'all, too. I know, I'm just having fun. We're having a good old day. I went golfing yesterday with the creator of Zod. Damn right. I wonder if he's actually bummed that I shout this out all the time. I just think it's so fucking cool. Like, he's actually such a laid-back individual. If y'all don't know what Zod is, it's a validation library for TypeScript. And the creator, Colin McDonald, is such a chill fucking dude. Yeah, like, dude. Really stoked to hang out with him anytime he's willing to hang out. And we went golfing yesterday, and it was super fun. Super fun. So yeah, if you do anything with TypeScript, you've probably heard of Zod. If you've heard of TRPC, Zod is at the core of TRPC. It's that cool. It's that awesome of a library. And the fact that the dude that created it is like such a fun person to chill and hang out with, that's how you know it's a good library. All right? Just saying. Just saying. You want to know the actual craziest part, though? Like, yeah, sure, I went golfing. Like, yeah, I golfed with, like, the creator of Zod yesterday. Afterwards, I went and ate some just terrible Mexican food. Like, really bad Mexican food. I went to Barrio in Seattle. They're, like, the worst authentic Mexican food I've had in ages. Like, it was bad. They count on drowning the fucking, like, tacos with, like, guacamole and salsa so that you can't recognize how, like, meh the carne asada is. And it was some meh carne asada. Like, I made it work. The bartender was chill. I'll probably never eat there again, though. So, yeah, Barrio in Seattle. Nah. Meanwhile, the place I went and ate at when Seattle JS did their, like, party night, that place didn't have legit street tacos, but I, like, talked to the bartender, and I was just like, hey, can I get it, like, legit street taco style? And he was like, yeah, we can do that. Like, actually, I was describing it like, hey, you know this taco? Can you take all that, like, sauce and shit and not do that? And then just do, like, cilantro and onion on it? And he's like, yeah, you mean like a legit street taco? I was like, yeah, like that. He's like, yeah, we can do that, man. No problem. Not a big deal. And I had actually some of the best tacos I've had in Seattle just due to, like, talking to the bartender and getting, like, proper tacos from him. Right? They were actually really fucking good. Like, yeah, dude, the dude knew the script. But it was one of those things where it's like, I asked for it. The bartender, like, knew how to do it right. And, like, I feel like the person from the kitchen that brought it out even gave me, like a little nod, like, yeah, you ordered tacos right. So I feel like I got served the best tacos anyone's been served at that restaurant in ages. And that's not Barrio. This is some other place. right? Like, it was pretty good. Because seriously, if you go to like Tacos Chukis in Seattle, they're going to count on the fact that they can drown that shit in some sauce, like guacamole, like whatever, right? And you're not going to recognize that the meat's entirely way too dry. So Tacos Chukis is actually kind of shitty. But somehow, people who've lived in like Southern California think Tacos Chukis is like the next coming of like the Taco Christ. Which just blows my mind. Like, they're really bad tacos. Really, Colton? I just want to say, like, Tex-Mex is not what I'm talking about. Tex-Mex is the opposite of a good street taco. Instead, the best tacos you'll get in Seattle are from taco trucks. Right? The way you can recognize a good taco truck... Do you see Mexican people in construction outfits actually eating from it? You're at a good taco truck. If you go into like a Mexican restaurant here in Seattle and you only see white people, that's not a good sign. I'm not going to say it's like immediately bad, but it's really not a good sign. Aldous, are you not aware that I made a YouTube short about that? My YouTube short about that is, never memorize something you can easily look up. I'm pretty sure Einstein said it, but I'd have to look it up. Boom, nailed it. Right? Like, dude, are you kidding me? Have you not watched my YouTube short? Aldous, I'm upset and offended, and it's okay. You'll watch it eventually. It's okay. It's fine. Hippo Bear. Yeah, you're not wrong, right? If there's no authentic taco places nearby, you're only going to get, like, the localized version of it. There you go, Colton. So, very good description. Like, Tex-Mex in Texas is still better than Mexican food in Jersey, you know? Like... It's insane how the difference, like, between, like, authentic and non-authentic actually works. So, I get that. Totally get it. That makes a lot of sense to me. Yeah, when I go to New York here for React Summit, I'm not going for Mexican food. I don't expect good tacos out of, like, New York. I don't even think that's possible. I've heard Vegas has good tacos. But I don't know for sure. You liked it? Yeah, for sure. I have a couple. Yeah. There's a couple good, like, YouTube shorts. Like, I've only done 2. So, you know, whatever. So, Jason, you recommended a taco place. I forgot the name. Shit. Yeah, no, I totally forgot the name. I don't even, yeah, I was trying to remember it. I have no idea. But, yeah, like, it's close enough that there might be some good spots. Oh, shit, hold on. Yeah, no, there's, like, the name of the place. Hold on. Vegas Tacos. It's actually a really easy search. Tacos El Gordo. Yeah, I've heard good things about Tacos El Gordo, and if we look at the photos... yeah, that carne asada looks really fucking dry. And they're just hoping that they can, like, drown the entire taco in sauce. These don't look like good tacos to me. Oh, fuck that. Why are... No! 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 Do not ladle some fucking runny guacamole on my tacos, okay? Fuck you! No! No! Alright, so I'm not eating at Tacos El Gordo. Good to know. Sweet. Unless they're open at like 4 a.m. And then, alright, well, I might wander down. No! No! You can't make me, okay? No! Right, maybe this location, right? What are the hours? Oh, Tacos El Gordo. Yeah. 2 a.m.? Oof. Alright, yeah, I don't know, man. We'll see if I make it there during operating hours. Where's a 24-hour taco joint in Vegas? I'm assuming they don't exist, so yeah, that's fine. It's okay. But, holy shit, dude, like, none of these actually look good. Why does a taco place have a shawarma fucking kebab thing? A tandoori Mexican food. Yeah, like, dude. I mean, nothing wrong with kebab and, like, you know, like kebab meat, right? Either eat it or don't. Like, I don't care. Carne asada tacos should not be that. Yeah. Right? Shawarma Mex. Like, dude. So I think I just realized I am definitely not eating at Tacos El Gordo. Al Pastor has that kind of meat too? They're like next to each other. Are they the same fucking place? We see El Gordo? El Pastor? Oh my god! Oh no! That actually looks pretty solid. I'm not gonna lie, like, even if they got the fucking kebab, like, that looks like a solid, like, traditional taco. El Pastor might be the move. El Gordo, I don't think so, man. So kebab means on a stick typically, but a lot of that, like, on a stick meat that you're gonna get kebab style is actually from one of those like shawarma style like things, and then they just fan it together with some other shit and fucking cook it together on a fucking kebab. Right? So keep that in mind. Like, the shawarma style, like, carving off some meat bullshit is actually pretty common for all of that. Yeah, I don't know. So what I think I'm understanding is that Vegas tacos fucking suck. Here's the thing, San Diego tacos fucking suck. I found one good taco place. No, so Freddy, I get what you're saying, but nothing prevents someone from using one of those fucking, like, carve meat off on a spit things in some other, like, traditional cuisine. Right? Yeah, like in the UK, you're gonna have all that shit mixed together anyway. I believe currently what we're seeing is like a mix of bad cuisines. Like, dude, nothing about that is okay to me. Nothing about that is meat I want to eat. Yeah, but they do. So, Freddy, like, I'm just pointing out that they do. Whether you can or can't is actually disproven because they can. Right? They can doesn't mean they should. And those are different things. Can and should. In a bad restaurant, never the twain shall meet. In a good restaurant, you're good to go. Hold on. This is the important part. 16 taco shops to try in Vegas. Again, horizontal versus vertical, I don't give a fuck. Like, no place I'm wanting to eat carne asada actually does any of that way. Yeah, none of that looks actually that good. El Dorado Cantina, which seems like way off the strip. Tacos El Gordo. Fuck that. Oh my god. Tacotarian, which does look somewhat close enough. Ooh, so Lightspeed. You're missing it though, right? That entire like shawarma like spinny thing, the heat actually comes from the side, right? So the side gets cooked more, right? Which means that like the top part is actually overdone most of the time. It's not coming from the bottom, it's coming from the side. There's typically like a heating element that's projecting out towards the thing and then it rotates. Yeah, for sure. No, it's fine, Lightspeed. Like, no big deal. No stress. Bajamar Seafood and Tacos. I'm gonna skip that place immediately because those are not traditional tacos. I don't like seafood tacos. Those are fucking gross. Los Arcos Berurea. I'm saying that wrong. Goat or beef? Okay. As far as the stuff on top, that doesn't look too bad. Abuelas. No photo for Abuelas? A hot Cheetos taco? No frills taco shop, but they have a hot Cheetos taco? I don't know if I believe anything this article is saying anymore. this article is like hugely fucking wrong, right? As far as I know, like, so technically pork is carnitas and beef is like carne asada in many like traditional tacos. And if you're gonna eat tacos from a taco truck, carne asada is one of the better things to order, but carnitas is a really good option too. The thing with carnitas is it's like the shredded pork to where like it's like pulled pork style to where it's like separated, you know, like, and it's like stringy. Whereas like, you know, carne asada is like the chunks of beef. Yeah, shrimp tacos is not a thing anyone should ever eat. I'm sorry, that's like a San Diego thing. Fuck that. No, thank you. Shrimp tacos are not anything I want to eat. No, thank you. I'm good. So Hippo Bear, I'm actually pretty positive that like the vertical like Euro style thing is actually like the pork that they're serving you with like a carnitas like whatever, right? So maybe it's not like the shredded beef style, but it's still like, or it's not like shredded pork style, but it's still like pork. Maybe, but it's still not something I want to eat. All right, so the taco stand right there on the strip. Okay. That beef doesn't look terrible. If I ordered, like, no sauce, we might be good. Dude, I think that's going to be my biggest thing. Critiquing tacos in Vegas from, like, a taco snob perspective. I think I could have actually some, like, content about that. Customers can pick up hot peppers, carrots, and pico de gallo? What the fuck are the carrots having to do with anything? Carrots are not a Mexican fucking thing. At all. Name a single, like, Mexican dish that has carrots in it. So, like, Jason, we're looking at places that are technically off the strip. Like, look at the map on the right there. There might be some kind of, like, pork Euro whatever bullshit, right? Again, that's not the food I'd be eating. So, like, I would say be wary of carnitas at that point. Vegan fucking tacos? Yeah, that's an instant skip. Alright, this one doesn't look terrible. Me gusta? It's actually like way south. Oh, okay. Samurai barbecue? Okay. I don't like the idea that the fucking guacamole on these tacos looks like a turd on top of it. Yep, there's your guacamole. Deal with it. Pinches actually doesn't seem terrible. It's like way down there, but I don't know. Right? Doesn't this literally mean by the name? Fucking tacos. Pinches tacos. Fucking tacos. Isn't that what that means? Fucking tacos. I only know that because pinche gringo means like fucking white person, like fuck you. Pinche, I believe, means fuck. I am easily like 10 to 15 years away from like my last like actually having to speak Spanish. But pinches tacos, that's fucking tacos, man. Fucking tacos. It's actually such a good name. I wouldn't mind heading to it just to like endorse like how good their fucking name is. And these look really good, actually. That does look like a flour tortilla, though. Maybe it's a corn tortilla that they made. And like just the color's off? Taco Man Grill? Yeah, I don't know. I don't think this list is actually worthwhile. I don't think that's a good fucking list. I'm gonna say no. Big old nope. Nah, we're good. We're good. Yeah, that was a shit list. So real quick, hold on. Gotta shout it out. Anyone that wants to leave a lurk towards the YouTube would be massively helping me out. Yes, I know. I'm not nearly as popular as the Primogen. So I need y'all to actually like lurk my stream while I'm streaming. To build up them watch hours. I started at 120 watch hours a couple months ago. And we're at 650 watch hours now on YouTube from people lurking, from me just like streaming and chilling. Which means do I need to make like way more YouTube content? For sure. Absolutely. But could I supplement all of that content by just streaming and doing my thing and streaming like I'm gonna stream anyway? Because I just like to stream. Making YouTube content requires effort and forethought. Streaming doesn't. So yeah, I love fucking streaming. So yeah, if you guys can help me monetize this whole streaming thing, that would be way better, wouldn't it? I definitely have a video I want to release very soon. And I keep saying very soon, like I said that last week. I got some video editing to do, but it calls out the idea of macros in TypeScript. What is a macro? Etc. Right? I got content for it. I got a thing. I just gotta like actually do the editing of like the overlays and the bullshit for it. But yeah, man, like there's stuff we can do YouTube wise, like content wise, that has value. Could I supplement that value with just streaming every day like I do anyway? And that's why I'm doing it. Damn right. Damn right. So yeah, we are ranting a bit. We got content to do. We got a raid from an awesome stream. So yeah, let's just pace ourselves on the content, you know. But yeah, so here we are. That's actually a really good point, Freddy. Let me point this out, though. And I think this will actually make it more obvious than any other thing ever could. So 1 second. Let me pour this beverage. I go to Seattle JS. Every month they host it. Every single fucking month they host it. I've given talks at it, etc. When I talk to people, not a single fucking human being that I talk to actually knows who Theo or the Primogen are, which is insane to me. Like, that's insane to me. Like, how could they not know who these people are? But they don't, right? People who are doing real work at real companies, making shit happen, are not aware of the content creator space. Like, it's just a thing. Like, I know devs that work at Shopify. I know devs that work at, like, all over the fucking place. And they still don't actually know who Theo or the Primogen are, which blows my fucking mind. And it's also kind of insane to me because, like, on a regular basis, I'll go to Seattle JS and someone will actually be like, hey, I stopped in your stream, like, just recently. How the fuck are people knowing who I am and not Theo or the Primogen? Like, it's fucking weird, though, isn't it? I get it there, Freddy, but, like, you should have. Have you not been looking at the entire category in general? Like, dude, it's so weird to me. Who the fuck doesn't know Prime or Theo, but somehow knows about my content? That's insane. Like, I don't understand that, like, dichotomy at all. Like, that shit's literally insane to me. So, again, that's fine. That's totally okay, Lightspeed. Yeah. My parents have been coding since punch cards. My mom actually did punch cards. My mom and my dad met at a courthouse in which my mom was doing punch cards and my dad was doing, like, infrastructure. That's how they met, and that's why I exist. Right? Like, dude, it's insane, though. Like, this is back in the fucking day. Like, it's kind of crazy. So, you know who Theo is, but you've never heard of Prime? Darren, I'm calling bullshit right now. Darren, really? You don't know who the Primogen is? When people say Prime, that means the Primogen. Are you not aware of that, like, analogy, like the analogous term, etc.? Like, I'm just saying, like, Darren, really? Really? I don't know if I believe you at this point, Darren, okay? So that's fine, Darren. Like, you know who the Primogen is. Did you not know the Primogen until Theo shouted it out? Sure. Like, yeah. No. Like, dude, that is actually a thing. That's, like, doable. If you're only used to, like, Next.js and, like, you know, like, JavaScript content, you might not know the Primogen. Like, that's super easy. Yeah, I would expect that you knew the Primogen before Theo because of, like, what you do and, like, the stuff you chatted about, like Darren. But I'm just gonna say, like, there are people who know Theo but not Prime. Like, that's fine. That's not something anyone should be wary about or, like, worried about. Like, that's totally fine, man. No, like, Darren, you're missing the fact that Theo was big just a year ago. Like, a year and a half ago, Theo was smaller, but his influence on Twitch, or not Twitch, sorry, on YouTube was actually still bigger than Prime. Prime has just simply eclipsed Theo, which is a totally different and separate thing, right? Like, you know. But the point is, like, to not know either one, and I meet people every month who don't know either one. That's the shit that blows my mind. Like, that shit's, like, literally insane to me. People that have never even been exposed to the Primogen or Theo. But they somehow have been in my stream. That's fucking weird. And it has happened. And that's insane to me. Like, the weirdest fucking thing. Like, I have no idea. Nah, like, .NET devs don't watch my stream either. Right? Come on. No. They watch, shit, what's his name? Oh my god, I'm spacing on his name. Dude, what's the name of the dude that does, like, only C# Fritz, right? Like, dude, I've met people that know C# Fritz and don't know any of us. And that's fine. Like, it's a totally separate and cool thing. But at the end of the day, like, dude, to know me, but not Prime or Theo, that's fucking weird. And it doesn't happen often, but when it does, it really makes me question, like, how? But also because of the fact that I stream more hours, right? So I'm here more often. I think that's the biggest thing, like, just my exposure is higher. But only in, like, one way. Like, in, like, the smallest way. Yeah, exactly, Darren. These are devs that go to meetups. They're already, like, part of, like, the self-selecting crowd of people that are going to try and find content like that. Right? Oh, Colton, like, I've never even thought to ask that question. Like, nobody I've ever met at a meetup knows who Stragger would be. Now, if that's their fault, that's, like, them fucking up. Sure, I get it. I just want to say, Freddy, like, I don't know, man. Like, anyone that would have seen my stream would have seen these other streams. Like, it's just that easy. Like, how is my stream a thing they've seen and then, like, they haven't seen others? Like, there's something weird about that. Is it common? Hell no, right? Most of the time, people don't know I stream and, like, they've heard of Primer or Theo, right? I'd still say, like, the most common aspect of it is, like, they've never heard of any of us and they didn't even realize that streaming happened on Twitch. Which is actually, like, the bigger and gnarlier part of it, right? So many devs out there in the world don't even have any idea about the content we create. They're just software developers that want to do a thing. Like, yeah, fuck it. They don't need to know who we are. Yeah, maybe, Freddy. Yeah, I'd be curious about that. I'd like to know what the equivalents of any of this shit are, right? If Prime's Mr. Beast, then is Theo, shit. Who's the dude that Automated makes content for? I don't know. I don't fucking remember. Yeah, so Prime is the Dr. Disrespect of this entire category. For sure. So, Darren, I've talked with people of all sorts of... Ludwig, that's it. Yeah, for sure. Right? So I would say, like, Theo is closer to, like, the Ludwig. Prime is closer to, like, Dr. Disrespect. And I have no idea where I sit. Squishy, I made my own VTuber that, you know, serves a niche. Hold on, do we actually have it set up? I don't think we do. Yeah. So imagine if this was properly wired up. Right? I could totally have my own, like, VTuber of, like, a Canadian version of me, right? I'm not right now, but I could be. There we go. Nailed it. That whiskey tasted terrible. I need to, like, mix this. I'm the Sandmarsh of tech. There we go. Nailed it. So Squishy, you know what? If you're doing like a Canadian style content for that, you don't even need AI. You can just like react to the fucking like audio wave. It's actually super easy. Like super easy. All right, so let's keep doing what we're doing. Like 1 quick second, no big deal. So we got that like modified, sure. Let's get a little bit of this going, sure. No problem. All right, so yeah, that's not an H2. Oh, hold on. Bad. All right, so we do title there. Yeah, exactly, Darren. That's what I'm getting at. Like, it's so weird to me that there are people who are passionate about tech that don't know these people. Like, it's super weird. I find that actually very strange. Like, extremely weird to me, man. And then, to, like, bring it, like, full circle, I've met people that read a random blog post I made, and then I saw them at a fucking meetup later. Like, I absolutely wrote a blog post, like, 6 or 7 years ago and chatted with someone at a meetup that saw my blog post. That was fucking weird, dude. But it's like such a weird, like, small thing. Like, it's just insane. Like, very strange. Like, you never know what content someone's gonna see. Now, granted, this was before Prime and Theo at that point, so maybe they'd be the type of person that would have found Prime and Theo anyway. But even then, I was at a meetup, and they're like, dude, I read your blog post earlier. I was like, really? They're like, yeah, I saw the beanie. I knew it was you. Okay, cool. Cool. All right, whatever. But it's a very small world. And, like, even Trash has said, like, no one would recognize him at a meetup. I'm calling bullshit. People would absolutely recognize Trash at a meetup. Now, granted, I got some branding going. Sure. I got some branding. The beanie is some pretty damn good branding, isn't it? Possibly they're daring, right? Like, yeah. The beanie brand be working. Damn right. I get it, Freddy, but like, you'd still hang out in Prime and Theo's stream. Right? Duh. No learning process can be interactive unless I'm a teacher and I'm not one. I just want to say, Freddy, plenty of people learn stuff from what I do and show here on stream. Does it mean we're doing it right now? No. But yeah, so I just want to say, I'm not a teacher, but people still learn. So I think you're missing that point, Freddy. There are plenty of people that actually learn something while I'm doing this shit. Yeah, so I think, Freddy, you're missing a point. Everybody's a teacher if you're just looking for the right lesson, you know? Prime has the hoodie, Theo has the crazy hair. Sure, I get that. Is Theo's hair that crazy? I don't think so. So there you go, Freddy. Like, the objective isn't to learn, but the fact that you might learn is also, like, value that you gain, you know? Yeah, there's a lot of stuff you can just learn without, like, focusing on the learning, right? Yeah, like, that's some of the best part, like, learning along the way, like, learning with someone as they're learning something too, like, yeah, interactive streams and all that. Like, I know I haven't gotten shit done for the past couple hours, and I'm okay with that, actually. I got shit done earlier. Now, are we working slowly towards getting a little bit done? Yeah, totally. Am I worried about that? Hell no. Are there people out there that think I don't get shit done on stream? Yeah, but they're fucking wrong. Because they'd be missing the fact that I've done hundreds of projects here on stream. Like, over 100. Let me put it that way. Not multiple hundreds, but when we look at my GitHub, and we look at, like, projects or repos I have, that doesn't even include, like, my Vexilla projects, etc. Right? Like, it's kind of crazy. Right? Like, kind of crazy. But if I go look at my repos, the majority of all of those things, right, have happened here on stream. Kind of crazy, you know? There are people that think I don't do shit. I kind of do, though. It's kind of funny. Where can I get the actual number of how many, like, repos I have? 136. And that doesn't count the organizations I have. If you look at the organizations I got, that's way too many. So yeah, like, none of this shit would have happened without streaming. I'm gonna say that right now. None of this shit would have happened without me streaming. Oh, my GitHub skyline's really good, actually. Are you kidding me? Oh my god. Hold on. Wait. Do I not have a command for that? Oh shit. Yeah, and I don't even need to do that. They have not updated their token and they can't fetch this data on our behalf. So GitHub Skyline isn't even, like, capable anymore. No, so Freddy, you're wrong. Oh, try without the @ that's probably it. I thought they added the @ I thought the @ was theirs. Yeah, the @ is theirs. You're right. Man, since I got this job at Fairwind, my numbers have actually gone way down. Huh. Yeah, so Skyline's like kind of failing at the moment. Can anyone else see their own Skyline? Yeah, it's broken? Okay. Alright, just double checking. They got an icon, or like a token to replace. That's it. So, totally fucking broken. But props to me for being able to do that. Like, no, like, Freddy, you missed the point. Like, you can just do it. You can just make shit. Ant Foo. Yeah, they put in good work. They do some really cool shit. Yeah, I'm not worried about that. Like, nah, I'm good. No thanks. They do some really cool shit though. Like, yeah, looking at the libraries they've made, like, good job. Right? Vitesse, Uno CSS, SlyDev. Really? Like, are they doing it just to, like, optimize things? Yeah, like, if we look at this commit, it's kind of a bullshitty commit. But did they make Shiki? Oh, ESM focus rewrite of Shiki. Yeah, I don't know, right? Seems a little, like, shady at that point. Again, not trying to judge. The fact that they're putting in awesome work, I hope they continue putting in awesome work. Yeah, that might have been like a working commit. I could see that. I can understand a working commit. That's fine. Totally fine. Meanwhile, I made an Astro Tommel integration. Look at how good it is. Only 3 stars, though. Does nobody out there need to use Tommel with Astro? Well, shit. Alright, fine. Whatever. Whatever. My most starred project? Ooh, I don't know. Let's go look. I would guess HTML biscuits. Maybe NeoVim biscuits. Boring avatars, or boringer avatars, actually. Hold on. Sort stars 113. Thank you, Darren. So yeah, Boringer avatars, then Stethoscope, then Scully GitHub Pages action, which is kind of insane because nobody uses Scully. Dependabot bot, which makes a lot of sense to me. Auto bleep, pretty cool. Right, Geller for identifying like ENV vars, pretty cool. And then beyond that, like just a bunch of random shit. I mean, I definitely started my own repo for Boringer avatars and Geller. But it's a rare thing for me, right? Astro Tommel, I totally did, so I'm one of these stars. No big deal. If you want to help hype it out, like, you know, no big deal. No one's required to do so, but hey, it's right there. Wink. Gotta get the ball rolling somehow. Come on. But yeah, as far as like my most starred repo, that was actually new to me. I didn't realize that Boringer avatars was it. I didn't realize. Yeah, I had no idea. Yeah, if we were going to look at Stethoscope, we could use Stethoscope to evaluate Stethoscope and recognize that Stethoscope still gets like an F score. So not ideal. But Darren, like, are you... Here's the thing, like, all of this shit is stuff I've done here on stream. That's amazing, isn't it? None of this shit would have happened if I wasn't streaming. Not a single bit. Not a single one of these fucking things. Everybody should be streaming. And I'm pointing at you right now. Look at this finger wiggling at you. Right? Like, none of these projects would exist if it weren't for me streaming, because I'm going to let you all in on a little secret. When it comes to side projects, I don't work on any side projects off stream. Not a single one. I don't do that. I just don't. If I'm going to work on a side project, I use stream to motivate me to do so. I click that go live button every fucking day, recognizing that it's because I want to work on these side projects. Because I wouldn't do it without it. I'm not even saving it for stream. I have no motivation to work on these things outside of stream. Co-opium. Right? It's like copium, but like I need all y'all like here to actually do it. Co-opium. Bam, nailed it. And Adam Learns Live, Mr. Sir, I wasn't pointing at you directly. I'm pointing at you because you should probably start streaming here soon anyway. I know you don't like group meetups. I know you don't like group gatherings, etc. I do want to say real quick, Adam, are you aware that Soba is going to have an event that's like the pre-game for like PAX? And that's kind of cool, right? Again, if you don't want to go to it, like, don't feel obligated, but kind of cool. Kind of cool. We could go hang out at this event. No big deal. It is this Thursday. It's a bit short notice. I get it. No big deal. You don't have to say whether you'll be there or not. Like, don't obligate yourself either way, which gives you the option to actually show up if you want. You don't have to say you won't be there, because if you say you won't be there, you won't be there, right? I know you're not a big event person, and you have plans for Thursday. All right. That's fine. I just wanted to throw it out there. Just saying. I know I've seen you at Soba before, because I went to Soba because you were presenting at it for that one event. But yeah, I'll be going to this one. I think it'll be fun. If y'all don't know, hold up. Adam, how long do we have until, like, your triumphant return to streaming? 6 months? Like a year? Oh, it's fine. Matisse, like, Adam, like, dude, you don't need to feel bad about anything. You actually showed up to me giving some random fucking rant talk at, like, a Bellevue JS. You just randomly showed up to that. Like, that was awesome, man. Like, dude, you are more supportive than you give your yourself credit for. That was awesome, man. Like, I still think about and appreciate that. That was awesome, man. Right? Not even one you were presenting at. You just showed up to a Bellevue JS I was talking at anyway. Like, you're a dude. You're a dude whether you want to admit it or not. Thank you. I will say, I saw, I believe at that same meetup, you met and talked with Nolan Lawson, who's, I consider, like, super fucking famous. I got to chat with him at, like, Seattle JS just a couple months ago, and that was awesome. I even, like, you know, let him know just how I'm slightly a fanboy. Slightly, okay? If y'all don't know Nolan Lawson, super chill dude as well. I would actually assume that you all have probably seen Nolan Lawson give, like, talks and, like, talk about, like, the shit he does in major ways. Like, he does awesome, like, open source work too. I was hoping for, like, just like a Nolan Lawson website. The fact that he doesn't get good SEO for his own, like, NolanLawsonWebsite.com is kind of insane to me. Huh. Huh. He has not posted to Medium in ages. It's NolanLawson.com. He has a really good blog, actually. I am really surprised that, like, he doesn't get good SEO for it. But yeah, NolanLawson.com. I've actually happened upon a bunch of his blog posts over the years randomly, like just hanging out, lurking some random shit. That's how good this dude's blog posts are. He's like a random, like, Hacker News, like, fixture, you know? He's that good, like, super good. Like, Adam, do you even remember, like, chatting with him? Because I know I saw you two chatting. Again, I got a memory that I can't forget some shit. Like, I wish I could. There are endless episodes of Father Ted in my brain that I don't need at this point. You don't remember Nolan? Okay, that's fine. You definitely chatted with him. I think you actually sat next to him as well. Like, no, he might have been back row and you were like one row ahead, but you absolutely chatted with Nolan at that one Bellevue JS. Not the one in which you presented, in which we both presented, but like the other one in which you just like showed up. Right? The one that was at, shit. I think eBay actually sponsored the event. They did their talk about like their like, whatever framework they had. Right? at the same time, Nolan was working with Adam. What's his name? Not you, Adam, but like other Adam. Yeah, I don't know. Whatever. I'm kind of bummed I'm forgetting that name. And no, it's not even Adam. It was Sam. Sam was like the organizer of Bellevue JS that, like worked with Nolan at the time, I believe. Anyway, yeah. I drink the whiskey, I smoke the weed, and I still can't forget this shit. Okay? Do I need it? Will it help me in my life to remember any of this? No. But I can't forget it, so whatever. I keep drinking the whiskey, hoping I can, like, shed memories I don't need. It just won't happen. I don't get it. I do remember the meetup we both presented at. I made a joke about your running shoes. And I'm sorry, man. Like, that's my bad. Like, no judgment. Do you even remember that? If you don't remember that one, well, shit. Okay. I could pretend I could have said anything, and you wouldn't remember it anyway. No big deal. I could have said you're the coolest, most influential human being ever to have spoken at any of these meetups. And you wouldn't even remember it. I'm so sorry, Matisse. I don't know why you seem taller. You're like my height. That's so fucking short. You should be taller, Matisse. How dare you be my height? Ugh. Like, I'm sorry. Yeah, no worries. I get it. I'm sorry for that. I said it like multiple times to you. So I would assume that you have a complex about that now. Right? Obviously. Right? And I didn't mean to like spawn a complex that you have about that, but you know, whatever. Yeah, I said it twice at least. Right? Once, just saying it, and then the second time forgetting that I said it. So yeah, that's my bad. Sorry. In the best way. It's not even an insult, okay? It's barely an insult. Expecting that you'd be taller than me, like, I expect that of everyone. If you're shorter than me, I'll still tell you I expected you'd be taller than me. Now, keep in mind, yeah. Double damage. I get to relive those moments. I just remember you making the reference that you like wear old terrible sneakers when you're out jogging. And the fact that you jogged to the place where you gave a meetup is kind of like a little bit insane. All right? Just saying. Did you really jog to Bellevue? I don't know where you live, but like it seems like it must have been a far jog and you still just like wore the jogging sneakers. Like, yeah, like you jogged to Bellevue from wherever you live. I don't know. I'm assuming like, I don't know, somewhere like deep, like Everett. Yeah. You jogged from Everett to give a talk in Bellevue. I get it. Yeah, no big deal. That's why your sneakers look so scuffed. Totally. Just saying. Yeah, no worries. I'm sorry. I'm like memeing for meming's sake at this point. I'm just joking. Just fast walking. No, you ran from Everett. I know. It's fine. Shit. No. I only even brought it up and made it a joke because I remembered you mentioning it on your stream at one point, right? Like, yeah, I won't buy a new pair of sneakers. Like, why do I need new sneakers? They fit fine. Or something. Like, that was, like, the rationale. And then I made a joke about it, like, in person. So, yeah, my bad. That was for stream, not for everyone else. My bad. Real quick, though, as Adam just said, he'll be streaming again here in December, right? Like, I saw that and totally, like, spaced on it a bit, and now I'm, like, just remembering that you said something about it, right? Maybe, possibly. It's like this dude's smoking weed or something. Early December, maybe 5th or 6th. Hold on, wait. You said early December and you're already, like, trying to lock down, like, a date? You could just say early December. Like, come on, man. Adam, man. I really appreciate that statement. That's awesome. It was a while ago, Matisse, for sure. But it's a matter of time, right? Let's just do the shout out. Adam, I know, like, I'm willing to bet that you barely even remember this. I remember jumping into your stream before I even knew who you were, really, right? Like, that was when I was first, like, learning about Twitch, even. And I was like, well, yeah, I love the meetups in the area and blah, blah, blah. And I was trying to, like, convince you of it. And you're like, yeah, it seems fine, whatever, right? Like, you were a bit dismissive in the right way because I was some random, right? Like, who the fuck knows? Like, yeah. I remember that so well, though. The fact that, like, you gave me even the time of day and responded to it was super cool, man. Like, the category will benefit from having you back, like, in a major way. Like, in such a major way. And in the same way that you are a very sincere, conscientious individual, you and Coding Garden would probably really get along. So if y'all want to ever do, like collaborate, like, do a collaboration stream, etc., dude, you guys are, like, the nicest individuals I've ever fucking met. Right? You and Coding Garden could do some really, really fun, awesome content. Right? So I'm going to shout out Coding Garden too. I gotta wait 30 seconds. It's okay. I don't mind. I got time. But yeah, again, like, that's the biggest thing. You are one of the most conscientious, sincere individuals I've met in the category. And that is not like a downplay of other people. It's just like promoting you above that. Yeah, Twitch has done some major work to build in, like, dude, like, yeah, I do, like, the official shout-out thing, and there's, like, a button to just, like, click and follow, and you're good to go. Like, it's so cool. Twitch is really helping out the entire thing. And someone beat me to the shout-out. How dare you, but thank you. So, yeah, please, yeah, give Coding Garden a follow, a shout-out, too. I'll reach out to him if you know, if the cold call is not in your aspect, I'd happily reach out to Coding Garden to say, like, you two need to collaborate. If you want me to do so, all you have to do is say so. I'll leave it in your court unless you ask otherwise. But y'all should definitely do some, like, co-streaming together. Like, really cool stuff. When I think of the nicest, most conscientious streamers, it's you and Coding Garden. Yep. And that is not a negative towards other streamers. It's a massive extra positive towards y'all. All right, so is this dude gonna get any code done within the last hour or so? And by this dude, I mean this dude. Yeah, maybe. We'll see. I got a thing. Like, I could hack on something. The content right here is absolutely wrong. Actually, that's like the easiest win. And what up, Brady? How you doing? Screw code? I mean, isn't that every programmer's mantra? Screw code, the code's wrong, right? Yeah, not me. It's the kids that are wrong, obviously. Right? Principal Skinner style, obviously. Yeah, duh. Did you actually make the reference to, like, it's the kids that are wrong, not my code? Yeah, damn right. Like, duh. That's fucking nature, man. Okay? No. Absolutely wrong. But yeah, Adam, one more thing. I don't know if you know Sympathy. I feel like you've been lurking streams here and there. Sympathy hasn't streamed in a bit, but Sympathy just moved to the area. She does game dev for the most part, but I'm trying to like build up a crew that in which like, could we do like a small hangout? At some like, you know, place to meet up? Acorn, Sympathy, you, I. There's other people in the area. For a small meetup, it would be totally worth it. Fuck yeah. All right, cool. Just checking. I think that would be super fun. Just only people involved in and wanting to hang out with local Twitch streams. Yeah, that'd be cool, man. So, I mean, James, could you just, like, wipe them down and then throw them in the oven for, like, you know, like, a couple minutes? No big deal. Crisp them up a little bit more and you're good to go. If you got a deep fryer, just toss them in the deep fryer. Fuck it. Oh, it was carpet. Yeah. No one wants to pick, like, carpet out of their teeth. Yeah, not ideal. Honestly, we have, like a Twitch alumni stream going right now. Like, James is also a Twitch alumni that fucking kills it, man. And I'd love to see your stream again. Who are the people I mentioned on Twitch? You should probably follow them. Do you mean like in the area or just like in general? So hold on. Yeah, here's one. Sympathy. She does awesome game content and she just moved to the area. Super chill. Awesome stuff. Do you not know Acorn as well? Yeah. Let's shout out Acorn. She rated just earlier. Yep. Super chill. Awesome stuff. 2 Seattle local streamers that you should absolutely fucking follow. Another Seattle local streamer who, I'll be honest, we might not be on best terms, but I'd still recommend that they're a stream that people should follow. So yeah, real quick, Melky Dev. Oh, hold on, it's Melky now. Shit. Not Melky Dev, it's just Melky. Right? And again, don't treat my personal beef as anything worth anything, right? I know, the drama sucks. It's a thing. Like, come on. Like, don't treat my drama as anything worthwhile. It's a stream that y'all should check out. Worth watching, for sure. Like, yeah. I'm a jerk. I got beef. It's what I do, alright? Where's the beef? The beef's right fucking here, okay? That said, I'm not gonna let the beef get in the way of, right, turning people onto a good stream. And honestly, like, Melky is a good stream, despite personal stuff. Totally fine. Like, yeah, good stream. You should check out Melky. He's in the Seattle area for now. I don't fucking know. You heard Chris twice. Yeah, no big deal. Double damage, right? It's like Double Dragon, but way worse. It's like the Double Dragon film, right? Double the terrible film pleasure. But no, like seriously, like check out Melky's stream, check out Acorns, check out, right? Sympathies. Awesome streamers. All here in the Seattle area now. Like, super cool. And again, don't treat my personal beef as anything meaningful, right? I'm a fucking jerk. Hold on. Wait, let's look at the jerk finder. Yeah. Jerk finder already called it out. No big deal, right? So yeah, don't listen to anything I might have to say negatively about anybody, because that shit should be reflected on me 10 times. So, whatever. I think that's the most honest way I can phrase any of that. So, yeah, there we go. Nailed it. Nailed it. Again, like, seriously, go follow all the people I just mentioned. Really good stuff. It's late enough that I should consider doing something else? Meh. I'll consider it. I got food I need to cook later. I got food I need to cook, okay? And yeah, one more quick thing there, Adam. Are you looking for any, like, they're not local to the area, but are you looking for any, like, DevOps, like, focus streams? Because I got a recommendation for you. I got so many recommendations, right? It's too many. But if you're looking for DevOps stuff, I have one very specific stream I would like to recommend. That's fine, Adam. I do want to say, like, Alt F4 stream kills it. Fucking kills it. They've been going for a while. They've recently changed up, like, the pattern of their content. But okay, cool. So you know and like the Alt F4 stream. Awesome. I just want to make sure you knew about them. There we go. Right? Some of these other streams, I hope you knew about them. But if you didn't, there you go. Yeah. For everyone watching right now, and Adam, I don't know if you know this. I feel like I've said it, but you might not have been here for it. Part of the reason I stream is because I hopped into Twitch and saw Adam stream, and I just saw him working on his own shit, making a thing, right? Right? Just making a side project he was, like, adamant and passionate about. And that was the thing I wanted to do. Like, holy shit, man. Like, yeah, you work on a project and people are willing to watch it? Like, dude. Holy shit, dude. Yeah, so Adam, like, you're a massive inspiration for me even starting streaming. Like, dude. The entire category is just waiting for you to come back. And I'm not exaggerating. Like, literally. Literally. I looked at, well, hold on. I heard the dude that made Webpack streams, Adam Larkin or whatever. And I had seen some, like, Rust streamer streaming, like, Diesel Dev, right? Like, I forget, Sean the Programmer or whatever his name was, right? And then, well, cool, like, Twitch, like, programming is a thing, and I hopped into Twitch as a category, like, programming-wise. I believe back then it was just programming. And I saw your stream, and I was like, this seems super fucking fun. He's just making a thing. Like, yeah, and he's got people chatting and hanging out and just there for it. Like, dude, yeah, so Adam, you're an inspiration. I don't know if I've told you this to your face. I haven't said it to your face technically yet either way. But at least, like, dude, you're a massive inspiration. Hope you know that. To a lot of people. Yeah, exactly, right? We're all waiting for you to come back. So yeah, I just wanted to let you know that. I don't know if you knew that. I've actually said it to other people a bunch of times. And this is my first time actually saying it to you. So yeah, man. Like, I've actually said this a bunch of times. Like, yeah, Adam13531. Right? The old name, the dead name. Totally made this shit seem, like, possible. All those, like, yeah, like the running shoe insults. This makes up for it. I get you. I hope you know that. I'm sorry. Like, I didn't mean anything negative by the insults. Right? You know that. But yeah, for sure, man. Like, yeah. And I assume, like, yes, you're joking with the comment. I just want to say, like, I never meant any harm. I'm sorry if you took offense. But again, like, dude, your stream, massive inspiration. You inspired more people than you actually, like, know, I think. I'd actually be offended if there's people that said I inspired them to stream. Technically, there's a person that doesn't like me at all anymore. Who I believe I actually, like, inspired them to stream, but that was like the opposite of why they should stream. Right? They saw how much of a jerk I was, and they decided to stream because of it. I'm not going to name the streamer because that would actually be like a negative thing in their light. But enough people out there probably know exactly who I'm talking about. I can think of at least one streamer in the category that started streaming because, and they haven't necessarily, like, confirmed it, but basically their reasoning was, Well, shit, if this asshole can do it, anybody can. No. So, Matisse, I'm just pointing out, it's a stream I'm banned in right now, even though they're not banned here anymore. Still inspiration, you know? Like, I'll take credit, right? Yeah. It's almost like the Howard Stern thing, right? Like, okay, so why do his fans watch him, and how long are they watching? Well, his fans watch on an average like an hour of like content. Okay, cool. So what about this other metric? Like the other people that are watching him, right? Because they like his fans only make up 40%. Oh yeah. The other 60% are the people that don't like him. Well, that's weird. So why do his fans watch him? Survey says they want to see what he's got to say next. Well, okay. Why are his, like, the people that don't like him watching? Survey says they want to see what he's going to say next. Right? So fans or haters are there for the same fucking reason. Now, it's a quote about Howard Stern, but that quote actually, like, it serves a major, like, dual purpose for basically anyone in the public eye. Your fans will watch you for some content. Your haters will watch you for even more content. It's fucking weird. Like, it's insane, actually. But it's a thing. It's a thing. I'm like, if you want to doubt this, go for it. Doubt it. But, like, Howard Stern made his career off people hating him. Like, literally. His fans would watch for X amount. His haters would watch for way more. There's something weird about that, man. But again, like, we don't gotta, like, rationalize it. Like, it's no big deal. More drama, more views. Damn right. So fuck you, James Warner. I'm kidding, by the way. You know I'm a fan. Right? Obviously. I'm bullshitting, by the way. Like, please don't take that as offense. Damn it! Don't clip that, Matisse. Mr. Sir, how dare you? How dare you? I will say, James, real quick, keep an eye out, right? Keep a major eye out for Theo's next video in which he's, like, shouting out some, like, maybe not next video, but, like, an eventual video in which he calls out, like, the coolest portfolios ever. I shouted out your portfolio, and that was the inspiration for him to, like, actually create the tweet to, like, shout out, like, awesome portfolios. So you inspired Theo to look for other amazing portfolios. And I hope he covers your content. Yeah, like, I didn't mean it in any, like, major, like, positive or negative way. Like, he was looking at a thing, and I was like, oh my god, oh, you like that? Oh, check this out. And then he was like, oh my god, here comes some content, right? And he, like, started, like, outsourcing, like, other awesome fucking portfolios. So I really hope he gives you some of that, like, the Theo bump, you know? The Theo bump. Yeah, do y'all not know how awesome James Warner's website is? Ooh, we're gonna go look on that right fucking now. James, that's fine. Like, you can pin a thing that shouts you out as being awesome. Adam could do the same thing if he wanted, right? Like, he just didn't. So you did. Yeah, no big deal. Boom, nail it. JamesWarner.com. Look at that fucking shader, dude. This is the greatest portfolio ever fucking made. That's a fucking shader. Maybe, James. Maybe that's, you know, someone else's immaculate hairline, right? Sure, I get it. No big deal. Like, yours is even further back at this point, so it couldn't possibly be you. Mine is way further back at this point, so yeah. Definitely not me. Dude, like, you have one of the best portfolio websites ever made. I hope you know that, right? Like, don't be bashful about it. Look at the fucking click, dude. Look at the fucking click. Like, dude, it's so goddamn good. How dare you be so good at what you do? Yeah, like, please, James, if you're not trying to stream at some point, would you like to do, like, a guest bit about, like, how you made this? And, if you don't want to stream, could you be, like, a guest star on my stream? Would you be okay with, like, me making some content based off that? Yeah, I burped right in your face. Again, James, like, sorry to put you on the spot. This is really awesome fucking content, man. Like, you have one of the greatest... do I need to scroll down? Sure, I'll scroll down. It's fine. Right? You know, it's, like, not amazingly, like, special, but he has a blog post about how he did all of this. Streaming a canvas to LEDs. Like, dude. So, James, I'd love to do a guest bit in which you describe how some of this stuff was made, if you're willing. If not, no big deal. It's fine. But again, like, this is the pinnacle of, like, dev, like, blogs, portfolios, etc. When someone asks, like, you know, like, what's, like, the best blog post or whatever you've ever seen, like, this is it, man. Totally fine, James, right? Not a big deal. I would simply say I would put in the effort to do the live portion of talking through what we're doing and prompting you with questions, etc. Kind of like what I did earlier today with Graham the DevRel, right? He, like, we didn't have any agenda for what we were doing, and I just asked some, like, good questions along the way. I'm not going to promise good questions, but I can try. And if you wanted to, like, maybe do some, like, thing, whatever, like, I don't know, up to you. Totally fine. If you don't want to do it, don't do it. I would hate to pressure you into something you didn't want to do. If you would like to help teach a stream about this, and throw it onto your fucking resume as, like, a thing, like, yeah, totally, man. If not, like, yeah, whatever. I think it'd be a really fun stream to just try and implement something separately. I know it took you a bunch of hours to implement what you actually have that, like, is awesome. Even just walking us through the source code would be really cool, man. Right? Could we fiddle with it? Change a color here and there or whatever, right? Like, yeah, I don't need to change the whole fucking thing. But to modify it would be kind of fun too. Again, dude, the fact that this is all ASCII art. I see the fucking MJ right there. Right? Technically, it should have been JM. No big deal. Maybe a JW. Fuck it. Right? It's pure ASCII shader shit. Like, dude, very few people would even, like, come up with an idea to do so. Oh, it says James Warner on the other side. So, James, I'd say you could probably come on stream to explain it. I'll even, like, link you up with Theo if Theo wants to dig into it. Like, if you really want to get, like, front and center, I bet Theo would be pumped on, like, an interactive segment talking about how you did this. And he'd probably use it for some video content, obviously. Like, dude, Theo would be pumped on this. Like, I really hope you know that, right? If you're afraid to reach out to Theo, like, via PM, I'll reach out to Theo for you if you want. Like, totally, man. Theo would absolutely make some content around this. If you want it that way. Like, dude, I don't give a shit. Like, I just want to, like, pay homage to the awesomeness of what this is. Theo would absolutely bring you on as a guest to talk through how you did this. Yeah, like really good content. Exactly, Adam, right? James is such an amazing engineer. I would happily promote it in any way you want it promoted. Does that work? Oh, hold on. That's right. Oh, shit. Konami code. I already forgot the Konami code. But yeah, Adam, like, dude, yeah. James used to stream here in the category. For sure. Yeah, absolutely. And as he was probably saying, like, he definitely followed you back in the day. Like, you're more of an inspiration than I think you're willing to admit or, like, accept. Like, absolutely, man. I get it, Adam, but, like, I bet James has been following you for ages. As I have. Your impact on the community is greater than you think. Your impact on, like, web dev in general is probably greater than you think. All right, so up, up, down, down, left, right, left, right. BA, BA. There it is. Bam! Look at them shades! Oh, future's so bright. Gotta wear shades. Oh, that's good. Oh, that's clean. Oh, that's so good. Fuck yeah, dude. Oh my god. Like, James, you know you're the man, right? You know you're the shit, right? Like, holy shit balls. Woo! Ah, oh, dude, that's so good. Ah, oh, James, you're the man. Look at them shades. Future's so bright. Gotta wear shades. Oh, shit. Yeah, Matisse, just respond to your PM. Yeah, Matisse, my bad, man. Like, I just saw that message. Yeah, that's totally my bad. I wasn't trying to leave anybody hanging. Ooh, stream I was lurking, though. I would have loved to raid the stream I was lurking. Oh shit, Time Enjoyed is going though. Okay, alright, so I at least have like a stream I can raid here soon. Awesome. Hold on, so yeah, let's look at this. Let's look at it, hold on. What did James just say? Just checked, followed Adam 5 years ago. This month, damn right. Fuck yeah, dude. 5 years ago for Raimu as well, all right. August 15th, 2018, all right. Ooh, August 7th for James. All right. Ethan's been following Raimu since December 20th, 2018. Fuck yeah. Oh, so you... Ethan, you were saying Raimu's date was when they followed this channel. Okay. Yeah, I get that. Raimu's been following for fucking ages. Yeah. There you go. Yeah, damn right, Ethan. Like, come on, man. Your account's from 2019. Yeah, like, totally, dude. Yeah, come on. All right. Raimu has been following all channels since January 1st, 1970. There you go. Yeah, that's just science. Like, yeah, good luck. Try and beat that one. Wait, really, James? You actually streamed some C# on Justin TV back in the day? Really? So you're actually more like triple OG than anybody. What's Justin TV? Oh, you sweet summer child, Jay the developer. Like, Justin TV is what Twitch TV evolved from. Like, OG, triple. The account you got right now is only 2014, so I'm calling bullshit, okay? No, I believe you. Like, yeah, why would you lie? Like, why would you lie about that? Like, nothing to gain. Super fucking cool, man. Jay the developer, I just want to say, if you were a proper boomer, you'd actually know what Justin TV is. You fucking zoomer. Shit. Trying to pretend to be a fucking boomer. How dare you? Oh, and sorry, Dr. Cuddly. My bad. 1 second. Nah, you're good. My bad. Nah, you're good, man. Oh. That was weird. Motherfucker. Dude. Alright, so this is how I know my Mac Mini really needs a reboot. It starts prompting me for, like, passwords that... Like, why the fuck does Call History Plugin Helper need to use, like, the login, like, helper? Dude, my Mac Mini's fucking up right now. This is bullshit, man. Yeah, I get it. Fucking call services, D. Like, yeah, just fuck off, man. Can I just click into you and, like, type a thing? Like, ah, dude, motherfucker. Dude, my Mac OS has had more whiskey than I have. This is bullshit, dude. I want an OS that can outdrink me. Is that so wrong? The moment I click into this field, they're gonna pop another thing up. Motherfuckers! There it is, right? And I can't even click into it. I can't click anything. Corporate wants you to find the difference between, like, the rest of, like, the previous stream and the current stream. They're both just talking streams. Dude, it's like 30 seconds behind anything anyone types. And I can't even, like, click into a thing? I'm doing it. This fucking machine needs to die. Burn in the fire of bad updates. Are we at the point where I just need to raid someone? I think that's it. Like, my PC was trying to tell me something. Obviously, my PC was trying to say I've had too much to drink and I should just, like, raid some other streamer. Wait, when did Time Enjoyed get a green screen? Cool. Have I missed the fact that she's had a green screen for, like, fucking ever? Eight-year-old UPS battery. Ooh, yeah, that's a thing. Like, yeah, that's not even, like, that unexpected. She's had one for ages, and I don't know, I didn't recognize it. Okay, my bad. She did dye the end of her hair fucking blonde, though, right? And that's new. And I feel like her hair is super fucking long right now. But yeah, you're right. She's had a green screen for a while. Touche, touche. Yeah, touche. Alright, so I think we're at the point where it's late enough, we're not gonna get any coding done. Like, at all. Let's just go raid. And we're gonna go raid Time Enjoyed, because I haven't had a chance to raid Time Enjoyed for ages. It feels long enough, fuck it. Oh no, we actually did some coding within the past, like, hour or so. It was just, like, less code than you would expect, so take it easy. Come on. Take it easy. Come on. My poor little Mac Mini is sweating right now. I can hear it. I think it's actually crying. I'm pretty sure I hear tears. That's totally fine, James. Yeah. I've had way worse days. Like, oh my god, like, way worse. Like, not a big deal. No problem. You should not be self-conscious about that. Like, the content happens, you know. Yeah, I'll be over on my gaming stream. If y'all don't know, oh man, I have a gaming channel in which I have no idea what game I'm about to play. Dave the Diver is a pretty obvious choice, depending on the audience we have. If there's only me, well, who knows? But see you over on, see you over on Time Enjoyed.